At the end of the day, it's basically a wash here, guys, for the overall market. Good morning.
A wash. And you know what? They always say don't fight the Fed. And when you had that comment about like it's going to take longer than expected, okay, so he's not with you. But when he basically took off any increases off of the table, well, he's not against us either. So that's fine that the Fed is neither with us nor against us, which is great because we're in earnings season. So we got Carvana to deal with. We got Apple after the bell. We've got, hate to be a Fastly shareholder, that's not very good at all. DoorDash is not very good at all either, but Qualcomm had a good report. That's never bad for the handset names. And Chinese ADRs are looking like they might break out. BABA is so very close. It's very close to breaking out on the daily chart. It's just like one little push, and I think it has a chance to go. So I'm kind of excited for that. Hopefully BABA in the long term goes, but I think today could be an exciting one. It's not often that you get 35% down and 35% up on two pretty squeezable names like a Carvana and a Fastly and Peloton. Peloton fires their CEO up 15%. Or a step down. Maybe it was, step down. Doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, it's the workforce reduction there. 15% of workforce reduction there for Peloton, sending them up to the roof as well. But yeah, that was fun. If you were watching trading yesterday afternoon, this Apple short. Yeah, we should play that music again. You know, so dramatic. I like that music. People are blaming us for the market crash because that music, by the way.
Boom.
They're like, we changed the music, and ever since then, we haven't been back to like 18.6 or something on the NASDAQ. That was maybe, I think it was that day. But no, we were shorting Apple here yesterday all afternoon, and then boom, this happened. We went from hella red to Greenville. But 170 down here, I still like that level. I don't know what just happened to Apple about, I mean, I guess was it the number? I don't know. I mean, we just went from 170 up to 173. We went up $3. I was sitting here watching it. I was like, what? Apple's ripping? And then yesterday, we also were short, waiting for Powell to leave, and we were able to lose money on the way up. We talked about how undisciplined that was, and then we finally had some patience and then shorted this all the way back in as well. I feel like this morning, this number is very, very exaggerated. The NASDAQ, it's up, fine. But we dropped so huge there into the close that we're really just where we were yesterday, you know, 230, 350. Like where we are now, up 1%, is where we were 10 minutes before the close. So it was such a dramatic move down that the market, that's why you see the ES is not, well, now the ES is going, everything's going now, but there was a discrepancy there because of all the tech names. So anyways, I think we got to go bullish again, man. I mean, that's what I'm feeling. Yeah, we had a game last night there.
I was about to ask you.
And now my throat is gone.
But how did I mean, it was an exhibition.
Yeah, we wound up winning 9-8.
Boom.
After all. So we got a couple new pitchers in there. Their first ever appearances was quite successful. And man, these kids that I drafted are really good.
Barn burner?
Like, it was a barn burner. It came down to the last little bit, but oh man. Gia was up to bat there, and I think she had like must have been a 10 pitch at bat or something like that. And all these pitches were she eventually drew the walk. But it was like she got down 0-2, and then she fouled one off, and then she took a ball, and I was like, oh my God, I think that was a strike. And then there's another one that was clearly a ball, and then she fouled another one off, and then there was another ball, and then she was at first base.
The battle app, honestly, like as a true baseball fan, those are my favorite at bats.
Yeah.
You get down 0-2 and you work a walk. It's sometimes better than hitting a bomb, man. I love that grit.
Yeah, that was fun. And she steps into the plate now, and she puts her hand up and digs into, and I'm just like, I go to my coaches. I'm like, what is going on? No one else is doing that.
Yeah, but you gotta.
And they're like, oh, she must be watching the Jays and everything. I was like,
make sure you're set.
I'm
just trying to get set in the
box.
box.
The umpire is like a 14-year-old kid or something.
That's fine. And the 14-year-old kid needs to respect that she needs to get ready.
Yeah. And that's what she said. On the way home, we were walking to the car on the way home, and I go, why are you doing that? She's like, because I'm letting the umpire know that I'm getting ready.
Yeah.
I was like, ready? And then she gets, here comes the pitch, ball, and she's like, oh. I was like,
next she has to learn the Soto shuffle after each take.
I have to watch that again. What is the Soto?
You never seen it?
Doesn't he do like the?
I'd have to get up
the
over
back-
there and show you, but it's not a.
I'll have to-
Anyways, like every time he takes a pitch that's close,
Oh,
to
okay.
show up the pitcher, he does this like lean in and shuffle. Like I just did the greatest thing
love-
ever when I
yeah.
took a ball.
great.
Only that guy, like he's a superstar. But
A while ago, I had a discussion that I was Juan Soto and some people were Vlad, but I think now that discrepancy is far
That
far,
it
far
used to be
away
a
now.
thing.
It used to be.
Now
'Cause
Vlad-
we were always talking about that, like where would you start your franchise? Maybe 4 years ago or so. I don't know when. I mean, Vlad was 2021 was
Yeah.
his big year, wasn't it?
Oh no, it was before then.
Was it?
Well,
You
the
sure?
big year was 2021, but he came in before.
Oh
that.
yeah. But his monster, like the big year that he was,
Yeah, the MVP candidate year. But now that conversation, he's not even in the conversation. That's sad. You know what's hilarious? We're talking sports.
eventually again, you know.
For any New York fans out there, my lesson of the day is going to be inspired by a couple of recent losses by New York teams. So if you're interested in that, not to harp on New York fans, but the Mets lost a heartbreaker last night.
I didn't know what you're talking about other than the Knicks.
After the Knicks had a big loss as well, and that inspired something. So stick around for 12 o'clock. I
Okay,
just
here
saw
we go.
a
Now
very
things are starting to
well-dressed
pick up.
man just
Right
walked
now,
in.
things are going to pick up here. He's talking about what
He's
sports are we
ready.
talking about? We're talking about horse racing, baby. You know
The
what I'm
Derby
saying? We're
time.
talking about the elite. We're talking about the elite sports.
It's Raheem, so you know he's in the building, and of course, you know he's always talking about the Derby when.
How would anyone know that Raheem was in the building?
I mean, we get
Maybe
excited.
by the way we react. All right. Yeah. Let's. Well, are we ready to go back to Brendo or wait a couple minutes? Okay.
It's up to us. Okay, we can do whatever we
Well,
want.
they're just setting up. We'll,
So,
we'll
no,
wait
actually,
because they're setting up. Raheem.
There was something you said about like where we were traveling, and you're speaking about Apple. And look, the post-Fed levels are always going to matter in terms of where did the stock turn around, where did it bounce. I always care because it's liquidity vacuums. Like Amazon was one of the names. Like a lot of charts look like this. The only difference on most of the charts you're going to look at is where it rebounded to. Like, okay, did it hold VWAP? Did it hold higher lows? Or did the stock go all the way back into the bottom? I think that's a big distinction to make. Amazon is just the definition of diddling in the middle. Like this, I was short this at VWAP. Like it was almost like a standard short in front of VWAP play, and then all you know what broke loose after 2 o'clock. But this came right back. So I think what was resistance might turn into support. So like the previous close, like 179, I think I look at that as like a support level. But that's the exact stock that I don't want to be touching today. Inside of the range, it's got to come to the periphery to make a decision. Don't want ones that are doing that. Like oddly enough, I think you're going to find so many that are like this. Tesla is a little bit stronger. I'd like to see a little bit more. Like if Tesla had done this and immediately broken out, like held 85 and going to 86, it's already in the strong bucket. But now you're sort of diddling in the middle. It's going to be a tricky range to play some of the tech names that didn't give you a clear direction from this clear V shape that we saw in the afternoon. At the edges, easier to make a call, but in the middle, watch out. And you know, just for everyone that's going to be trading Carvana today, please, it's been a while since we've had something that everyone's looking at that halts in the first 5 or 10 minutes, but that is a stock that very well could halt off of the open in either direction. So I think that's one that you want to be sure of your plan at the open, because if it takes out the free market lows, you could halt down. If it takes out a top Carvana here, I was just looking at, it's still on Tesla, that could be a high probability halter. Big short float, the gap is gigantic. In the aftermarket show, I was like, hey, the 100 break is probably going to have this explode. And that was an understatement. Because when it took 100, it just didn't stop for about 15, 16 bucks.
Carvana is insane. Shout out, I mean, that was $4, I think about a year and a half ago.
What was the call?
It was
$1?
Morgan Stanley, was $1, and then bankruptcy was imminent. But shout out to Bruce. Yes, it is roughly going to be 20 degrees Celsius in Toronto today. Nice halftime walk for Sean, you betcha. I don't understand this comment though, Bruce. I heard there is a half building or house there. I wonder if it's near your office. What does that mean? All right, I don't know. So Ramin knows what this is, so I'm gonna have to figure out what that is. All right, we'll talk about that in a minute. Let's go over to the desk with Brendo.
And Raheem is here, Managing Director over at OCI Groups in Toronto. How are you?
Doing well, sir. How are you?
I feel like it's been a couple weeks since we've discussed things that are moving around, so good to see you, as always.
Likewise.
We're going to touch on copper and tin this week. There's been very, very notable moves in some metals that everyone's been paying attention to this year so far.
Right.
I don't think a lot of people have been really noting some of these secondary metal markets, copper, tin, as we said,
Right.
that have also had amazing years so far.
Yeah.
Why is that?
I think, you know, when you, like you just said, if I came to you and said, hey, Brendo, I got a really hot tin stock you got to look at, you probably wouldn't have, you probably would have said, okay, you know what, let me just put that
You
in
have my attention, Raheem.
let me put that at the back of the register. But when you actually go through the macro levels of, like I know when, you know, when I'm watching here, you guys are talking about AI stocks on a fairly regular basis,
Yeah.
and the tech that goes with it. And then when people start to actually go through the ramifications of where that goes through the ecosystem, you don't really need too much gold for an AI
Right.
chip.
Right.
But you need copper and you need zinc and you need tin. We've talked about it a few times, but the amount of tin and copper that are going to be required are really quite flabbergasting, to be honest. The amount of shortfalls that people see, supply issues, demand issues. I was actually explaining that to my son this morning about supply and demand. He wasn't too keen on. He wasn't too keen on my little thing. I was trying to relate it back to his snacks.
Oh, there you go. That works. That works.
And so if there's not supply, and so yeah, there are critical supply issues happening in both those commodities.
Right.
Massive upstrokes in demand in both those commodities. And when you put those two things together, again, anyone that knows their economics knows there's going to be price fluctuations that are going to have to come. And where that gets down to, that gets interesting for sort of us in the small and mid cap world, is there hasn't been enough development on that small cap and mid cap size project that the large cap guy is going to need at some point to acquire. So now you're seeing all of these things where people are now scrambling to find these sources, look at M&A transactions to acquire these assets, and start putting money into the ground to build these copper and tin assets that they're going to need in 2, 3, 4, 5 years when Elon Musk wants to go shopping again.
Yeah, this is good point. Here's the daily chart for copper futures.
Not bad, right?
Monster run. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, beginning of the year back here, it's just been straight upside ever
Right.
since. Tin looks very similar
Yeah.
on a daily time frame. So a couple of individual names that we can touch on as far as opportunities possibly. We'll talk on, I guess, mostly Toronto names here. From an individual standpoint, how would you break down the comparison here from a market cap weighting? Is there more opportunity on the mid to small end of the scale versus high?
In my opinion, again, that's because, as we all know, that's sort of, we do focus on some of the more small cap names. So we do like where that delta, that torque might be. Like one of the names that we'll look at today is up 74% this year. And if you go to a large cap, you're not really going to see one that's run up 74% this year, right? So the deltas are going to be smaller. It just depends on where you want to be. If you prefer less risk, then you'll look at the large players that are constantly putting out massive numbers of 100 million, 200 million, 500 million EBITDA, and they again fall in line with the price of copper as we go here, versus the smaller guys who are bringing their projects online, starting to bring their projects online, putting out really sizable deposit results or grades, and when those two things come together, that's what you're kind of looking for. So for anyone that is doing their homework on copper, those are some of the things that you do want to look for is jurisdictional security. So Canada might be better than, I won't say where, but certain places that you might want to not go to, or like Middle Europe is great versus other places that aren't as safe and secure.
Sure.
That's something interesting to look at, and because the grades also follow that. The riskier places have higher grades, and again, those things are all right. So it just depends on where your risk profile is beyond that.
Here's a TKO. Again, a lot of these listed here in Toronto. I mean, it looks exactly like the chart we just saw of copper just straight upside.
Yeah, like I was saying, up 74% this year. They do own the second largest copper deposit in Canada, so they are going at that. They have another asset in Arizona that they're hoping to bring on by 2025. So again, those are the things I was talking about, where you've got the people that do have the production going, and then people that need to bring assets online as quickly as possible so that they can get that sort of production backfill that they're going to need. They secured $500 million in notes to fund all of this against a slight offtake on their revenue generating from the copper. So I think it'll be an interesting name to watch.
Another one here, Capstone Copper as well. Again,
very in line. And again, with these larger companies, again, because they
can put up these revenue metrics. People know that they are going to start developing their projects, putting capital to work, and potentially looking at acquisitions. So they dual listed it into Australia. That is a very active market on the copper side, on the tin side, on the base metal side. Very active market over there. So they have dual listed over there. They just raised $430 million bucks. So they have a bit of a war chest to go spend. And I think, again, that'll be another one you want to take a look at as they continue to put out their results. They actually just announced Q2 this morning, so anyone that wants to do some homework.
Yeah, and unlike for anyone in the U.S., the pre-market action in Toronto very limited, especially on the smaller exchanges versus the pre-market action that we see south of the border when a company typically reports earnings. All right, I mean, you mentioned larger companies. It's that $5 to $10 range. So
that is in
all
our
relevant.
world.
Yes, all relevant.
Yeah.
AFM. Tell us about this one.
Tin is tin's the story right there. It's at its highest since mid-22. We're up 28% year to date on tin. And the really, really interesting thing about tin is I went to a tin conference a couple of years ago expecting it to be thousands of people. And it's a really small audience because there's a really small number of people that control the tin supply. Like if you talk about a Minstore, you talk about a few of these small elementos, some of these smaller companies, they basically own the entire tin ecosystem. Wow. So there aren't 742 tin juniors like you'll find in gold. You find a much smaller audience. They kind of know where everything is. They know the audience and they know where they want to build. They have their current supplies going. They realize that prices are peaking. They're going to start doing additional work, looking at additional assets in additional countries to pick up that grade, pick up that size. So it'll be interesting to see where they go on all that. AFM, like you just talked about, they're near their 52-week high, trading at $1.22. Their 52-week high is $1.26, as low as 35 cents. So their market cap has picked up to just over $1.5 billion, trading 2 million shares a day. So it's been a very, very active trader. They had a good number in Q1. They put out over $20 million of net income, and announced the dividend. So they're a smaller player. They're in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they account for 4% of all the world's tin.
The chart looks great. I mean, it's got back above, that's a weekly chart everyone's looking at right now. So it just got back above $1 there, holding nicely. As you mentioned, right back to near highs for that one.
Yep.
ELO, another one on the tin side of things.
Yeah, another one on the tin side. Again, a smaller name, trading in the $1.30 range. They're in jurisdictions like Bolivia, Peru. They have something else in Quebec. But again, you want to look at grades. So they've got 0.12% tin, so they've got a nice little grade there. They just raised $3.5 million bucks to go do some more work. So you're going to start to see more of that deal action happening in these smaller names as well, because of the fact that they've got these good grades, good jurisdictions, and that, again, people are going to go shopping in those markets.
And then one that's on both sides of the spectrum here, one that you're involved with as well, best ticker in trading, for that matter, on the venture exchange here in Toronto, ESPN.
Yes, for all of our basketball fans, it's we were just talking about basketball off camera. Not related. It is Hispania. So yeah, Hispania we've talked about before. Quite bullish on what they are. Obviously, I'm a director, so I do believe in what they've got there, and that's why I'm on the board. But that's one that we've seen a nice move in the last few days as well. The volume's picked up significantly. The price has gone between 14 and 17 there. And again, if you do the math on where copper is, where zinc is, and like I talked about jurisdiction, it's not a bad place to want to go visit. So you can actually go on vacation to Spain, and while you're there, one of our actual clients is over there right now, and I said, well, since you're there, do you want to just take a detour and go see one of the projects that you've invested into? So it's easy to get to. It's great, high grade opportunities, and we're sort of going to follow the path of what our former CEO did over there in Spain when he sold his last company for just shy of $1 billion to Trafigura, and they're still obviously in the region. So we believe that with these grades, with the prices that we're seeing on copper and tin, there might be some interest into these projects, because we've got one that's got existing infrastructure in place. You can actually go walk down, you can take a vehicle down a ramp and go to an underground and actually go take a look at the tin project there, and a couple of really nice high-grade copper assets. So.
You mentioned the mid-Europe aspect of that, where this is located. From a spectrum aspect, where does it rank as far as some of the other places in the world?
So again, the highest grade assets typically specifically in copper, obviously in tin, and in probably in gold as well, if you want to look at that. You want to go, highest grades will typically be in Africa and in South America. They're underdeveloped. They haven't had as much development work done versus what's been done in Canada and the U.S. as an example.
Right.
So there's still a ton of high-grade material in both of those places. Problem with those places is infrastructure. Like I have a colleague and a client. He was telling me to come to Peru with him next week to come look at their site. And you fly from Toronto to Peru, you land in Peru, then you've got to drive 4.5 hours, and then you go up 5,000 meters.
Oh, wow.
So I said, no. You know what, I got to go to Spain for this other thing where I can land in Spain. I take a train, I'm in Seville in 2 hours, and our guy picks us up, and we're at site in another 2 hours on paved roads, and have a nice little lunch after. And
accessible.
So, yeah, so it's more accessible. And then you've got the lower grade countries, like again, Canada and stuff like that. You'll have lower grades, but again, infrastructure, government things. So just sort of how you mark all those things on your scorecard.
Very, very interesting end of the world, as we mentioned to start this off. A lot of people paying attention to the bigger areas of the mining industry, and I think some of these, great opportunities as we saw, but have not had very much attention paid to them. All right, big weekend coming up.
It is.
For anyone maybe new to this segment, new to Raheem, Raheem is a huge horse racing fan.
I am.
Kentucky Derby coming
I
up.
am. It is one of the most exciting weekends in sports. We gather around. If we're not going to the race, we gather around, put up a mint julep, get dressed up, and sing my old Kentucky home and watch the race. So it's going to be a great race. We've got 20 horses. There are 20 horses going. One of the favorites, unfortunately, wasn't able to get in the race because he's tied to Bob Baffert, so there's issues around that. But it's going to be a nice race. Number one most favorite horse is out of the 17 spot, Fierceness. Now it's out of 17. Not a lot of horses, because of the turn, are going to come out of the 17 spot. As an example, the number one place that horses have come out of is the number 5 hole. So the 5 to 10 spot is where you kind of might want to look. Sierra Leone is in the 2, so it's got a shorter run. Second most favorite, good speed. Might have to play catch up to Fierceness if Fierceness can get out early. So depending on where you want to be, breeder and jockey, very important. Like in any company, you've got to have a good chairman, got to have a good CEO, got to have good people on the ground. So Pletcher and John Velasquez are with Fierceness, and Flavian Pratt is going to ride Catching Freedom. So that'll be a nice run as well. And then if you want to go really, really high up, the number 5 spot has had the most winners in Kentucky Derby history. And Just Steel, speaking of mining, is at plus 2,000 on that one. So if you want to take the spot there, you never know.
There's some luck.
But yeah, I'm looking at Fierceness Sierra Leone battling it down.
And it's Saturday.
It's Saturday.
Saturday afternoon.
Saturday, 6:04 p.m. Yeah.
Great stuff. Raheem Alani, Managing Director over at OCI Group. It's good to see you.
Anytime.
As always, Raheem. A lot of great information there, but what I gathered from most of that was bet on Just Steel, and then go to Spain on vacation with your winnings. So that's what I heard. But I also don't. Why are you calling Canada? Don't be calling Canada lower grade. I know what you're talking about, but Canada, maybe. It is what it is. But thank you, Raheem. I love watching horse races every now and then, but I find I used to have an idea of who was in the race, but the last few years,
20 horses.
Yeah, it's just if you don't have any real clue, it's cool.
That's crazy.
I just love the excitement around it. Any kind of big event, right? You get the anticipation, the pageantry around it. I think it's pretty cool as well. But yeah, shout out to Raheem. Appreciate all of that. And hey, maybe have a look at the good ESPN, because the other ESPN's is a dying breed.
Is it? Yeah.
Well, I mean,
no, I like.
Okay, I'm probably going too far, but I just sort of feel like the way that sports are going is we know who's winning in terms of where the eyeballs have gone, and it's all going toward all the big names and their streaming solutions. And I don't wonder where ESPN ends up ultimately, if it's still under the same umbrella, or they change some things with the way that they present and maybe get picked up by somebody else. I don't know if it'll be Disney forever, but anyways. We can talk sports all day long.
Yep.
I'm not I used to be a huge I love sports and I'm a big ESPN guy, but the last few years I don't have my online membership anymore. I don't read a lot of the articles. I'm on The Athletic now when I want to read stuff. I don't know, they're just not the same. It is what it is.
Yeah, for sure. Things are changing as the winds blow. Yeah, thanks, Raheem, for all that. Yeah, check them out. The market is starting to come down a little bit.
I think this is yours.
Oh, really? I just took one sip. Okay, wow.
Yeah, this definitely
Randy.
That's
yeah, that's fine. All right, so yeah, market. There he is. Yeah, come on, Randy. Market pulling back in, right into VWAP again, guys. Look, I was going to talk a little bit higher level. It's 9 o'clock right now, but we've talked about this 17.8 a lot, like a lot. I can push it back. I don't want to get super bullish until we get above there, and that still has a ways to go. I mean, maybe, you know, if we can get down into 17.4, 17, well, we'll get to 17.5 for sure, but down into here again, then we can maybe turn bullish. So some of the ideas that I have out that I'm about to push enter on for the sticky note have been related to that. So we'll have to wait to see if we get a pop or a drop. But right now we're kind of in the middle, and we talked about that huge move that we had in the after, but just 10 minutes before the market closed yesterday. You know, this market move down has created potentially a little bit of a false top, in my opinion, because we're not getting back up to here. And if we are, then we can look to sell. And those are the levels that we're talking about, 17.75, 17.8. But until then, I feel like the fade could be in for a minute here. So it's 9 o'clock. I'm still bullish. Most of the ideas I have are long, and you're going to see about them in a couple minutes. But there are some shorts that I think can play, and then some big levels that can also come in. Like Google down into this like 162, 160-ish area. That's 163. But even lower into here, I like this name a lot and think that it will work if we can dip by. So a couple ideas coming for you. There's one of them. And back over to the desk. Or not.
Oh, yeah.
Adara.
Oh.
Lots of names to talk about today in this upgrades and downgrades list. Kicking it off with Carvana, already up on this earnings beat, up more than 35%. Now also getting an upgrade here from JP Morgan all the way to 130. So nice look there for CVNA. Shopify getting an upgrade here, up over 2% of this upgrade from XA and BNB Paribas. Nice price target increase for Tesla from Cantor Fitzgerald all the way up to 230. And last but not least, Snowflake getting upgraded also by XA and BNB Paribas here. Now on the downgrade side, Etsy kicking off the list here, down over 13% after earnings. You're going to get downgrade from Loop Capital. Fastly, another name missing out in earnings here, down over 30%. Downgraded by D.A. Davidson, UBS downgrading CVS Health, and Roku getting a downgrade here by Jefferies Financial. Lots of names to talk about here, guys.
Yeah, I feel like a couple of those names, you know, we're going to mention in the rundown. Obviously, Carvana, Fastly, yuck. But Snowflake with an upgrade, it's getting a little spicy. They don't report for 3 weeks, but we always talk about, well, I mean, Michael Noss talks about it a lot. You'll hear us say it as well, like smiley faces and what that looks like when a stock has been going down and rounding into a bottom. Well, that's looking like it's starting to round back up. It's maybe not there yet, but I think before the way it's going, before it gets to the earnings, again, in 3 weeks, you could easily have it be taking out this 165. The 50 period is going to sit there as well. I think the first step could be today taking out 161. And if it starts holding, that would be a stock you start looking for maybe some trend longs. The bottom trying to get formed here on Snowflake. It's hard to say that it has yet because you haven't put in a higher low, or sorry, yeah, like a higher high. You still have lower lows. It's trying to put in this breakout, and then once you do that, you're starting to turn the corner on Snowflake, and plenty of time for this to go before you get that earnings print on the 22nd. So this one should be on the radar. I mean, to me, it needs to get through 65, a little bit more. Unless there's a big catalyst, I wouldn't take that break. But yeah, Snowflake, got to put that alert out, looking similar to the bottom being put in Alibaba. But you know, it doesn't break till it does. A break doesn't happen, and you don't have to be in a long. And I think that's the thing. Sometimes you wait for the momentum, and then you join it as opposed to picking bottoms. I think that's the case here too.
And it's funny you mentioned that because you mentioned Alibaba. So those are the two names that I've just recently bottom picked there. We're long on Snowflake and we're long Alibaba. Snowflake's in that 154-ish area. Alibaba's that 171.85. I really like this name. This is another sticky note name, which is going to be out in 1 second. So yeah, I really like Alibaba today. But the name that I like on that list that we've been talking about for a minute, and a name that Raheem's mentioned on the show as well before, is Shopify. I mean, this name is starting to get going with earnings coming through. I think it was, what, May 2nd? Is it tonight, maybe Shopify? Or is it maybe it's May 8th? We'll double check that. But hey, really off the bottom here for Shopify. It's trying to base out. It is the 8th?
Yeah.
Yeah, boom. Okay, good. So right there, $68 is the 200 period moving average. You're only at 72 right now. This is a dual listed name, can be traded here in Toronto or in New York. I think Shopify has an opportunity to get back up to the upside. The point of sale, little doohickeys that they have. The point of sale is the right way, and then the doohickey, you know.
What's wrong with the doohickey?
Terminals.
Exactly.
Yeah, talking about something else I learned from Raheem, man. The margin on those doohickeys, oh man. But anyways, nice move to the upside right here for Shopify. I like the name. We've seen some problems with Square lately, obviously. We'll see if Shopify starts to fund terrorists or whatever Square was doing, and then we'll move off of that. But I like Shopify being up 2% here today and an upgrade into earnings. I think Shopify is basing out and looking pretty good down here. This would be the one for me.
All right, let's get into what we need to know as we head towards the open on a Thursday morning. It feels like Wednesday? A little bit.
50-47, guys. 50-47, guys. That's where we closed off yesterday on the ES June contract. So essentially 50-50 comes back in as a level of support. The overnight high 50-90, let's say 5100 as resistance unless we're able to break and clear above it. 50-50 again as support.
Who wants a free watch list? If you haven't got one yet, Ramin does. Ramin. Go to the website, tradertv.live. That pop-up will appear. Just enter your email address. You know the deal. And then that comes right to your inbox. Every single day has everything you need to know in the pre-market daily. Yeah, that's Carvana. It's 27% shorted, and it's up 40% because people are buying cars out of vending machines.
They like it, Brendo.
Apparently.
I don't know. So look, I delved a little deeper into the business model for this company. They do interesting work here. They have an entire reconditioning side for their company where they take essentially beat up cars, really work to clean them up, fix them up on a wholesale cost basis, and then resell them at a good profit. You know they're averaging about $6,500 worth of take-home money per car.
That's not bad.
That's not a bad look. So they beat Brendo on the top and bottom lines, and the guide was kind of good here. So we'll keep an eye on them.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the current state of the used car market versus the actual value of these beaters they're trying to sell. Trying to test the highs right now here, guys, for CVNA.
So I actually did the research. Doohickey margins are larger than widget margins.
Okay.
So they're in the right space.
Which makes sense.
And I'm guessing Carvana is selling a heck of a lot of these things because we actually, Sharif brought up a good point there about some of the different business models that they're in. You know, refurbishing cars, getting them going back up to the upside right here. Beautiful base at 115 if you're going to try that. I mean, Neil's already said, I think, what I think about this as well. It's going to be so volatile off the open that this will halt. So I almost think that you want to wait for the first halt and then see the reaction off of that, whether or not it's an upside or a downside. So a halt means you're going to get 10% move, and that could spark either direction. I don't know which one, but 29% short, I believe, something like that, is creating this spark up. Look, better numbers all over the board. They were left for dead. Carvana is, I mean, you want to talk about a big middle finger to the shorts. I mean, this is it. And this is why I was talking about when you're looking at names that base out and then get going into earnings, they have this opportunity. So Carvana did it. I'm not going to break down the numbers. I mean, I can't say like, oh, you know, based on those numbers, 40% up makes sense. I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't. This does not deserve the valuation most likely that it's at. But at the same time, that's not the story here. You know, it's a huge short float. People bet against this company. Rates are still high. I don't love the used car business, but you have to love the stock. So to break down some levels, I would just say, you know, the 200 period is here at 110, 111. Let's see where it settles out. This is just a minute chart, so after a couple more minutes, you know, by the time 9:30 gets here, we'll get that smooth a little bit. But 112, 115 Carvana, but it's not in my wheelhouse. You know, like I lost yesterday, I'm tracing those weed stocks. So
if it holds down at the open, I think like there could be some people like overly exuberant as to how far this can go. Because if you pull out, I could pull out a weekly chart that shows you the next level from 100 is like $150 or something. It's insane. So it's right in the middle of a no man's land between like 9,500 and that. So if it does halt down, I think that could give you something more reasonable. Because when I sat down, my first thought was it probably tries to gap fill underneath because that's up so much. And then where are you looking to buy? Like $100 because that was a previous resistance level, and maybe you look for some kind of a bounce there. And then 110 now sets up now that you've gone a little bit higher. So if it halts to the downside, I'll be looking for something along the lines of a reopen that holds that previous halt price. If it halts to the upside, then we'll pick the levels as you go. If it halts to the upside, and just try to find, if it just starts going ham, some kind of a reasonable entry. But I'm expecting there's going to be a dip opportunity. I won't be sitting on any bids on this stock. There's no chance. If it's going to come down in, I need to actually see. I'd rather be late to some buyers buying it back up, because this could drop $30 and halt a couple of times, and there's just no point. It's not like dip buying Alibaba, which I'll probably do today. You know, like that'll be at least reasonable and controlled.
Margin.
Oh, no.
Which is like normal.
It's not that good.
Yeah, all right. Qcom day highs here just took out the highs, came right back in, but nice beat for Qualcomm. Also raising their quarterly dividend to 85 cents. And Q3 guidance, yeah, better than expected as well.
Everything was really good here, Brendo, everything. Earnings were an absolute beat, $2.33 billion in take-home money. Compare that to last year, 1 3/4. So that was a big beat there. They also beat with respect to revenue, versus what the street was looking for. The street was looking for $9.33 billion. They put 9.4. Their moat, though, Brendo, is they primarily make devices, or components, I should say, for Android devices, not really Apple. And they did mention that the handset business was starting to pick up, but again, focusing more on Android, higher-end Android devices like the Mate Pro that we saw released by Huawei. So interesting data from them, but not specific to Apple.
Unlimited demand when it comes to that market for sure. 6%, big day here so far.
All right, thanks, Raheem. All right, so yeah, Qualcomm. Again, old tech, but at the same time, it's been working, right? And today you get a nice little move back to the upside. A lot of these names are going to look like this, where you've just recently had a good move down. And I put a tweet out 2 nights ago before the Fed. And it was just, look, the earnings, no matter what comes through the Fed, the earnings are going to tell the story. So like yesterday, Qualcomm has these moves and then gets faded all the way back to 164. Okay, great, you know. But like then the real story happens, and now you're breaking back out again. So it's just like you gotta trust in some names that you believe in. It is very similar to day trading in the fact that if you're looking to invest in something, a name like Qualcomm right here is trying to break out again through this level. And we're getting close, and now we have the catalyst to potentially do that. So, you know, again, with the market being a little unstable here this morning, I feel like it's holding the bid, so I could be completely wrong here. And if so, I have some long ideas. We'll talk about those. Qualcomm, not a name that I'm familiar trading with, but when we talk about earnings plays, it's very, very simple to me. Let it open up and then see what happens. You're playing the gap back to what we call VWAP. So, I mean, I'm not going to put an anchor down here or anywhere. I don't believe this move yesterday affects any stock other than giving us a reference price. Today, you're up to 174. Like this move only mattered if you were A, day trading, or B, panic sold some shares in your long-term account, which I don't know why you would do that in the last 10 minutes of a market. So, but anyways, 174 up here. I like that level. VWAP's at 173. No volume, which is a problem for me. Let's see if it can hold 173 and then hopefully take VWAP back to the upside. To me, it's a breakout. I just don't know if it has enough juice today to go up 8-9% to break it out.
Especially breakouts need volume. That's one of those things. Like if I don't trust that the volume's going to be there, because I don't really trade Qualcomm, then it's hard to like that breakout. The one thing it does at least give me is when we look at those post-Fed levels, like any key level on a Fed day that can come back into play, like the 170 in here, like it tagged 170 like everything in reverse, so that was a good level, and it was the previous day high and the day high before that. So I feel like if it dips back into that, 170 looks like a good spot. You're 6% up. You're $4 away from it, and you're not doing any volume. I think that's going to be a pass for me on Qualcomm. But if we are pulling back early, and I see this base out at 170, I think that would be a reasonable long because it's shown you that level multiple times.
All right, let's go on to Microsoft. More investment coming on the AI side of things today. I mean, this is kind of a secondary story. Nothing significant from Microsoft. Nice gap up here so far pre-market, but huge move. This was one of the better ones as far as the Fed was concerned yesterday, and again came all the way back in when all was said and done at the close.
What a move back down. Unbelievable. Yeah, look, in 2021, they announced that they're going to expand into Malaysia and Indonesia. They were already in Singapore. They've already had a data center there. The Thailand edition, that's the new thing here. So we've already known about their ambitions to expand into Asia back from 3 years ago. You'll recall last week we announced that they invested $1.7 billion in Indonesia, yet to be determined how much you're going to spend in Thailand, Brendo.
We were just talking this Wendy's as well. It didn't move on this, but Wendy's forecasting beef and fry inflation and chicken deflation.
Are the eggs going to be cheaper, Brendo?
That's all we care about, right?
Well, oddly enough, when you talk about the fast food places, food inflation isn't their problem. The problem with the fast food joints is that like their costs overall are going up more than like your groceries are. So like if you're like lower income is running away from eating out because of that to a certain extent. So that's their trouble, and some of that's going to be labor costs as well. So I mean that's hurting Starbucks. Yeah, okay, food prices go up, but then comparatively they can go up everywhere else. But I think once you run into the trouble of the value proposition not being there for fast food, then you start having some issues. And Starbucks running into that. Back to Microsoft for a second, because I'm not really gonna. I don't know what Wendy's is doing. I haven't traded Wendy's in quite some time. I can't convince my daughter to eat Wendy's over McDonald's, even though I love Wendy's and a good Frosty every now and then. But Microsoft in 402. So this is another diddling in the middle stock. However, you've got, and how many times you can see this? We just talked about this with Qualcomm. Previous day high, and then the previous afternoon resistance level and close of Microsoft 402 to 402 half. So that's your resistance spot for Microsoft. If this takes out the half, I think it can be gonzo today. It's double bottomed, effectively double bottomed, and you didn't get there. Yesterday's plunge put in a higher low, but at the open and previous close, and then double bottom in here off of 390. Technically, I think it was 388 you were mentioning, Sean. So you get that little double bottom. I think it has a chance to break it out, but it's got to get there. We're not there yet. We're like $4 away on Softy, but it just has to get there. And it's Tesla has a very similar setup where the Fed high, previous day high, they all align in exactly the same way. For Tesla, it's like a 186, and that looks bullish above that price as well. But hey, this is so many breakout levels today that if they don't hit, you're just going to have to look elsewhere.
Yeah, so, yeah, what do I have? I have Starbucks up. I was like, why do I have Starbucks up? It's because yesterday into the close, I don't know if this is going to go down because I think Starbucks still goes lower. But there's a level, I think it's on the weekly, which sucks because I've called up a daily here. But this 72 level, we had talked about that yesterday. We almost got into that. Like, that was a level that we had talked about. It doesn't matter because it was into the close. But what I'm getting at is Starbucks now looks like it's up 0.6, but it really tanked into that $72 mark. I like Starbucks to buy it, potentially to start dollar cost averaging if you like the name. I'm not sure. Their CEO seems a bit, so $70, it's not Howard Schultz or anything. $70 down here, probably a decent level. I still think we can get there in the next couple days. So watch out for Starbucks. And as far as Microsoft, we are going to go with the sticky note trade here because you know what? I put this on for today. Microsoft, it is going to be one of the top names I'm looking at. I don't have like a ranking today where it's like 1, 2, 3 on here, but I like Microsoft. I wrote down that, this 394 level, yesterday's close plus the new AI investments. Microsoft's not hurt by any AI talk, so I feel like it's a good little opportunity to pick it up. But the thing I wrote down is the market could get pretty rocky here. I'm not super convinced in a hero long. But if we can get into this area of 394 again for Microsoft, and we're not that far away. For Microsoft to drop $3, it's already dropped $2 here in the pre-market. Thank you, Randy. We had talked about how we're very tired today.
We've done the McDonald's thing again?
All right, cheers. Mustard.
Da-da-da-da-da.
Yep, that's mine. All right, down into here though, 394. I just want to try that long. So I have a bid right here, right now. I think this could get real spicy, real early on Microsoft. And the thing about this is, I've sort of missed Meta. Remember I talked about like I wanted to buy Meta on dips because I got out of it? But I'm just actually wondering, what is actually a better long-term play? Meta, which has a lot of levers for sure, big advertising space. If that ever changes, there may be some trouble there. Plus, obviously, the continued, I mean, both these names are going to have, you know, antitrust issues and things. So I kind of comfortable with all of that. But maybe Microsoft is the name that's been beat up a little bit too much down here, down into this 390, 395 area. So if there's other traders that are thinking like that, like I am, this is the biggest dog, and it's not trading well. Well, eventually it's going to. I feel like Microsoft could be the name that gets going. I like Microsoft down here into 394, hence why it is in the pole position of today's sticky note.
Because it's like shorter haul business type flights. Let's talk about DoorDash here. Downside, we were just commenting, Sharif and I, on the fact that, I mean, record sales, $2.5 billion here for sales, but a wider loss, 6 cents versus 4 cents expected there per share for DoorDash. And you and I were just saying, neither of us, I don't think we've ever used DoorDash.
No, I haven't used them. And there's another one in Canada called Skip the Dishes. Haven't used that either. It's almost been exclusively Uber Eats. Let's talk about how they did, guys. Total orders increase, as Brendo mentioned, 21% year over year, yet they also turned a loss. They lost about 6 cents a share. The street was looking for 4. That's not a good look. Also, the company posted sales of $2.5 billion. That was a little bit better than what the street was looking for, but the earnings really did come in light, Brendo, about $371 million loss.
So we are, what is this, 8.5%, and that's off the lows, obviously, for DoorDash here.
Yeah, this could be maybe it goes down 10% kind of moment, so it'll set up a potential SSR bounce. It does have a bottom. You can already sort of look at it on the daily chart, like underneath 110. It ticked off that on the earnings play, and then you're going to see it already move to the upside. So it would have to drop another 1.5% to be 10% down. That sets up, there was this 113 level, and then obviously 110. One of those two shows me a bounce, reject a break underneath, and then the higher low, and then I would look for the SSR bounce. The one that never happened, you mentioned Starbucks. I was going to say this is a day 2 play. I never actually got an SSR bounce in Starbucks. Never really set up. I liked the 71 when I looked at the daily chart, and this is day 2 SSR, even though it's gapped up. So any move down, short sellers need an uptick to hit the bid, and sometimes that can show some strength. So a couple of places where it would make sense for an SSR bounce would be the previous close, which is diddling in the middle at 74.5, and then that post-Fed bottom, 73.5, looks a little bit juicy there. So DoorDash and Starbucks are the two names I'm looking for SSR bounces, but it has to show me that wick bottom and then the higher low setup. That's the only way I want to get in.
DoorDash, yeah. So I don't really ever trade that, but the thing about I wanted to look at here was Uber, because we just mentioned that, and I think that was a good look by Sharif. Uber has so many, again, different levers. It's kind of like that Microsoft play. The thing that scared me, and a shout out to Nelson, who mentioned this to me a long time ago, as soon as that robo-taxi stuff started to pick up a little bit, I was mentioning, you know, potentially selling Uber and buying Tesla on some of that news. That trade has turned out to be a killer trade. As Tesla has basically bottomed at that 140, now up to 180 today, and Uber's really just found a base yesterday. So nice move up there. We talked about, you know, some of the violence that had happened late in the day, but $70 looks like a decent breakout for me on Uber too. So, you know, with Dash's, let me just see where Dash was again on the daily, just to see, because we just talked about the space and what's been happening, down 9%. So I was just looking because I don't want DoorDash to continue to fall down, because if it continues to go, then Uber is going to catch some tailwinds or some headwinds from it. So yeah, DoorDash definitely has to hold in and around this 110, even a little bit higher than that, like 112, 113 area. If that can hold, then I do think Uber will catch some of this back up to the upside. So should be up a little bit more. It's still just barely up from yesterday's close. Feel like Uber can get going here. As it settles a little bit down from the storm that was the robo-taxi.
All right, let's talk about Wayfair. I mentioned earlier Carvana 27%. It was 29 for CBNA. W is the 27% short side of things, but also has earnings here today that were better than expected.
All right, so here is the look, Brendo. So they printed about $2.73 billion in revenue. That's down actually from what they did last year, 2.77. However, their bottom line actually improved. So they printed a quarterly loss of 32 cents a share. Compare that to last year at this time, they lost about $1.13 a share. So it looks like they're tightening up some of their costs. They're down about 18.1% year to date, but up 17% on the day.
Yeah, I was just reading this from Ben Zinga as well, but I mean, it depends on where you look as far as short percent goes. What is the actual number here? 21.84 million shares currently, according to this note anyways, sold short here, guys, for W.
Yeah, and I feel like it's right on the precipice. Like a 60 break would seem logical. You have the 50 period, the 200 period moving average, both converged right in here at 59 bucks. You know, it needs to take out 60. The volume's actually better than I expected. It's already done 1 million shares. Some of that's going to be in the dark, but I just feel like I'm going to be looking at Carvana today. And with the SSR day 2 plays I was talking about, the short sell restricted, that'll be in play. Microsoft, Tesla, both going to be in play as well. I like an AMD off of the Fed levels yesterday in the afternoon to short. And then, look, there's a lot of people have asked in the chat, like, talk about NEO. NEO delivery numbers were good. It gapped and then continued yesterday. It was a pretty much most of the day rally that double topped right here on the Fed at 540. I had one long, not the 40 long, but 5 into 540. I was pretty much holding the last little bit when all that Fed stuff happened. You're now gapping back above that. So you have a double top at 540 on NIO. If it can hang on to that level on any kind of a dip, then I think the continuation can be on for NEO, at least until this gets to like $6.30. I think it's got some runway to go to the upside. So gone are the days of, I shouldn't say that, that's way too much. For now, NEO is breaking out. And as long as it holds the previous day highs, I think that's the first level to look for a dip by, that 540 on NIO. I'll have this and Alibaba, mostly Alibaba if it breaks out, on my radar. But NEO was a good trade yesterday, and I look for some continuation. It might have finally made a bit of a bottom. There's your smiley face.
Yeah, I feel like some of these names have definitely, head into that area. Oh, yesterday for the recap show, we forgot to do this update on the side banner. Did you guys notice that?
So we eventually...
I was sitting right here till like 4:15.
Well...
What happened? Okay, I was just looking at it. I was like, going to update it because I was like, okay, we have Brian Shannon on. I'm like, what? I already wrote that down.
We had a great time with Tammy. It was not Brian Shannon.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
They did it.
Oh, you already did it. Okay,
They
you got
did
it.
They did.
Okay, good.
I did forget to do it, but they did it.
Yeah, no, I should have done it. I was saying, like, I was right here. Anyway, shout out to Bruce in the chat here, and we looked this up. So this is that half house that he's talking about here. So this is what it looks like. It's not super close to where we are, but it's here, and it's a walk. It's not too far. And then just some more pictures. It just looks wild from the street. Like some of this street view here.
Hard pass.
Is like, look what it looks like from the side. I don't know, man. This looks really strange to me. But I don't want to scroll too much. Oh, there it is. So yeah, like a bird's eye view. I don't know, weird. Weird for me. I don't know, kind of cool though. Wayfair. A name that I really like here that we didn't get to because there's only a couple more minutes left, so thank you for all that. This is a sticky note name again. I like Tesla. I think the upgrade is real nice, man. Any kind of a dip buy. I am expecting a little bit of violence here off the open. I do think we could dip buy into Tesla, so I am bidding down here. This is trade idea number 1, 2, or 3 on the sticky note is dip buying into Tesla. And then honestly, Alibaba, I mean, what a great, just to talk about it, we've been buying this name for a minute. We've been holding it against ourselves. It's really nice to get this back up to the upside and a very, very good breakout candidate. Breaking out as we speak. I mean, candidate, it's right here. I like Alibaba to go. I just wish I felt a little bit stronger about the direction of the market, and I think I would just smack this 78 long. But that could be something. If you think the market's going to go great, I'm expecting a dip. So I'm right now waiting for Alibaba down at 77.25 right here, which isn't that far, man. That is 30 cents away. That could come in, and then let's not jump at it. but something down low in the 76, 76.50 area, that's a really like, please happen so we can get some shares. So that's a level that we like down there, 76.50, but more importantly, 77. Just, I'm a little nervous about the open. I haven't even looked at the imbalances yet.
The only ones, I got them up, and it's, well, them. I have it up. The imbalance is on NEO right now. It's 1 million shares to the buy side. Palantir has a 300,000 buy, XPeng 300,000. Fastly only because it's down a million percent, 30-something. 150,000 to sell on Fastly. Alibaba's a small buy at 130,000. So there's a few names worth watching in there. Obviously, NIO, respectively, it's a $5 stock. So, you know, a million imbalance is not gigantic in notional terms, but it's only done 3 million shares in the pre-market. So we'll see. I was looking for a potential dip buy in that.
Why?
40. And I'm with you on Baba. I'm sitting at, creatively enough, I led number 42, but that previous high, it's similar to NEO. I want to be buying into the previous high in a dip, and I want to be breaking out at 78. Dip buys I like better in this market environment, so I'd probably be willing to take more swings at it. And certainly look for that bottom on Alibaba today. I like what that chart is doing, at least for now.
I have to find out why my wife is sending me, besides being a Buffalo Bills player, Keon Coleman, like hearts, heart emojis.
No, okay, so if you see his press conference.
Okay, that's why. Okay.
Basically, his press conference was amazing. The guy was very genuine, to be sure.
Did you hit the? Yeah.
I did hit it. Adara is on the run in 1 second. Ring it.
There we go. Okay. Good.
That's all heart right there.
All right, here we go, here we go. All right, so the market is starting to pop up just a little bit. We do have our targets, and we have some ideas that we're looking for right now. With Alibaba not open yet, let's go over and have a quick look at Tesla, what's happening with Tesla right now. 182, so a little bit of a dip coming in, but not much as the market trying to figure itself out. Look at that wick top, down already 20 handles from that top. There is the market. So, yeah, let's go. We are
Peloton's
now open. Oh, Peloton, do I have to pay for
mention
shorts?
Peloton. You know what, I don't know. I'm going to double check. Do I have to pay for shorts on Peloton? No, we have free locates on Peloton. Peloton headed into the upside. See the cost cutting a bunch of their workforce, and the CEO stepping down is the story there, up 13%. Carvana, oddly enough, is not doing anything. So, you know, you'll wait for this stock to maybe open up. I don't really see an opening print yet. It's a New York stock, so I guess it's waiting around for this to open. I don't want to make any early moves on Carvana. You know, you let it open up and let it decide what it wants to do. I think a lot of people have eyeballs there. Tesla, a bit of a dollar range, not moving. Baba hasn't broken out. NEO had that buy imbalance. It's starting to pull back in there. So it actually dipped to 45 on the open there.
I'm trying Apple.
Yeah, maybe we'll get something in front of that. It looks like it already dipped down there, and I wasn't sitting on the bid, but it wasn't open yet. It's a New York stock.
Okay, I'm trying Apple here. I don't know. Whoa, okay. All right. Well, we'll get some. Oh, we just went in low there. We put a bid in the 30s there, but I didn't even see where it went. It just dipped in there. Saw the P&L jump a bit. We were shorting Apple yesterday at 172. That's the level that we liked yesterday. This market is starting to go to the downside. The problem with Apple, again, I don't like trading names on earnings. We should have, darn it, looked at something else because we thought that this market could have a little dip opportunity, but we're trying to be as patient as we can. And hey, let's just ring the register early, at least anyways, on something. We'll just go bang for a little bit of a trade in Apple. We just took off 5%, hoping for a little bit of a move down. We don't want to be too stuck here on our sort of bias. Let's, as Neil just said there about Carvana, let's let the market just sort of settle down a little bit here. We had a huge move into the close yesterday. Let's see which way the market wants to figure this out. I'm out if we take like this 173 area, or maybe even earlier than that, like 172.50, honestly. So here we go. This is just an early shot on Apple with the market sort of trying to settle down. We're waiting for Microsoft as well to get into that level.
Yeah, and Baba's starting to go here. So it's getting really close to that 78, but yeah, I don't think this is open yet either.
Baba?
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to cancel my.
Well, it was
breakout.
77.60.
No, I don't see that. Okay, there it is. Now it looks like it's opened up. The only reason I'm canceling my order is I don't want to get into a breakout trade before it's actually open on the primary market.
Right.
Like it's a New York stock. If you get into a breakout, then all of a sudden there's like a sell order that comes in really late and tanks it down. The stock hasn't even opened. You can get yourself into some trouble there. So it's open now. NIO's probably open. Carvana is doing absolutely nothing. I don't know what to tell you. That's a little bit surprising to me. I'm on an offer for AMD, but that's all the way up at 149. So there goes Alibaba. I want to give it to the previous breakout high. To me, we had this conversation with a trader, or at least some of the traders were talking about this. If it doesn't go right away, then you don't like breakouts. It should go right away. I'm going to give it a relatively tight stop because I do like dip buys better on this stock. I'm into a dip buy on NIO as well, so we'll get to that in a quick second. And as I mentioned, AMD is far away from my offer, but I am there in front of 149.
Yeah, so right now, again, without putting our patient hat on, it's already 9:33, and we're in this short here on Apple that we didn't even have on our sticky note. All right, but it's right at that level again from yesterday. We're short at 171.90. What's up at Arab?
Li Auto, one of the many Chinese ADRs, really strong here off the open LI. We already mentioned as well of NIO and Alibaba. Context for this is extreme strength in inflows from foreign investors into the Chinese market. So Hang Seng Index officially entering bull territory at a technical level after yesterday's trading session. Strength across the board for Chinese ADRs, guys.
Li Auto to the upside.
Yeah, Apple just got us out. Li Auto? Well, you were talking about NIO. We are long Alibaba, though, finally.
Like,
Why don't I
really?
just stick with sticky notes?
Okay, so NIO's like down at 42 when Li Auto's up 10%. Yeah, we could be in the wrong one right now because NIO just popped back in to the downside. We bought it in front of that 40 level, as we mentioned. There it is. If it cannot hold on to like the evens, I'll probably just jump out of it. The fact that Li Auto's going, no, I don't like it because then you probably have some eyeballs and some longs going over to this name. So we're going to have a relatively tight stop, unfortunately. Microsoft's heading to the downside, so I'm going to cancel my breakout order. It's way too far away. We're just in two names, and Carvana, which I was completely convinced was going to be the wild thing at the open that I should be paying attention to. Yeah, you can think that something is going to happen, and then sometimes nothing does. Carvana is still inside range. I don't think that will stay for very long. So going to keep a level 2 dedicated to it anyways.
Yeah, so just a shout out to Apple that I just made the high of the day on. So what's up, Apple? But we got a little bit back into that name right now, but we just made the high of the day right there, and it just fell right back into our price. So that sucks. All right, we did get 77.92 on a pullback here for Alibaba, and then we got some out at 70. What is that price here? I can just check my order log, my trade list. Well, I just took a bunch of trades on Apple. 78.06, but now we're starting to fall back in, even on Alibaba. So, yeah, we got to be careful here as some of the names are falling in. We talked about the market giving it up, and I don't want to be too stubborn about all of this. So we'll wait. Coming back in a little bit, waiting for that 77.25. Let's try to be patient with this. Here comes Apple, finally starting to fall back in again. We're short at 172.07, but we did get stopped out of our bigger position right there. So we're red on Apple no matter really what happens now. We'll try to get more shares. I mean, this is very, very early. I still like this trade. We were dead on about that short at 172.50, but literally that's where my stop was, which was kind of stupid, but it still did go to 172.66. Oh, I cannot believe we got stopped out $1 ago on a bigger position. That is a loss of money right there. But we're making it back as it comes back down. Just that was a way bigger hit there to the upside for Apple. Just again, I even said it right. It was like 9.33, and I was like, what am I doing? But still, hit is a hit. So we'll watch out for that as here comes Alibaba back down to a decent level.
Yeah, Alibaba is out the breakout for me. Now I'm looking for the dip buy. So it took out the 78. It could not hold on to the breakout price. So separate trade, dip buying from breaking out. I think you've got room. That's a pretty big gap fill. I don't want to be guessing at it. 76.5 is in play. 76 is in play. But right now, DoorDash is down at 111. So remember, this is short sell restricted because it's now down 10%. The 110 level is where I was looking for that first little wick bottom, and then that whipsaw back into VWAP. So that would be at 110. Want to see it travel down there, hold a bid, put in a higher low, and then I look for the long trade. Carvana is still, you know what, I think it's going to make a big move. So it's gearing up to break that low of the day. I'm not saying it's going to halt, but if it does pressure down into the 110 and resist a halt, that could be a nice little bounce spot. If it takes a halt to the downside, it'll give us plenty of time to formulate a plan. Long NIO at 46 and it's at 44. But clearly, this is a Li Auto moment, and I'm here in NIO, and the adjustment might need to get made here. This thing is up 10%, and sometimes you've got to adjust on the fly because this stock is absolutely flying. Microsoft is getting close to support, by the way.
Yeah, I'm still watching out for this Microsoft trade as well. We're in here at 70s now on Alibaba, so again, I'm expecting it to go back into somewhere near those highs again. So let's just see if that can happen. Apple not doing anything until we get back up to that high. We just got out of 40% down here as well. So if the market cranks, we're fine on that one. Here comes Alibaba trying to get back again, back up to the upside. So here we go, nice little move here. Let's take something out just because it's a move up. I'll try to take out 5% up there into the mid 70s. What's up, Adara?
Another earnings name to watch out for here to the downside, Penn Entertainment, PENN, down 13% after missing earnings estimates across the board. Worth noting as well, if you are involved in this, it has a short float of about 19.2%. Pretty high short float here for PENN, guys.
I did not know the short float was that big on Penn.
Yeah, they have DraftKings tonight.
Yeah, that's sort of the thing.
Well,
I know which one of
watch out
those
now.
two I trade, and it's not Penn. It's going to be DraftKings almost 10 times out of 10. So I think DoorDash is making that move. Here is the higher low.
Here comes the market. Oh,
The market's coming to the
Apple,
downside, but this
honestly.
is a setup that is generally going to take. Give me 112 where the players dwell, if we can even get it. I don't want to chase. Don't chase, because I want it here to the local high. Oh my goodness, here comes Microsoft.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
Softies down at 95. Obviously, you have some of those big levels from the afternoon. This actually closed down at 95, pretty much exactly, 394.94. So it does have that in play. There's DoorDash. We finally got that fill. Did not want to be chasing it. So we've got this to the local bottom here, which is essentially 111. It's a couple of pennies underneath the 111 level. I'm long at 112, so we got the fill. Sometimes you have to chase it, sometimes you don't. We didn't chase here, and I should be scalping the first dollar out on that. So sometimes the SSR plays work.
Yeah.
But remember yesterday, we had 2 days ago, we had two of them were 2 for 2, and then yesterday I had it set up and it didn't work on SMCI, but SMCI sometimes is a different beast because really it did go to VWAP from there, just not the setup that I wanted. So maybe SMCI, I shouldn't trade on that strategy.
So we're taking some Apple out down here in the 50s if we can get it. We bounced off there a couple times. I did put a bid at 53. It's a low bid for sure. Alibaba's been bouncing here. It doesn't look great, honestly. I mean, it keeps on rejecting those highs. I just put an offer right there. I told you we were getting at that 50 period, but we put an offer at VWAP, which was 77 at the time. Now it's down into 70. So yeah, not looking super strong, but we're still okay. All right, Apple's trying to come in as well. Let's go back over to some other names that we looked at. We wanted to see about Tesla dropping in it. And that's exactly what it did. But it's, okay, we were looking at 178 or so. That's where my bid is. I feel that we've already sort of dip bought and sort of, done that already here on Alibaba. So I'm going to wait for that. And then that Microsoft level of 94 that I liked is trying to bounce off 95.50. That's pretty close to 94 right now. It's just, again, we were a little bearish to start. Remember, I was like, we like some of these longs, but we prefer dip buys. I just don't know where that dip buy is going to be yet. I'm not convinced with only 10 minutes into the market that this 17.5 down here, which 17.5 has been a level, so it's fine. But, yesterday before Fed, I guess, the 17.4 was the level. So I don't think Powell said much other than he didn't use the word, he used the word hike once. So I think that's off the table, which rallied the market.
Well, that's what everybody liked.
Yeah, so again, I feel that was there really ever a chance for a hike? I mean, there was just people just talk like that.
That's what my whole thing was. I actually didn't think there was that high probability of a
Right.
hike, but it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. The market seemed to like when he said it. So Alibaba, it's done this wick bottom here. So I was in the dip buy, it wicked the pre-market lows and then put in another higher low. So I'm back in on the wick out. Remember, the breakout trade is separate from the dip buy. If it can hold this higher low, it's now just underneath the 40s. DoorDash is starting to pull back in, but the way I look at these sort of SSR bounce plays is it's not for reloading. It's made a bit of a bottom. It just carried to VWAP, so I took profit out, and then I moved my stop. I'll zoom in so you can see better. You have that big gap. Now I'll move my stop from the low back into just underneath my entry price in that local bottom. It's supposed to work right away. That's the entire idea. And CVNA, I don't know what to tell you. It's starting to head down. No halts. Nothing too crazy. I know $6 is a big move, but nothing too crazy on Carvana just yet. It is falling down in. But if it starts to catch a bid, this could go real fast. to the upside. So as far as I'm concerned, this is still one of the ones I want to be in if it does catch that bid. If it can regain the pre-market lows and start breaking out tops, that's an entry that I'm going to want. So DoorDash, it'll be a positive trade, but we didn't get the big smash that we're looking for. It's essentially just 112 to 113.
Smashing.
That one's on the NASDAQ, and then we just get out at break even when it can't hold that bid. So it does work, but not as big as I would have expected there.
CGC here, canopy growth back on watch today. Fell pretty intensely yesterday, but now picking up with really strong volume, up over 11%. Not seeing any news other than the overarching excitement this week over the potential rescheduling of marijuana or plans to reschedule marijuana. It is worth noting as well, though, that CGC having lots of attention on social media right now. So CGC on watch here, guys.
Yeah, oh yeah, always on watch.
That's a day 2 SSR play as well.
Yeah.
Should be.
I like that play. I mean, we
that
talked
should
about it.
go
It's dangerous name to trade sometimes. Like yesterday, I lost on it. It's only dangerous because it moves so much. I mean, it's only a $12 name. It's just, for me, wow. I mean, look how fast it's going. Again, I feel like this is a better name that if you're going to trade it, it's not something that I would look at, because I feel like you need to read the tape, and shout out to my guy Obi back there, because I feel like you want to be able to sit here and find buyers and sellers and figure it out by watching rather than just looking at the chart. Because again, sure, it's bounced off the 200 period moving average, but you can sometimes, when you're looking at it, when it looks like this, you see a bunch of like single digits, all of a sudden you'll see a big buy, and the next thing you know, it's ramped up 30 or 40 pennies. Well, the advantage of one of the advantages we have here is be able to see depth of book and all that kind of stuff. So you could definitely see exhaustion points and things like that when you're watching the tape. So I think that CGC is a perfect example for that. So if you are, looking to try to read tape or have a good idea on potentially how stocks will move, I think you're going to get a better idea from a CGC than an Apple or something like that, where there's so many hidden shares and all that kind of stuff. I'm just hearing that Peloton's pulling back. I mean, I sat here and wrote down on the sticky note that anywhere near $4 was good, but not $3.75. I was at $3.85. Let me just make sure. I'm gonna double check where I'm at.
Oh, mine was.
No, I was at $3.89. So I was still up. I was looking to break that on the short float for Peloton on a cutting of workforce. We knew that this. I mean, this is like, look, this $4 level. I mean, we love that level. That's the 50 period moving average. There's a lot of love there for $4 short, but unfortunately, too much of it, and it just turned around. I'm still
position
just in Alibaba.
for me.
Yeah, go. Yeah,
It's going to be Fastly.
should have bought.
Obviously, if you're
Microsoft.
down 38%, you're going to be short sell restricted. It just did this wick bottom. I think this is going to be worth a couple of shots.
did
'Cause
we
I have
not
my
buy
stop here at $8. I just got in on this consolidation. That wick bottom on a stock down this far, that's SSR. If it can hold 8, but I should see it bounce off 8 first, I'm realizing. I'm long at 9s. If it breaks 8, I'm out. If it holds 8, I'm going to add back through VWAP. So I'm not putting anything. I'm going to add to it if it gets through VWAP, which is about 11s and 12s. So if I can see that happen, I'll leave the stop at 8. If it breaks 8, we'll look for another level. BABA's still holding 77.50. Carvana's starting to bounce. So I thought this would be halt down before anything like this happened, but I was starting to get a little bit of a bounce and some pep in its step in Carvana. If this can take out the top, it's going to be crowded, but if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go.
Yeah.
I haven't said that in a very long time. I used to love that line.
I still can't believe. I mean, I can believe everything because this is the market, but we were just talking about Microsoft down there, and it got close, man. It got close to that 394. I'm at 394.25. I mean, it didn't get there. It got to 395.50, but that was pretty close. So next time, if we see some ideas that we really like that are starting to base out, even if it's not at our price, that could be something to look at. Tesla seems a little bit more dangerous to me because it's not really recovering at all. It did wick down to 180. That's beautiful. Not super. We're hearing that AMD is starting to head southbound here potentially.
Yeah.
Or is it?
Oh
No,
my
is it?
goodness.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
new
yeah,
lows.
it is.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So chip names.
Sitting
This is where the
$5
weakness
higher?
is, man.
You gotta be kidding me.
Wow. What the hell's going on? What the? Is going on with AMD?
The chips are flushing. I'm canceling my AMD offer. I was sitting up here in front of those highs, but we're not going to get the Powell highs. Maybe, and you know exactly where I'm going to go next. If I see them flushing, and obviously Intel 31's not a thing, that was yesterday's trade, today's trade could be VWAP. It's not nearly as weak. I'm just scanning through every single one where I might express a trade with chips falling. Rejection of 100 on ARM, so that would put a short back into 100 into play here, and it hasn't gone yet. So again, just looking for something where I know I would want to express a trade and finding a level that makes some sense. So if I'm going to short to 100, I need this to probably get at least a VWAP on ARM. I thought we were shorting pops on weak stocks that we liked, but it might not be the case at all. Let's go to Adair.
Not seeing anything new here in advanced micro devices. Looks like all of these major indices taking a little bit of a nosedive here, but it is worth noting as well, AMD did get a price target decrease from benchmark this morning from 245 to 200. So price target decrease to keep in mind for AMD. Not seeing anything new though, guys.
So we actually have to pay for locates on ARM. I'm just going to go ahead and do that now. It'll be nothing. But you ought to make sure you have them. And if it pops up, I want to be sure that I have the ability to grab them. We'll look at SMCI in a second. I see some people there. 1/8 of 1 cent is the cost to borrow for us at Real Trading on ARM. Understand that your broker might be different because you might hold overnight. For us, it's basically free. I mean, 1/8 of 1 cent on a $100 stock is essentially free. So once I process that, fine. I'm assuming SMCI is probably getting destroyed. I do want short, but I have to have a short that sets up. SMCI, okay, I mean, destroyed is all figurative. It's not as bad as yesterday, down at 730. ARM still in the pocket, and that we'll have to wait for it. Fastly, it's getting pretty close to where I want to add to this, like I was saying, getting through VWAP in here. I'm still going to have an 8 stop, but I wanted to be sure that it was coming on the way back up. Did I get it? Yeah, I just got some shares there. So this is better. Like the way you should be taking this is not on the way down there. It's bouncing off 8 and then get that long. But it's still an SSR bounce play. If it gets to the high, that's 25. I'm holding the bulk of it past that into the pre-market top, which is like 860.
Okay, yeah, I mean, some levels are coming in here. So I just put an offer to get out of half if Alibaba breaks this low. We were able to get VWAP up there. So when it came back up, we were able to get a bit of shares there. This is when AMD was starting to tank, and we were just like, I was like, what is going on? So we got filled up there, then this turned around, but we only got filled on 10% of our position, a little 15% or so of our position. We got the full fill, but we're waiting for higher. So I talked about that. So if we can break that bottom, then like it sucks that like we're out of that Apple trade, but again, it's better to be wrong and then take the hit. Like I'm seeing my net is still fine. It's not fine. I mean, we have Apple and Alibaba, they're both losing, but you know, we didn't have to suffer through this ripping to the upside. Sure, it came back and we were able to short it and make a little bit, but the idea here is that if Alibaba goes down, and I know I wrote down $77 here for the long, so I don't need to be holding 77.70. You know, so we'll take it. We have to be buying dips at some point because it's not always going to come into your price. But if we do take 30 or so there, we're going to get out. Like Microsoft's been the one that's really holding right now. And then Tesla, we just got noted that it was down to 180 again on that wick bottom. But this name, looks to be like catching.
This is a weird morning, man.
So it is weird.
Because I liked dip buys on Baba, that's lost. I like dip buy on NEO, that lost, although NEO was pretty small because I mean, it only went like 5 cents against me or something like that, but it is what it is. And then the only 2 trades that have worked are like the gimmick.
Go short.
Like the SSR bounce play higher low on Fastly's now starting to go. I've taken some out there 25 and then got some at 30. My next offer is out in front of 50. And then it was DoorDash as well. Like the bad stocks. And even then, like DoorDash, we took it to VWAP, we moved our stop. That's the plan of action. I'm never gonna, remember, it's down 10% because of something bad. So when you get the setup, you want to make sure you profit from it and then don't turn it into a losing trade. Now, Fastly's obviously down more, so I think it has a little bit better of a relief rally opportunity. But just like DoorDash, I do not want this getting back underneath VWAP. I have an 8 stop on it, but I added to it and I'm now long 813. The original long was at 809. If this can't hold on to VWAP, then I just get out of it. Do not want to turn this into a losing trade. The market is absolutely running to this downside. I did get the locates on ARM, but that's only the first half. You know, the second half of the story is getting an entry that actually makes sense, because if I can't get 99s into 100, there's got to be something else. Yeah,
here comes Apple. We're still bidding 73s. we missed it last time it was down here. So I put a bid now as, yeah, the market is heading southbound big time. There it is. Okay,
Wow.
so we'll take it. We'll go bang on that one. On just the hold for it. There goes Alibaba. So we did get out of that half spot there that we talked about. As there we go, we're dripping down lower now. So yeah, not good, man, not good. I mean, good. We talked about these levels and we talked about being bearish. The only problem is we had gotten out of our Apple literally $1 ago, which has hurt us. The BABA trade was wrong. We had a couple outs. We're still holding a little bit. I still feel pretty comfortable trying that 77 because right now I don't feel like we're too offside yet in the market because we talked about that bottom yesterday of 17.4. So I kind of now feel that pretty comfortable with what we have. We have the Apple short. We have a half position in Alibaba, which makes me feel better, but still not winning. 17.4, you know, that's going to be the level coming through right now.
Amazon's holding.
Amazon's holding, yeah. Oh, and then we had a look at Google. Microsoft, I mean, the trade idea number one, honestly, I didn't number them, but the one that we'd written down, number one here, was the Microsoft long. And we wrote down 394. It got to 395.50, now up $3-4 from there. So, yeah, nice move upside for Microsoft, not happening for us for Alibaba. But we're still in a little bit of this. Maybe this can get back up and we'll be able to put a W on the board here for Alibaba, bouncing off 77.25 down there.
So you know what, if I'm sitting there and it's like most of the ideas either didn't come to price levels that I wanted or they've already gone in and out of Alibaba, gone in and out of Neo. I'm still in Fastly, which is holding out okay. But I want to see relative strength, relative weakness. We know about the chips. If we can get something at a reasonable entry, I like ARM, Intel, probably not going to get. Amazon holding a higher low and VWAP in here as the market's obviously a little bit strong. Or weak, I should say. So I do like this one if we can barcode a little bit off of VWAP. Just want to make sure we're not heading another leg down. We showed Alibaba, but not NIO. So NIO, I was basically in right here at 45, and I gave it to just under 40. But now you're looking at a little bit more strength. So it held green, that's 527, and it bounced off 530. So that would be the next logical level. But if you're catching it on the way up, which is generally the better way to do it, you probably have missed that. So I need it back underneath 540 into the 30s to get a reasonable risk to reward. Still like Microsoft. If it can, I mean, if the market reverses, that breakout of the top still valid. It's just not close enough yet. But I'm not chasing, like I liked AMD short here off of the afternoon highs. And I would have taken Intel off the afternoon highs like yesterday. But I'm not shorting this thing at the bottom. If I like the short on the stock, it's got to be maybe a bounce off VWAP. It would be back to green if it got above 144.25. So that is another level worth playing. So 144 would be the first try, 144.25 area on AMD. And other than that, I'm not chasing these lows. It just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense. Intel's not really moving enough. I'll let it make its next move, and then we'll decide. And the other name that we have not gotten to is Peloton.
Yes.
Oh, goodness. There's like Peloton.
Oh, yeah, Peloton. Huh.
Oh, shoot. I didn't pay for locates on that either.
You don't have to, you said.
Oh, I did, you're right.
I put it.
No, we
I
don't
put an
have
offer
to.
out.
You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, you do not have to.
Usually we have to pay for locates here. You actually don't. But this is a trapped along moment. And much like AMD, I'm not going to smash the bottom. But if this gets right back in to this yesterday's high, the 330 area, I think you short the pops on Peloton. Because what I see is squeeze, trap, and back lower. I think that can be a short for the entire day. I just want it back into 330. So we're looking to get shorts, but we're going to be patient about shorting pops here and not trying to short bottoms.
Yeah, so I have a starter position in SMH right now. I mean, it's, you know, the market's turning around to go long, which is fine. We still have a little bit piece of that Alibaba, and we got that out on Apple. So right now we only have 40% left on Apple. But we talked about the AMD move to the downside, and it's just what's been leading this market down has been the chips. So if the market's going to continue to go, although the market's starting to head up, you know, AMD's still looking lower there, and I know we just had AMD earnings, so that's why we have to be careful, not just to short the SMH just because of one name. But we're under VWAP here for NVIDIA. You know, you can look at a name like a Micron. I actually haven't looked at Intel. I haven't even heard you talk about that either, so I don't know if there's anything going on.
Not at 31.
Okay, so exactly. So not much happening there. Micron looks low here. Look at the difference when there's no catalysts. Like the volume in this chart looks like this. So we're just going to look at SMH now. So you can look, I heard Adara the other day talking about SOXL and different things like that that you might want to look at to trade. So that's available too if you're looking for a lesser price. This is 3 times, but for me it doesn't matter. When I'm trading a $210 name, like I don't need the leverage, so we'll wait for it. But this is another name here that you could also look at to get 3x the move. This might actually be more exciting for me, to be honest with you, because I like pushing maybe a little bit more shares. Well, this is a little harder sometimes to gauge the SMH. But again, the chart's going to look exactly the same. I actually thought I added SOXL to my scanner here yesterday.
Carvana could break.
Carvana could break. Okay, so just quickly, we'll go to Carvana in a minute, but I'm bidding 209.70 for a spot out on SMH. So let's go over to Carvana.
Every single time we're like, okay, it's about to break the top, and we're live. What ends up happening is it doesn't break the high, and we sit there staring at the level 2. But look, 122 is the pre-market high. It did the dip. There was no halt down, which I kind of felt if it broke the pre-market low, you could halt down. So I wasn't looking to be on the bid dip buying the stock. But if it takes out the 122, I'll take a shot. I think for me, it'll be like an immediate scalp to 125 because that's a big round number. And then after that, we'll sort of play it by ear. Okay, now of course it's not going. That's what happens. Like you look left, it goes right. Back on the bid of NIO because it put in a higher low off previous close. So that's in front of 530. And then the only thing that I'm in right now is that Fastly SSR bounce play, which I'm gonna keep zooming in and out. It's putting in a higher low, so that's a good sign. I'm not at the point that I would trail this underneath 820. I think it would need to bust this next high at 840, and then I would trail back underneath the 820. So Fastly's working, down 36%. It's a weird morning because after everything, the strongest stocks that are going up are the weirdest ones to be going up.
Yeah, let's go right now. We just put on that's why I switched it. I mean, guys, I've tried to adapt here just like we all are. Like, when I noticed, for me anyways, that these tech names, the SMH, AMD, we just went over to SMH. SMH now almost $1 in the money. We are now long Tesla off of our 178, but here we go. It's going to the downside. Numbers with Adara.
Factory orders month over month just coming in here for March, 1.6%. In line with consensus, 1.6%, slightly below the forecast of 1.8%. Factory orders ex transportation exactly in line with the forecast, 0.5% there for the month of March. So those are the numbers we got in here at 10 a.m. Market continuing a little bit to the downside. Both the NASDAQ and S&P 500 showing some early strength off of some strong earnings from names like Qualcomm, but a little bit weaker here. Still positive on the day, though, for both. Let's take a look at some of these other names to watch today. Etsy, ETSY, one of the many earnings names here. This one down over 16% after missing sales and GAAP EPS across the board here. So ETSY to the downside. Also Qualcomm here, very strong at 1 point up over 10%, beating earnings across the board and raising its revenue and EPS guidance above expectations. So QCOM on watch here as well. So many earnings to look at as this market continues to go to the downside, guys.
Bye-bye.
Let's just honestly, let's throw up the idea generator. I mean, we just put on SMH. It's $1.40 now in the money. We talked about why we like that name, and there it goes, man. It is SMH, and it is raining down right now. And we had just put that on. So I feel really confident, and sometimes with some of those kind of plays, we were waiting for a little bit more upside, but I like switching over into the ETFs. The one name that's not working, and it's dropping pretty fast right now, is Tesla. We're out at 177.50, man. This is an exact 50-cent hit. So we're fine. I mean, again, 50 cent on Tesla. We're going to do that, but there it goes. We're not going to be that trader that just sits there and takes it against us again and again and again. So there goes Tesla. It just broke, and then it comes right back. We were just long at 178. All right, I just said we're not going to be that trader. Let's be that trader and just try it one more time there. But again, half a position just to see if it goes back up. This one will have to make $1 on to make it back. But now, okay, here it goes. Watch out for that 177 on a temporary flush. The market is bouncing off some of those areas from yesterday, so we're going to watch out for that. We made the money on SMH, but just gave some back there on Tesla, so that's not nice. But there it is right here, Tesla, 177.50. Trying to be patient with our levels, taking a couple shots here at it, but, shots eventually go straight to the head, and at some point, that's what may happen with my position here, getting a little drunk on some Tesla shares.
Yeah, it's one of these days, man. Like I don't have a single short, and it's frustrating. I'm trying to avoid the longs that weren't in the plan at this point. But like Intel, I didn't take the VWAP short, and it absolutely fell apart. ARM, I just didn't have a setup. Let me just cancel that. ARM broke down, it's falling. So we didn't get either one of those two. Peloton, no pop at all. It just dropped right into the $3. I think this still could go. The only change I've made here is I took some more out of Fastly. So I have only half the position now. When it broke that consolidation, I said I wouldn't move my trail there unless it broke the high. So instead of moving the trail, I just took a little bit out. So I'm still holding half of it, but I felt like it was prudent to get something out of that long. Neil's still holding on to the bottom, at least temporarily. Amazon's showing some signs of strength, still holding that VWAP, so I think that could come into play, but I wanted that down move to be resisted at least a little bit. And there was a question, someone asking me, am I going to go long SMCI at 700?
Oh, go.
No, you know what? I'm going to stick to other names for SSR plays, not SMCI. I've traded that stock 4 times ever, and that was the first time I tried an SSR bounce yesterday, and it didn't work out for me. So that setup, I'm going to stay away from an SMCI. Good luck to anybody. Down 3%,
Yes.
like all the other chip names.
We're up on Tesla. Honestly, wow, so stupid. All right, well, Heart Attack Nation represent. I mean, Apple right here is now a dollar in the money on Apple. Like, give that up. Like, that was, like making the high wick there on serious shares really sucks as we continue to battle back all freaking day. But there it is right now. It's a dollar club finally for Tesla. But let's just wait to see if we can get a little bit higher. We still have half of our position from the bottom there. So again, we did punch out. We got stopped out. I really like this new form of trading. Like, get out when it's not there and then still stay with it. See if you like it. You could get absolutely run over. We have not done that yet. But there it goes. Nice move. And then we'll make the solid plays, about as solid as it can get for me. SMH, downside push right there. Good out. We still have a third left of this name. As I had to take that when that went into the money like that. There's nothing I can do. Apple's been, again, a great trade, but I have literally the worst out. You're probably going to, if you have a worse out, man, please message me at Trader TV Sean. I'd like to lament with you on that one. But then Alibaba, we did hold a little bit. We just got a decent pop back up there. We will be red on this unless this can really get going, which would be fine by me because right now we've got the Tesla long down here at 177.28. But again, just back to green on Tesla. Just back to green because we had take that hit when it breaks 178. So our style of trade, as we say this all the time, is going to be a little different in time frames than yours, most likely. Like, if Tesla goes down 50 cents, you probably might not punch that out, you know, but I'm going to do that, and just like we'll take some profit when it goes 50 cents in the money sometimes. But I think this one has a chance to work, especially if the market bounces off this level. We already looked at the higher level of the market and think that this is a decent bottom right here, considering nothing's changed for Powell, and we have Apple earnings later on today. So I feel like pretty good about it. We're way higher than we were now. We're way higher now than we were 30 minutes ago when we take that L on Apple. So let's go back upside for Tesla, and then we'll really start to scream. But SMH right now is a 1 and a deuces. $2 in the money on SMH as we continue to go down. Man, we flipped the script on that one.
Yeah, the market's absolutely tanking. You got to, I mean, obviously I wanted some shorts, didn't get them. I'm avoiding getting some longs that I might normally have in a situation like this. Like, I might already be long Amazon, and I don't think I'm going to do it. First adjustment here, I'm not getting VWAP on Peloton. It's holding the $3 level. I don't want to take a break, so 320 is a consolidation low. I'm going to short back into that. I like the reversal. I want to be in it. We'll go for that level. Neil's holding. I'm long at 36. It's at 34. I don't know what to tell you there. Like, it's holding the bottom, which is good. And probably maybe it was a bad decision. Maybe didn't need to get out of Fastly, some shares there, but I did as the market was going down. Once it breaks out the top, I'm going to get some out in front of 850. And Carvana, I have now canceled my order again in CVNA because it is pulled back underneath VWAP. So that breakout that I said was about to happen, it just didn't go on Carvana. You're right back into the low. So a little bit of a disappointment. AMD is the 140 level. I mean, it could be a break. I see you in the chat there, chill vibes. AMD down 2%. I think it's a decent possibility. The 141's also in play. I just feel like there's going to be a bounce. The futures are pretty much at where, like, we still haven't gotten to where we closed, and if we get to that price on the NASDAQ, I think you could see a little bit of a bounce, and I don't want to be punching any bottoms there. I'm just looking to short the first available pop. We're not going to get ARM. We might not get that intel, but I want to be patient with it. Thankfully, the SSR plays have worked for me on the bounces because that's where the 2 wins would be for myself, DoorDash and now Fastly. SMC high. Ooh. Oh, by the way, NVIDIA is not as bad as the other names in the chip space. Just want to throw that one out there. But that's about to change if it breaks 830. If NVIDIA holds 830 and we get a bounce, I would put it in the good column, at least temporarily. Most of the other chip names, I think I will be looking for shorts.
Okay. All right, Alibaba, man, is starting to go a little bit. I just got to make sure that we have enough. Enough offers available here to get out in case we do get upside. I just canceled them all so I can reassess. All right, we are right here now at VWAP. So this is going to be a trade for me. Did we just get that, Phil? No, we did not. We're offering 60s, 61, sorry, right now as we just bounced a little bit off there. Hopefully, not hopefully, but yeah, well, hopefully, I guess. Alibaba will continue to make that high side run right now for us. So let's see if that is a play or not. There goes Tesla. It finally breaks the bottom there. So we stay red on that. We got out on the way up. We reloaded that. It does break 177, bottom side there for Tesla. The net isn't changing dramatically, and part of that is because of what we have on board with everything else, man. I mean, this SMH call is going to be, for me, a savior here. Now $3 in the money on this trade because we lost on Tesla. Like, that 178 didn't hold. Let's see if Microsoft is down that. Okay, so here comes Microsoft again as well. All right, well, we broke yesterday's, or right at yesterday's low, I should say, right now in those futures. So, all right, let's try here, I guess, on Softy. We might have just missed that very bottom. Again, we weren't really, okay, we'll buy a little bit here above. I don't know if we like to buy above 395 right now, considering we just got a little bit of a dip in there, but we'll put a bid lower. And we start a starter position here at 395, understanding that we could have a $2 or $3 winner to the upside, but watching out for that 394, which was more in the pocket for our concern. So, okay, we'll wait for that one. Other than that, man, did we get our Alibaba up there? Yes, we did. So there it is. So we do get that 61 up there. So that was pretty good. I feel like we might have got that when we put it out there and it just didn't adjust. But it's right there right now. SMH still moving downside, and we'll try this softy bottom.
So speaking of things that are at the softy bottoms.
Hello.
Soggy bottom.
Hello.
That's from Paw Patrol. I knew it.
Paw Patrol. Yeah, I love Paw Patrol.
Soggy. Yeah. Yes, it is. I'm sure about that. I haven't watched in a while. My daughter's thankfully moving past that a little bit. Starbucks, if the SSR bounce plays are working, then a day 2 play is what I'm going to go to next. I'm going to short pops, but I got to wait for them to happen. So Starbucks has made a wick bottom. There's a consolidation at 770, so clearly a buyer there. A couple of wicks underneath that have held 73.60, which is what price, you ask? That last dip into the close. Same support level on Starbucks. Once it gets above 75, I'm going long. And then we're going to look for that VWAP move. I think this can be one that can even break VWAP, but we'll see. If it can break this little consolidation here, I'm going long into that low. But it has to show me the upside move first. NEO does not hold on, so again, try to be patient. Look for another dip buy off of that low. It does not hold on to the bottom. We'll get out and look for another place to get back into the trade. You're seeing it stair step down, so you don't want to be giving it up, right? Like, I don't want to sit here and turn around and have like 8 shots at NEO when really it's not going. So the SSR play, I just got into Starbucks. Fastly's working. So this will be one of those types of days where a very specific setup is the only thing that's working for the long side. And it's going to be that SSR bounce. So Fastly's doing it here. It just got to 840. We're long at 13s. We had 9s and we added at 13s. And we're into Starbucks, which is, again, the same type of play. A little bit weaker. This is a day 2 play as well. It has to hold on to 77.60. Well, technically it's 58.
All right. Oh, no. Yeah, that's a nasty chart. Good look on that one, man. I'm glad you've been able to find that one out.
Well, it doesn't.
My coffees are getting. I almost need another. Like, I have
the heater on.
3 half coffees.
I am
here.
freezing, dude.
All right. Yeah, my hands. I feel fine. Well, yeah. See, honestly, I think it's the short sleeves.
I even have like goosebumps. It's gonna be 20 degrees out here today, which is like
I know,
it's room temperature, but It's spring in Canada, so you take what you can get.
Microsoft, yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Canada, the weather is turning the corner for sure. All right, so right now, Microsoft is now 50 cents in the money off that bottom there, but it stopped at 396. I was waiting for higher than that, but now I'm going to be there. We'll see about taking half of it out for $1-ish if we can get that. That should be pretty sweet. Baba's still holding out. SMH, nice battle back for SMH. So let's try to think about not losing on this trade. 209, if we could break more above that, I feel like that should be something that we look at just to get out. I mean, we've been holding that bottom, and if it can come back up to the top, I mean, the top is really up here, 210 again. That would be a pretty sweet reload. Obviously, if that gets going, then Microsoft probably shoots the moon as well. So I feel pretty good if we were able to get this out right around here. We did lose because we should have got out at the bottom, but again, without knowing the bottom wick. Let's just play discipline and get it out here and just call it a day on SMH and then wait for a reload on this name because, hey, I don't mind the bottom. We talked about where that bottom could be, and I got to do a little bit of a better job. Let me just make sure what this is because you know what? This is an ETF, so it's not like it's going to react too specifically to even dollar prices. All right, so what I was going to get at is possibly a better job done on this. We should have flipped over to the TQs. We talked about that was one of our number one stock. It was our number one stock in, what month is this? In April, and then we nailed it yesterday. But right there, we talked about it coming into the bottom. That was the bottom from yesterday. We just hit it. So that's, if you guys are short, you should probably have covered or looking to cover half or something. And then if you're looking for longs, that was a great long pickup. And that did give us, guys, the dollar winner there on Microsoft. So yeah, so far so good here today. But yeah, the Tesla hit hurt. Didn't hurt, but hurts that it didn't work. I wish that would have. And then yeah, Microsoft a good bottom take there as well.
I feel like this is
Alibaba. I mean,
this morning's resembling like the afternoon yesterday, where you're just sitting there and you're waiting because I don't want to be short at bottoms. And it was kind of the same thing at that top. It's like if you like the long after that initial move up, like what were you? You were waiting for something, either a break of the high of the day where you could continue the move, or just in a consolidation and you're short waiting for it to break down. Eventually it broke down, but you had to wait for it for like 30, 40 minutes, and then Powell left the podium. Amazon through VWAP, no longer looking like the strong name that I wanted. NVIDIA kind of on the other churn. As this is now a wick bottom, if this can recover VWAP, I do like that. Manuel, Pfizer, Look, Pfizer is relatively strong in testing highs, and you know what? I don't have an excuse for forgetting about Pfizer because Adara told me all about this one on the aftermarket show, and this was her best stock yesterday, and she had a good long in it. And I came in saying I should look at Pfizer tomorrow because if it starts to trend up, sometimes it's a nice gentle trend when it goes, and you can be in it all day if you find yourself a good spot. It just broke out. First available dip into 72.25. I mean, you pick something up in the 40s. On the daily chart, it literally has anywhere to go to, but 28.25 would be the reasonable level, and it's far away from there. The downward trend might be breaking on Pfizer, although if you've been holding this thing at anything other than like the 26 level, you've been getting destroyed. 26 has been good support.
Oh, I was like, are we down? No, I put the wrong. Hold on a second.
Oh, by the way, you know what we forgot about this morning?
Okay, it worked.
We didn't mention anything about Moderna, which is breaking out. So
upside.
Yeah, only because I was just talking about Pfizer. It is worth mentioning. We try to cover everything, but you try to focus on the stocks that you want to trade as a trader. And you know, Moderna is breaking out. Yay, Moderna! This is a shot play in my long term, but it is already busted that 115 and is absolutely flying to the upside. I do like some dip buys in Pfizer. I think you're more conservative the way that you trade Pfizer than Moderna. But if you're in that break, I think you could see 120 is the next resistance level up. Thanks, Randy.
Yeah, Randy, we got the reload there.
Oh, that was so key because it's absolutely freezing.
Oh, yeah, it feels better for the hands already. Yeah, so I was actually thinking about buying Tesla. So that's what I was stumbling with because I kept on putting out an order, and then it turned out that I had offers higher. And we had talked about that. You can do that, but then it will reschedule it as a short sell. So I just had to cancel that, put this out as a sell. So 77.80, we just got out right there. I'm still in some. It's too bad. Again, this is why I'm happy with the day, but like not, because Alibaba broke there, and sure, it went a little lower, but at the end of the day, we wrote down 77. If we were patient enough, we could have been long here, like 77.20s again. So, you know, it's the same. It's kind of the same story. We weren't very patient yesterday into the Fed when we had those huge plays and made everything back, all the stupidness that we did, shorting all the way up, and then eventually it worked. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about, I tweeted it all out. I mean, all my trades are there on Twitter. Go find me at TraderTV Sean. But like yesterday, when the futures did this, and Powell, this is 2 o'clock. This is 2:30, sorry. So 2 o'clock, nothing. I'm saying to myself, I believe this dude's hawkish. I didn't really see anything too dovish. Brendan was here reporting them, all the strike throughs and all the different wording and all that stuff. He wasn't overly anything. And the market just kept on going to the upside. He did not talk about hikes. So once that sort of came through, and then he left the podium, and then this happened. So we were able to pay dirt from here. We lost here, hit it back there. So at the end of the day, it was just like, we wound up fine, but we could have been much better with more patience. And the story is true of Microsoft, honestly, because
No position's a position.
no position's a position. Yeah, but yeah, it's not. It's just shorting where we shouldn't have been shorting. It's not just looking back at it. I was fine doing it when I was doing it, but at the same time, you know, patience is a thing.
I finally have a short position, by the way, and in an absolute surprise to probably everybody, it's going to be in Intel. But it's the first thing that's set up, so it's not going to be VWAP. It showed the bottom in front of 30, technically 19, it looks like, and then it made this top here at 30.35 a couple of times. So there's the first, second time. Once it made this wick, I jumped in. I always feel like I'm getting 32 or 33 as prices lately because every single time I get into a position, I'm like, hey, Larry Bird or Magic Johnson. So if it breaks out from here, it'll be a relatively tight stop and then hunt for VWAP. That's going to be the plan of action. On Intel, I have bids to the low of the day, then I'm going to hold a third of the position through there. Fastly's starting to come back here. Look, I'm on a dip buy VWAP for Pfizer, so if we get that one, fine. But this SSR play is not really something that I'm looking to buy dips on. Generally, the strategy is get in, and if it breaks trend, get out. So I'm still getting out if it breaks underneath VWAP, but it has worked pretty solidly so far. But when a weak market, the stock is down 37%. If it doesn't carry all the way to the pre-market high, then that's just, it isn't meant to be. But at the end of the day, at least this trade, strategy-wise, is working out. But if it can't hold VWAP, I don't want to be in this one too much longer here. And it's already 10:20. So let's get on to Adara. Yes, yeah. We got to get to the small cap recap. Again.
Go, Adara.
Sorry about that. IWM finding a little bit of resistance here at that previous support area, but overall still continuing to trend upward a little bit here, much like the NASDAQ and SPY trying to make a little bit of recovery after initially falling earlier in the session. We have a lot of small caps moving today, a lot of earnings names, including Aspen Aerogels, ASPN. This one forecasting higher EPS and revenue than expected, including unexpected profit forecast here, also beating earnings here, so ASPN to the upside. We also have XBP Europe. XBP is the ticker for this one, up almost 70% after getting a $40 million multi-year contract for a transformation project for a passport office. And last but not least, Emergent Biosolutions, EBS. This one has a short float of over 11%. This one also posting an earnings beat here. So EBS up 85%, another earnings winner here, guys.
Absolutely, and thank you very much there, Adara. As always, we're going to focus on the things we're trading on. We love when you guys give us symbols. It's always good to get some stuff that's moving in small cap space, especially when you're looking for opportunities that you might not have had in your original plan. So I did just get some out there halfway to the bottom on Intel. And as I said, I moved my stop on Fastly. I just want to point something out today. Like when I was on the aftermarket show and Carvana made that move, I was already in my head thinking of things that Carvana could do that I would be trading. And I sat down this morning thinking of, okay, I'm going to get ready, could halt down, look for the halt re-entry plan. All of this stuff was going through, and there hasn't been a trade in Carvana for me today. And maybe there won't be one at the end of the day. That's fine. I came in thinking that was going to be the thing I risked on this morning. And if there's nothing there and there wasn't a smash spot, you don't have to trade it. But I think it's a bit of a disappointment. But I'm at least not in it. because I'm very disappointed in that name, and I just feel like something's going to happen, and I want to be ready when it does. We took some profit on Intel, but I said my stop was going to be at the 35. We managed to get profit at that 27 level, and then I look for the VWAP retrace, which is generally the bread and butter of a short in that bottom. It's still underneath the previous close, but I want to give this a chance. If it breaks the VWAP, I like that trade a little bit more. I can always jump back in off the lows if we get a chance. Mikey just says Intel long. Maybe if it goes into a long here, I don't mind getting out, like stopping out for a couple of pennies and then trying to re-enter that trade at a better price. I have absolutely no issues with.
All right, I want to say the same thing about entering and re-entering prices, because like we actually got out of SMH when it broke through 209. And I was like, oh man. And then I looked at it and 209 held and we came back in. So I shorted it again just as we went to break. You might have heard me say I've shorted SMH. And then it came back into 208 again. So we actually got 208.20s off this short that we have right now, 208.70. But I still want to play it back to 209.50. So I still want to be on this name. Although the futures are starting to battle back, which is, it's all good, baby. Because look at Microsoft right here, man. This is almost a $2 winner right now, and we'll try to ring the register at some point. But I want to go longer on this, man. I think 398. Let's see if we can really turn this day around and make it something special here at the end of it all. Alibaba, there's 60 cents on Alibaba. We will fire off the hot dog cannon on this one, despite, again, like how everybody trades it is their own thing. But like here, why can't I zoom in more on this? Okay, that did not work at all. Zoom, zoom, zoom. All right. Oh, now it's reacting. Okay. So right there, like we did get out on that 200 period break. Would have loved, I have bids down here at 77. Would have loved to grab that. But there goes Alibaba Northside trading on BA. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye on Carvana right now if you are involved. CEO, Ernest Garcia, currently on CNBC discussing the company's earnings and growth. So just be aware if you are involved in CVNA, CEO on CNBC right now, guys.
Right.
I mean, maybe that gives it a break. I don't know. You'd like to see that stock break out of the range, which would be nice. But stocks that are up 35% with 30% short floats don't usually have inside days. And you just have to be patient with it. Obviously, there was no dip to be had just yet on Pfizer. So it broke out the top. I took a little bit in. I'm going to buy back into the higher low. So this is not a VWAP play anymore because the top got taken out on Pfizer. There's still room to go. Pinduoduo's apparently blasting, which makes some sense. The entire group was up. That was on the watch list for, it wasn't just Baba on the watch list. It was actually the entire group. And PDD up 7% is probably the leader, I'm going to say. I'm just pointing out the daily chart because I have 136 marked off. That was a big support to resistance level on PDD. I'm not in it, but if you are, my 2 cents is 136 is a pretty big level that could head to the downside. Obviously, now that we're headed back to the upside, the one thing that we're in is right back and working. It's the only thing I've been in long the whole way through, and it looks like it's going to be a relatively clean one here on Fastly, which is weird because it's down 35%.
So we just covered Alibaba on an absolute monster move up. Like, again, kind of out of nowhere there. I don't know where that move was. But here it is right here. We have written down, again, like Alibaba. It's too bad. Like, we have it written down 77 long. It's now, that's $1 in the money. We did get pretty low, man. We did get as low as 77.25. All right. SMH, here we go. We're getting close, man. We're short at 209.30 right now on SMH. It's not looking good. We broke through the 50. I mean, again, we're right at the 50-period moving average. I said something that we need to put into our toolbox is those longer plays, like looking out, seeing tops, seeing bottoms, and hitting them aggressively. Because now that I'm seeing sort of what you can do, all right, with those plays, we just took some out for flat there. By the way, just come into 209.40 again for SMH. I have more. Oops, that's the wrong bid. All right, so let's get some more bids out now because this is a nice little fall. I do have one at 209.07 as well. I'm going to put another bid right here. All right, come in 209.07 now. Okay, man, let's just see. This is not a bad play here, hopefully for us. All right, Microsoft continuing to go. Watch out for VWAP up there at 397. But really not my whole morning, but my current plays are really relying on SMH. I just put it out at 209.75. So if it goes back up there, that's definitely something that we will be in there. I think so, Carlos. I think he got wrecked or is lost on it. When he comes back, we'll find out. He's not here right now on Starbucks for Neil there. All right, so Apple, nice short side play. Come on, SMH. Just one flush here. Like, if we can get a flush, we're bidding 30, by the way, just to get out of, again, another 5%. I want this flush to come in. Like, and I'm bidding down here at 209, right where that gap was right there. If we can get that filled, great. And then let's see the push lower. Let me just check. Just bounced off of us right there. Let me just check out what NVIDIA's doing. All right, so see? So everything's kind of right here. AMD was the one from yesterday. Now, yesterday, I talked about AMD getting to 140 and then possibly buying that up. So that would be a level I feel like for a little, not concerned, but a level that you want to look at there on AMD if it comes in for a longer term play. But SMH I was bidding 30s. It went to 31. But again, let's see if we can get a little lower here on SMH. This is what we're waiting for now. This could change the trajectory of my net, but a lower move, there we go. We get the 30 fill. A lower move down for this is recommended by me.
Yeah, I think you just had a nice little turn right at the 17.5 level on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, hopefully.
But I'm in too long, but Fastly is an SSR play, and Pfizer is a trend up on a pharma name. So I don't think it matters what's happening to the Qs in that particular case. I'm not too worried about it. But this wick high, I looked for a better entry price on Intel. It just didn't get to VWAP. So I'm right back here underneath the 3040. And I cannot believe we forgot, I forgot about Peloton breaking $3. There's no we. It was me that, I'm talking about it. I'm the one that should have been on this stock. It broke $3 even. It is now short sell restricted because it went underneath $2.90. So I'd be very careful with this. It's SSR now down over 10%. There could be a bounce play, but if it fails a $3 level on the way back or VWAP, I would be looking for some shorts in Peloton. So we're just long two names. At this moment, I still want to be shorting a couple of chip names. We were already in Intel, and we're looking for a re-entry under 40s. ARM at VWAP could come into play as well. So ARM, try to be patient here. It's right back at 98. I think we can get to that 98.5 spot and look for a curl on that name. So far, so good for very specific strategies for me, and that's going to be, we'll see about Pfizer, but that's just been the SSR longs. Those have carried it for me, and everything else, there have been smaller hits, but at the end of the day, I didn't pick up any good shorts, which I try to rectify on the way back up here. Adara, what is going on in the world of crypto?
A lot of earnings actually happening in the world of crypto right now. We had MicroStrategy's and Riot blockchain earlier this week. Tonight we get Coinbase. This is going to be a huge one to keep an eye on here amidst some strength in Bitcoin. Also a pretty strong earnings report. Last earnings season, they did beat across the board last time, earnings per share and revenue above expectations. They're expected to have about an 11% move. So COIN, one to watch out for, expected to report around 4:15 tonight. So stay tuned for Coinbase. In terms of Bitcoin itself, trying to recover from a pretty steep two-day sell-off here. Right now, we are up on the day here, even just slightly. Currently up around 58,000. 58.6, so up about 2% right now. Ethereum also trying to climb back towards that 3,000 level here, just about 2,970, so getting very close to that 3,000 level, up almost 3%. And a lot of strength in these other crypto tokens as well, compared to a lot of weakness across the board yesterday. Solana up 11.5%, Ripple up 4.5%, Dogecoin up 6.5%, Cardano up 4%. So keep an eye on all of these crypto names and currencies. Lots of strength coming after yesterday's weakness, guys.
The relief rally's on. Carvana's back above VWAP again, so it's now it's got a double bottom that looks a little bit better. So there's something else other than the breakout play for Carvana, which would be the hold on to VWAP here into the breakout. I just didn't want any part of it until I was convinced that it was holding the lows. And you wicked underneath 115. Come to my chart there. Thanks, Fabian. Wicked underneath 115. This is the hold here, and now you're steady up. So if we do dip back in, I don't mind this hold into VWAP. I'm still going to take a breakout on this stock. I just don't see any way that I'm not in the break. But if I can catch along going into the breakout, I think that's just fine with me on Carvana. I mean, at the end of the day, I knew at some point I was going to take a trade or two in Carvana. I want to give it multiple shots. I don't think it's staying inside of this range for long. But if it does, there's a couple of dollars worth of room. So I'm in here off of VWAP. I'm going to give it into just underneath the 17 level,
Oh,
and then we'll see where we can go. Fastly, we'll get to that when it moves to the next level up. And chips are starting to come back into the upside. I'm not short yet into Intel again, but I am anticipating getting VWAP.
All right, well, I was just doing stupid things. So, yeah, I thought I was getting more short of SMH. We got short SMH, it's fine. I thought I was bidding out of it. But instead, I was bidding Microsoft. So my price on Microsoft is going to be wrong. But we're going to, not wrong. It's just, it's not that low bid that we had before. And now Microsoft's starting to chew up a little bit more to the upside. I'm going to dump a little bit here because I did not, mean to get these longs. We talk about that. But Alibaba is still mooning. And I have like up 4%. Man, this has been like another one of those longer term plays that we've had in our portfolio. Buying in at around $71, $72 is our lowest bid. Good trade there for Alibaba. We got out of it thinking, okay, but yeah, no, Alibaba. Here goes Microsoft again. So we didn't mean, like I said, we meant to hold on to there. We bought there, we sold immediately. Now you're starting to go to the high side. Let's take some more out of Microsoft because again, this is not necessarily the amount of shares that we wanted at these levels, but we'll take it out for where it is. So my trade right now, SMH. We're gonna be positive today on SMH, on Microsoft, but we're going to be Alibaba, we talked about that. We got out of too many shares at the bottom there. Apple, what should have been an absolute monster, but unfortunately we got out at the top there. And then Tesla, I mean, it's right at 178, the level that we talked about, but it already went down to 176. So that looks like a great bottom. I was actually thinking about shorting here on Tesla at this 178 level. So that could be a trade that I'm excited to do. Apple on the come up, right back to the upside. I still want to short up here if we can get a chance at 172.60. It's only 10:30. Lots of more opportunity.
We got a lot of day. This is just,
hopefully.
Look, today is basically, I mean, we're not even close to halfway over, but just like it ain't over for the Leafs, the day isn't over just yet. Every time I see Patty Ice walk by, I'm just constantly reminded that it's like, it's a big day because the Leafs are playing and he's going to be in his full regalia. I hope Matthews plays. I have no idea what's going on with that guy, but it ain't over till it's over. For the first time today, like I said, I'm finally into Carvana, and we always talk about patience being a virtue. If you don't see something you don't like, you don't have to trade it. It gets 10:30. I thought I'd be in this stock at like 9:35. Something would have happened here. And then it gets some out in front of the even dollar 120. And then when it gets to 122, that might be an ad spot. But if it can't hold a view up, I'm underneath the 117 for an out. Pfizer, I know Moderna's going, but Pfizer as well. Nice little consolidation off the breakout. So Pfizer now continuing its move higher. I'm going to check in on Moderna for you guys, but Pfizer's the one that I'm in. I have no offers out in front of 28 even, which I'm going to then throw just now in front of 85 and in front of 28 even. Moderna obviously is going more. mRNA is going to be a little bit more volatile of a name,
Ooh, yeah.
up 8.5%. I just like the setup in Pfizer a little better than trying to take Moderna off of those highs. That's all.
All right, big time booyah happening right now because, okay, we're out of Microsoft. That's fine. That was a good trade, man. Microsoft's SMH is PL1. So that's what we're booyahing about. SMH, nice move to the downside. Again, trying to be as patient as we can with this name and now holding half. So let's see. I mean, at some point, though, like I talk about this, like especially when it's been a rough morning. It hasn't been super rough, but there's not like an extended move here that could really have helped chase sort of the play that we thought to the short side or to the long side. And so finally now we're starting to get this on SMH. So this is going to be a big one. This is a day saver over and over again for me here. SMH today to the short side. So we'll be 50-50, man. We'll go, thank you, BPI. But we'll be red because we have Apple and Alibaba. Those were, not Alibaba, Apple and Tesla that we sort of missed up on. And again, it's funny that we say that and then this was the short at 172.50. The problem is I have this. And this is a fine spot for me to take a little bit of shares. I felt comfortable taking them against that high, but then the market started to go and we got sort of offside there. So Apple, yeah, downside. But we'll see. We're still playing with fire here on SMH. Hopefully that can come back in a little bit. And then Microsoft back down low would be nice. And there goes there goes Tesla. This is the other one here that we just loaded it up. We were fine. We made some money. We were actually green. Then it was this sort of last drop there through 177 that took the hit for us. But here goes Tesla. Maybe we just buy that 178. Not super convinced yet. Don't want to hop into something just because. So we're fine. Good day, but it could always be better. And we'll battle back and we'll make it we'll make it happen. But 209 right now holding on SMH. Let's see if we get lower on that.
I still never got that intel. Unfortunately, it doesn't get into VWAP. Oh, there we go. It's trying to tick up here. Let me just adjust back to 39 there. We're going to get an offer out. Carvana, unfortunately, it doesn't hold on to VWAP. I wanted a long into the high. I'm not holding it back into that bottom. It has to hold a higher low or break out. My whole plan of action on Carvana was not to sit on a bid in front of the low of the day at any point, because I just feel like if it breaks, like the slippage and the potential halt down, I don't like that. I want to try to buy it on the way back up, and then if it doesn't work, that's fine, because at least I'm trying to buy this thing on strength. That's the only way I'm going to play along. I want to be buying on some kind of a strength on Carvana, and I don't think the day's done with this thing. I think you can move and possibly moon at some point. Just want to see it hold VWAP or break 122. Pfizer, I think, can hunt for that 28 even dollar level. We did ring the register the first time through there. That is the first non-SSR win for me today. That has carried the day for myself. Fastly, it's kind of chilling out, but chilling out's fine. It's at 850. Like, if you have this one, I entered it at 9s, and then we got 813s, and we added. My next offer is if it breaks 850, and then I'm going to move the trail on this. The pre-market high is out here at 875, and I think that's where we want to take it to. The Chinese EVs are doing okay. We were in NIO before, but you know what? I'm glad we didn't hold on to this one. Sometimes, I said this in the afternoon yesterday, sometimes the best thing you can do is get out of the way. I like the dip buy off the pre-high. I like to dip buy off of the previous close as well. It then managed to continue to fall and is still trending down. Don't have to keep trying the long. If it's going to get it back above VWAP, sure, I can try to get back into this above VWAP at the prices I liked originally. And that might be 1040. That's 1040 now. It could be at 11 o'clock, could be at noon, but you've got to be ready for it to show you what you're looking for, which is some actual strength. Get to VWAP, and I don't mind being back into this, but I'm not going to fight this stock, not just because I thought it was a long. Let's get on to Adara and tell me that something is happening in some other names other than Pfizer and Moderna and health, because I would love some strength there to help with my trade. Let's see Sector Watch.
Fortunately, the health sector actually a little bit weak across the board, despite those earnings outsiders like Moderna on day one earnings play and Pfizer day two earnings. Lilly, AbbVie, all pretty weak here. Finance, pretty mixed across the board, as are consumer services, communications, and utilities. A lot of sectors not doing too much today, but in terms of strength, we do have some sectors to watch out for. Retail trade great across the board, with the exception of CVS getting some downgrades after its earnings earlier this week. Consumer non-durables, a pretty nice look here as well, but watch out for Monster Energy, which reports after close tonight. Producer manufacturing a little bit more mixed, and also, of course, we do have to talk about consumer electronics, this whole electronic sector as well. Electronic technology absolutely on watch here. NVIDIA and Qualcomm both strong. Qualcomm had its report yesterday, and Apple on watch ahead of its report tonight. So keep an eye on this whole technology sector with earnings still in focus, guys.
All right.
By the way, I half knew that nothing in healthcare was going up. That's why I was like, I hope there's something that's doing a move other than just Pfizer. Moderna. But Border Collie just made a good point. I want to address it. Why is Neil, I'll just read it for you guys right here. Why is Neil biased or assuming Carvana should rock it up? On the contrary, I've been making money shorting it. Congratulations. The stock got overbought big time. Profit takers on the move, and short sellers. So again, everyone has to trade their own style. I didn't have a short setup that I liked. I'm not gonna, it is what it is. Like, I can say that if it broke the bottom, it might have halted to the downside, but it didn't really set up anything crazy that was gonna give me a short opportunity. So what I'm looking for is a very specific, I wanna look for a squeeze. If I see something strong, I wanna take a setup that I like. And to me, that has a lot of room to the upside, even if it weren't to break that high of the day. Once it held VWAP, I'm going to go for the VWAP long. I'm going to go for a scalp long on a breakout. Like, those are trades I've done before on Carvana, and I like. So you just have to figure out what you're looking for. I mean, if you look at this, you could be short off the highs or long off the bottoms, and this is a complete wedge pattern that anybody could be winning on. It's literally done almost nothing here if you look at Carvana. So I don't think it's really even decided yet on this stock, and there are strategies that can be working for people. I just came in looking for some specific long setups, and if they start happening, then I'm going to go into some long trades. And again, that's just the plan I was looking for. Didn't have a short setup. Although I did.
Look at SMH.
It's some different ones that we do like some shorts on, like Peloton would be an example of that. But that's, I mean, it goes without saying, Peloton's dying.
Oh man, that's a dollar club right there. Here we go. Yeah, no, nice move down for SMH, man. I mean, look at this. We just talked about that this would be the one for us. And bang, 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 $1.20 right there on SMH. No more bids, man. Let's see how low can it go. The amount of net that we had made P&L wise yesterday on that dump into the afternoon is making me think about holding this to how low can SMH go. I mean, we're still up on SMH, so answer that question. And then AMD right now faded off VWAP. That should have been a trade there. If I wasn't in SMH, you guys know I'd be all over that one. And then NVIDIA as well. I'm only looking at these two names when I'm looking at anything, and it's more NVIDIA. I mean, let me see what the weighting is here. SMH weightings. I mean, I know it's going to be significantly one way. Here we go, ETF. Oh no, I should have asked Perplexity. Probably better than that, than what we're doing right now. Okay. Here we go. I'm just trying to search with you. Like, why does it take me to ETF.com here? All right, SMH, where is the constituents on the SMH? But okay, so I don't see it, but it has to be here somewhere. I don't even know this website. But we're going to find that out, and then, that's something that you should know. Oh, there it is, holdings.
I got
yeah, I got it now. Okay, so here it is right here. So this is what we're talking about. I mean, that's why I said obviously it was going to be NVIDIA. But there's TSM, Broadcom, okay, and then there's AMD. So we're pretty much exactly looking at the two that we need to be. Taiwan Semi is here again as well. But this has been something that you could look at if you wanted to diversify into these names. And then good for everybody, Intel's just 4%. Qualcomm also 4% in there as well. So again, Lam Research, ASML, I mean, this is why we love the SMH. I mean, a little bit of everything in there for you. So there's NVIDIA, but okay, SMH again, easily the number one stock. It's not even close right now. So SMH, nice move to the upside. Microsoft is another good P&L name for me. And then Tesla. Unfortunately, I still like the short, I think, a little bit better. We'll wait to short that around 179. But I'm just going to wait for SMH. I feel like we could go red on this thing. So that would be down here, 207. I'm going to put a bid at 207.50, and then all of a sudden that P&L hopefully will start dancing.
Yeah, it's all about dancing, and you got to just find the right partner, is my segue to that.
That's a good one.
Or whatever, look, it's the right partner for you. You know, everyone's going to be a little bit different, like I said. I've now put the trail on. I said if we broke the local high on Fastly, next step would be to trail it out. I took a little bit more profit. I'm going to hold, like I said, for the pre-market high. Still going to do it. But now I'm trailing underneath 835. So no more VWAP. The SSR bounce play was probably the cleanest on Fastly, more than any of these other ones. No question about that. The other VWAP play, you've already mentioned AMD. The other VWAP play that I was patiently waiting for a top on, ARM usually at VWAP, I anticipate a break. Like it'll get there and then you short it and then you want to let it get a chance to go above to take the rest. So I'm still going to go with the same thing here where I want to get a piece, but then I want to allow it to break the high and maybe give me something in the 98, 80, 99 range. That's generally what I like to work with on ARM. Peloton, it broke that 3. It's SSR, so you can't hit the bid. Any pop back into $3 I still think is a short. But hanging on to the longs that have been working out. Pfizer's still trending into the upside there. Want to respect it. But ARM is now finally giving that move off of VWAP. It kind of took a while, but you had to wait for this to get there. It took like a half an hour, actually more than that. Like this bottomed out at 10:09. It's been 40 minutes grinding back to VWAP to finally get here.
Yeah, money buys you a lot of things, and we can see that Jeff Bezos is just one of those dudes. Like this was an amazing thing. Like shout out to Adara that sales in 2006 when AWS launched was 21 million yearly. Today they make 21 million in 2 hours. Look at this guy.
Right.
I mean, this guy was bald then. I mean, like from going to looking like this now. I mean, I don't know if you see this guy walking around now. This guy's jacked up and has like, you know, piece on his side. That is for sure.
These days.
And then a big shout out right now to. I just saw your super chat right here. What's up, Jesus? Right now, I've got on the 550s, so it's just the New Balance 550s is what we have on right now. So basic kind of shoe. Yeah. So we'll have that on there, but comfortable and good. I don't remember what we had yesterday, but yeah, if you're gonna keep on asking, I'll keep on telling you. So yeah, New Balance 550s for today. All right, was that a call for Adara? Yeah. All right, Adara.
I think so.
Talked all day about the strength of some of these Chinese ADRs. PDD here making new highs of day as we speak and seeing a bit of a resurgence in volume here. So you can see in these last couple candles, PDD trading amidst overall strength in Chinese ADRs after some strength overseas in Hong Kong. Up right now over 9%. Nice look there.
Hinduo Duo, as usual, that stock is tending to lead the way for the Chinese ADRs. I mean, it has been on the daily chart for a while, although for my money, I think the value is in the beaten up ones that have some catch up to play. Like Pinduoduo, if you look at the daily charts, it's already run. Alibaba can have its time to shine. Nvidia is at VWAP, and this is the chip name that I don't feel is looking like as much of a short as the others. It's up 1.25%. Sorry. It's up 1.4%, more than 1.25%. And if this gets through VWAP, I'll be looking for a long opportunity there. But the next thing, I'm already into ARM off VWAP, is going to be a dip into Pfizer. So the breakout price was about 27.60. I got long in here with some at 70 and then some at 71. I'm looking for a long just out in front of VWAP to continue this trend into the upside on Pfizer. Strong one, up 1.9%, kind of bucking the trend that you see in its relative space in healthcare, but that's nothing new. When the rest of healthcare was doing well, they were doing poorly, so now that they're doing well, everything else is doing poorly.
All right, like I'm really, really happy that Alibaba is going here, but we had nailed that within 20 cents, and we went long. At least we held it, made some of that money back. But wow, what an impressive day for Alibaba. We talked about the breakout. It's all over the sticky note. It's all talked about that. If you like the breakout trading, today Alibaba had some crazy dip buys and an amazing breakout trade. It had each, no matter what style of trader you are, if you're one of those two, this had both for you today. That is Mr. Alibaba, because, you know, they found Jack Ma. So, all right, let's go back over to Adara and Money Talks.
DXY back to the bottom of this range that we have been stuck in for the last couple weeks here. Right now, back at this 105.80 area. So we'll have to continue to wait and see if the DXY does break out of this range of that 105.80s base up into that 106.40s top, because right now we are still trading within it, even after the movements that we saw yesterday after Fed Chair Powell took the mic and said that they are not seeing a rate cut as the next move, or at least that it's highly unlikely that that will be the case. We did get some economic numbers coming earlier today. Factory orders month over month for March exactly in line with expectations here of 1.6%. U.S. unit labor cost quarterly for Q1 coming in a bit higher than expected here, 4.7% versus 3.6% estimated. And initial jobless claims coming in below the estimate, 208,000 versus 212,000 expected. We don't have any more economic data coming today, but be aware we do have President Biden scheduled to speak at 4:30, which could move the DXY. Tomorrow, of course, at 8:30, we get the hotly anticipated non-farm payrolls, so definitely stay tuned for those right before they open there at 8:30 a.m. Then later, tomorrow night, we get at 7:45 comments from Feds Goolsbee and Feds Williams, so keep an eye on that, guys.
Ian Williams, it sounds
Not Goolsbee.
I know. Oh, what we have to put up. No, it's fine. There is one name that I should have looked at it already. This will be one that I know I shouldn't say I know, but I'm pretty certain that this should be exciting on the recap show, and that's going to be Block. So Block, maybe not the best of news with regards to possibly doing some transactions on crypto for terrorists, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and it's recovering today. So let's be real. It had the quadunk yesterday. They report after the bell today. All I see is a dip into the previous close, holding the line at 67, and then now holding into VWAP. I think when you liquidity grab underneath and trap some shorts, that's a good opportunity for a long. So it's forming an upward trend. It's holding on to VWAP. I hadn't looked at this today. It was on my list of things to go over, but there was just nothing that stood out. And now all of a sudden it's got a decent setup. So I'm going to get into this one off of VWAP. The market's holding steady, but I think you got a couple of factors here. Relief rally from yesterday's move down, going into a report, a bit of a bounce in crypto is going to be able to help it out there, relative strength into the market, and then now holding VWAP. There's enough in there that I'll take this long off of 68 even. On block, let's see what they can do.
Yeah, will Block get Mutombo'd tonight? And we will say, not in my hut.
Best shot blocker in the NBA right now, your money?
Scotty Barnes, no. Best shot blocker? I don't know. There's probably somebody I don't know about.
Scotty's a good defender for a
He's a
small
great
forward.
defender. Honestly, I
a
don't.
traditional shot blocker. The problem is I'm not a huge Rudy.
Hakeem Olajuwon, is he still playing? No.
I don't like Rudy that much, but he's probably the best. I'm just not a fan of his.
I mean, you see the highlights. I feel like best shot blocker, there's got to be some athletic wingman that, you know, the guy that was one of my favorite. Oh, Dwayne Wade. Yeah, well, I mean, best shot blocking guard over here, says Silverback over here. Okay, so that's right.
It is Captain Protein.
That's right. I have so many names for this
Captain
guy.
Protein.
I like the Captain Protein one. The Silverback is not mine. That's when he was on the show and everyone was putting that in there. No, what I was going to say is that one of my favorite Raptors of all time, the athletic wing of Tracy McGrady, that defense on that kid was ridiculous. And you're going to watch some of those blocks come through. So I feel like there's probably some of that out there, but yeah, anybody in the chat, okay, yeah, Wemby.
No, everyone's gonna say, yeah, Wemby.
Patrick Ewing.
I mean, he's 7 foot a million.
All right.
Patrick Ewing was.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said Olajuwon.
There's a lot of old centers I'll put before Patrick Ewing.
When you're 7'6",
Olajuwon, David Robinson, come on.
For Wembenyama.
I mean, nothing against the New York Knicks, but I'm pretty sure Mark Eaton was as good of a shot blocker.
I heard.
That's right, I said Mark Eaton.
Manute Bol, yes.
Well, I mean, Manute Bol.
I like Bol. Bol.
I have issue with Bol.
Really?
Bol could be doing some things that Wemby is doing. Just from his pure skill set, it's like.
No, but sports is not about skill
No, I know.
set.
It's not just about that.
Drive.
It's about where he was when he came into the league, and everyone was saying a lot of the same stuff. And all of a sudden, obviously Wemby's taking the cake, but Bol, he just hasn't really developed in any way his game. And I think it's still there. He's still relatively young. It could all happen for him. But I'm surprised that Chris Boucher is a better player than Bol. That to me, when
Boucher might not even be in the league.
Yeah, but he's still better than Bol right now because he hits his threes, he blocks some shots. Anyways, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. They'd be probably better coaching over there. Thanks for bringing it up again. Another name just continues to pump higher here, Tesla. I did have a 178 break long on that, but we didn't take it just because it kept on bouncing here. It was right, if you come over to my screen quickly, we only have 5 minutes left. It's right there. It's like we kept on breaking and then coming back in. So I didn't feel comfortable on that last break, but we should have took that. We're learning more and more as we go here. When stocks fail, they're actually giving you great opportunities to go the other way. So watch out for that there on Tesla. There it is, fail, base, go. So we have to be able to watch out for that again. But everything's going well for us. Apple's still in there. SMH is still in there. And like I said, we are up. We are up on the day since 9:34. So, but we are red today here, and there's it's been a tough day. I'll leave it at that. But that's what it is. So we're not red in any way that there's a problem. But it was that one trade there on Apple. We're green since then, but haven't been able to battle it all back. So. Join me at 2 o'clock when we will be green.
Yeah, it's one of those types of days. I'm just looking through as well. I'm probably 1 for 3 I'll be slightly down. If I don't trade that Carvana, I actually would be slightly up. But I think it's been a wash. Like what I was expecting to be the big opportunities, flat out never came. So there hasn't been like, yeah, this is a smash spot. Like Carvana never gave me a smash spot. Let's be real for a second. I was pretty convinced there would be like a post-halt trade this morning was going to be in the cards for me on Carvana, which I do like taking some of those. It just never happened. The newest thing we got into was square off of VWAP. If it breaks that high, we'll look for the stair step up. Dips into VWAP, consolidations, at least on the way to this high at the open yesterday, which is like 69.40. So if it gets to 69.40, I think it's a different story on block. Block square, doesn't matter what you want to call it. Thank you, Kevin Mendoza. We appreciate you. It's what it's all about. Like every single day is going to be different. In the markets, you can never really predict the type of market you can get. You can just trade the one that you have in front of you. I know it's an obvious thing to say, but sometimes you got to say the obvious. It is what it is. VWAP has come in on Intel. It's taken a minute, but it's back at VWAP. I'm in at 40s. This is not the pre-market. This is the opening range bottom at 30.50. I want to give it to that. If I get any more fills, I want it to break VWAP, give me fills in front of the 50 level, like I call them money fills, like above resistance, and then into the 50. And if it makes a down move under VWAP, then I'll add underneath. So we're back into Intel here. Let's be real. This stock, while it's nasty, I should give it the credit that it is bottomed at $30. So there's a limit to how much I would want to fight this because you did bounce off 30 yesterday and are technically put in a higher low. So if it trends above 30.50, I'm not averse to looking for long opportunities in this stock, but they have to be above VWAP. That's what we'll wait around for on Intel. But I will acknowledge Intel's up today and it's making a higher low off the $30 even level. It could be making a turn after that earnings flush.
Everybody in the chat, thank you. And we are almost done, but everybody here is like wanting to know what's for lunch. But unfortunately, there's no lunch.
Always
no,
a
there's
lunch.
No lunch. There's no lunch. I mean, I don't have the thing. There will be.
I don't have
Ramin, don't worry. There will be some kind of lunch, but for right now, there is no lunch as we go. So right now, nothing on the lunch docket for now. All right, there goes market. I'm more, so we just got out of SMH. It broke that 210, but again, we take a 20-cent hit on that one. It's still well up on SMH as we've talked about that. But yeah, there we go. There goes Tesla now, just $2 in the money off that posted 178. But it was a little bit of a difference maker down there. Yeah, chill vibes. I mean, that's what's waking up right now. It looks like the chip names as these are starting to go. There's AMD right at VWAP again. Oh no. All right, well.
NVIDIA is going to break 850.
It's too bad. Yeah, it's too bad that we're like this close to everything right now because, do we even want to short this? All right, let's try a quick one here on AMD with the high being like, oh, there it goes. I was going to say like, where is the high here without getting too carried away? That high wick was 144.30-ish. All right, so let's see if we can get about a 30-cent win or so on this one as we'll average into that high just in case that was a little bit of a wick. Little shot here on AMD. Market at VWAP as well, so maybe there is a push down here coming. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you wait for the levels. I mean, if VWAP's a retracement level and a downward trend, then you're going to take the shots where they do lie. I'm going to have my eyeballs on NVIDIA because if this breaks out from 850, I think you start looking for the stairs to the upside, at least in this particular name. It's already past 11, so we're going to get to the midday. However, Fortuné just said in the chat, Toronto has a place that delivers General Tao.
Perfect. Send it.
Pizza.
Send it.
Let me know where that is. I'm not making this up. When I was a trainee, and Sean knows this, the office location for the trading floor was around the corner from the best General Tao chicken in the entire city, and I would eat that like twice a week. That is one of my favorite dishes of all time. So I don't know the name of the place you're talking about, but if this is General Tao Pizza, I want it. Let us know in the chat. Let's send it on over.
There's probably no. I'm saying I've seen it before, but if it's like a highly rated place,
I want to know.
We'll have to look for that.
Let us know. Let's get to the midday. It is Learn to Trade. It is Sharif. It is Adara. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show that comes on after the big show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I am Sharif, and we're going to wait for the crew, the people, to migrate on over from the other stream. We already have Darwin, the OG. We got Matthew Booth. We even have Adara LePage in the chat. Bears versus Bulls gracing us with his presence. Good to have you guys. Lots to talk about today. So many different earnings plays that we can get to. Atif, I see you, sir. Sofa Monster, yes, sir. I see you. JC Finance. We got Bow. SNW, 1320 Wolf, Estupido, Bitcoin, we got Pedro Khan, we got Stock Up, Andrew Chow, Picky Eater, and the Hamster One, baby. We also got Goliathio, JF Trader, Jonathan Canny, Jason Walcott, Solo Cristo, Stefanzo. We got, who else? Carlos Dart, Adrian. What's up, sir? I see you, Kevin. I see you, big Kevin Mendoza. We got Redna. Ayo Lewis, Diego Lima, and Stock Trader. What is up to everybody? Glad you guys could join us today and Erudai. Have a great show for you guys. What are you looking at there, dear? I already see a triangle and something on the board.
Yeah, so. I'm pretty sure we're about to take an L in W. I am in Wayfair, but like I said, I don't think it's going to be a W trade. I want to talk about why I got involved, though. So I got involved because I liked this little 9 EMA, the fact that we were below the 9 EMA, I like that we were generally having these lower lows here. Now in retrospect, this little doji could have been a sign of reversal. I should have run for the hills or at least tried to go long, but then I get in, right? And the second it flips over to us, this guy drops. And I'm like, okay, cool. Now it's back up here. We're giving this into 50s. The spread on this is not my favorite. We do have like a 6-penny spread, which I didn't really notice. I should have basically been watching this a little bit more carefully before hopping into Wayfair. So I don't really know how well we'll fare in Wayfair. So just try to be aware of that. That being said, if we bounce, if this reverses, we know I'll take this long. I have no problem switching the style up, and if it hates, then let them hate and watch the cents pile up. I can't say money. There's not going to be that much money in there.
Still
anyways,
money.
Wayfair pushing up here, so we're going to have to say farewell to Wayfair. We didn't fare very well in this trade, but you know what? Didn't lose too much. Happy with how I managed it. The sun will come out tomorrow. There's always a new opportunity. So there we go. Still looking at KWeb as well, because those Chinese ADRs have been really strong. Trying to find a dip opportunity in KWeb. And you know I'm always looking at SockSell as well. How are you doing?
Doing good. We're in the Cybertruck at the moment. I already wet my beak on some profits there off that third of a dollar short. I wanted the 180 initially. Well, no, correction. Looked for VWAP rejection on the Cybertruck initially. Didn't get it. Didn't make its way up to 180 either. Came close. It came into that 179.80-ish area. So I waited for that back end, as my friend Neil likes to say, to show you that it is headed down. And alas, it is. And here comes 179 or thereabouts. We're at 10s or so. If we get a little bit lower, I will look to get everything out. But it looks like there is some strength right now on the Cybertruck. So we'll keep watching that as, we got to do the lesson. So let's see what this one does. I'm going to give it another second or so. Let's see what this one is doing. It's at VWAP right now, and that's the thing. It looks like it wants to make its way back into that 180 area. So we'll take out the, nice. Got it a little bit on the down move. Good. Pleased with that. All right, Killer Cam, I promise you, I'm going to chat a lot about Apple. Just give me the opportunity to get this lesson done, lesson du jour, baby, and then we're going to drop hot lines about the big one today, coming up at 4:30. Make sure to check that with the Katina Man and Adara on the Market Recap Show. It'll be a little bit later of a release. Usually Apple comes about half past the hour, so I don't know if they're going to be going that late today.
That's what I saw, yeah. 4:30.
Yeah, typically it's a little bit later there. So let's get right to it. We were talking about the gap and go strategy all week long. Today, no different. We are talking about different variations of the gap and go since Monday. Today, we're going to talk about the 2-bar gap and go. Let's get into that, see what it's all about. So the classic gap and go strategy focuses on strong price movement within a single trading day, right? But what if you want to identify trends with longer legs? Enter the 2-bar gap and go strategy, a variation that leverages momentum building across 2 consecutive days. So our trade today, we're going to look at it from the lens of 2 days. So this lesson dives into this approach and how to spot the potential opportunities. Let's get right to business. So beyond the single day, right? We're all micro-focused, but the reality of the matter is we're showing up every day, so we need to have a macro view as well. So you'll recall that the standard gap and go strategy thrives on gaps occurring at the opening of a trading day. While powerful, it can miss trends that develop over a longer time frame. So the 2-bar gap and go strategy expands the scope by focusing on a 2-day sequence. So day 1, a stock experiences a significant price gap up or down, if you're looking short, accompanied by high trading volume, right? So we get a big gap up accompanied with high trading volume. Day 2, the stock opens strong on day 2, continuing the trend that was initiated on day 1. And here is a great example of that. Shout out to Adara. There is the gap on AstraZeneca. Probably, is this during the pandemic? No, it's prior to the pandemic. I figured, you know, pandemic, right? AstraZeneca, their, what's it called? Vaccine. Anyway, so there you go. You get the gap up from below 5,800. Obviously, this is pre-split. And then you move up on the second day as well. So it's a continuation style play. So that's how it's kind of depicted on the chart. So why 2 bars? What specifically about 2 bars are we focusing on here? So the 2-day approach offers several advantages. The first, identifying momentum. The gap on day 1 signals the potential trend. The potential trend. You haven't closed out yet, right? So day 1, you see it gap up at 9:30, but 4 o'clock hasn't come around, so you don't know if it's going to retrace. So you're looking for that potential trend. The strong open on day 2 confirms its continuation, offering more confidence before entering a trade. So the identifying momentum aspect of it, one of the advantages. It also helps reduce false breakouts. Single-day gaps can be quite fleeting, right? Waiting for a strong open on day 2 helps filter out those movements that are short-lived. So reducing the false breakouts also highly important, especially for intraday trades. And then targeting news-driven trends. This is really focusing on that. News or earnings reports can sometimes trigger gaps. Watching for follow-through on day 2 helps identify stocks with potentially sustained momentum due to the news or, again, earnings here. So that's what we are focusing on, two bars on the second-day plays for these specific advantages that they offer. So putting it all into practice, how are we doing this? So number 1, I keep mentioning this, scan for day 1 gaps. Use a stock screener like the one I've got up here. And again, I'm just going to show you this real quick. I have a gap column here that's showing me how much each of these names is gapping. Now, this is all specifically for small cap gappers. I don't have to have my scanner only scan for small cap gappers. I can make it into large caps and then filter that by what's gapping up the most. Okay, so get yourself a good scanner. Usually you got to ante up some money to get the good stuff, but it's not a hard and fast rule. All right. Number 2, focus on the day 2 open. Remember, this is the day 2 focus here. So we're focusing on the day 2 open. The next day, which is day 2, observe the opening price and volume, excuse me. Look for a strong open that continues that trend initiated on day 1. So you're focusing on that day 2 open, that 9:30 pop. Is it going to continue to pop up, or are we going to give back all of day 1's move? So that's what you need to look at there. And then number 3, your entry and your stop loss. Once you see a strong day 2 open, consider placing a limit order slightly above that bullish gap or below that bearish gap on day 2 opening price. Always set a stop loss order in order to manage losses, and we'll talk about where that placement for your stop should be. All right, so here's a nice little example, and I want to bring this in, okay? So imagine stock XYZ gaps up $2 on day 1. So it's up $2, let's say from 10 to 12 on day 1. It reaches $15 on day 1 with good volume. Then on day 2, it opens at $16.50. So it's gapping again, two gaps in a row to $16.50 and continues to trade higher. This strong day 2 open suggests the uptrend from day 1 might hold. You could place a limit order to buy slightly above that $16.50, aiming to capitalize on that continued momentum. So that's a bit of an example there. All right, and then here are a couple of considerations we need to keep in mind when we do this. Patience, guys, it is absolutely key. You always hear me say, pack my patience, this, that, and the other. I really do mean it, though. This strategy requires waiting for confirmation on day 2. So by necessity, you're missing out on a day 1 play. for that particular instrument. You don't have to miss out the entire trading day. Don't jump in based on day one alone if you want to use this strategy. This strategy, by design, requires you to sit out day one. And false signals as well, man. Even strong day two opens can reverse. It's not a hard and fast rule that they continue. Make sure you're employing proper risk management with stop loss orders. It's absolutely crucial. And not every gap, guys. I mentioned this yesterday. Not all day one gaps lead to sustained trends. Make sure you're analyzing the supporting factors like news or the technical indicators, which could be pointing the other way. All right, and the 2-bar gap and go strategy, just as a final thought here, is a really powerful tool for identifying trends with momentum. However, it does require a plethora of discipline and patience and strong understanding of market dynamics. Practice on a paper trading account to make sure this strategy is for you and that you've done it the right way, Adira.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, of course, with everything, you always want to make sure you have that confidence. You've double-checked, you've triple-checked, you've made sure the plan works for you. And I say that because that has been my Achilles heel today. We had 2 trades that didn't work out, but I have to say I'm really proud of myself for how I managed both of them. Also, I am trying to get involved in this TQ, which I'll talk about briefly because it's on my screen, and why not? I like the idea of going long here, and let me talk about why, because I like this level. So I want to get long this 52-52 area, right? That was the area around where we had that little chop and turn earlier. It would represent a continued stutter step to the upside. Furthermore, my stop loss will be around that 52.38. Why, you may ask? Because we wicked off there twice, and also that was resistance earlier. I like the flips between resistance and support. The only thing that makes me go, right now is the fact that this area we're rejecting off of was previous support. However, it does look like we still have this kind of continued uptrend. I'm going to be watching this volume candle here on the way down, but I'm not pleased as punch yet. There's nothing to be pleased about yet, but I do like what's brewing here, and hopefully it makes some nice strong coffee and a nice strong trade. Let's look at Pinterest though, because not happy with this trade, but really proud of how I managed it. Got involved here. We were seeing lower highs, slightly lower highs here in the flat bottom. I didn't think we necessarily get a flat bottom break, but I was happy to play that range. As we know, I am always interested in. But also, I liked it too because look at this. We had that wick up into 40.20. We weren't able to make it. I got involved. Initially, we did work. I was trying to take some out at 40s, and we got about partway there, and then we flipped back to the upside. So I said, if we break above that 40.20s with a viciousness, that previous top new high, I am out of here. Sayonara, see you later. We had that break up, and I'm really happy I got out where I did because I could have risked another 20 pennies had I not been able to get out of there with the swiftness. Same with Wayfair. We did not fare very well in Wayfair, as I've said. I just say farewell to Wayfair, but I'm still, again, happy with how I managed it. We broke above that area. Bye. So we weren't in sync, but we can get back in sync. If we were to have this VWAP projection, we already did this a couple times here, right? So I have no qualms about getting involved. I just need to be a bit more patient, find levels I love, and get it cracking. I did miss that K-Web long as put it out by the Piper. I was trying to get involved there. I had a dip buy at, where was it? It was, I want to say we had a dip buy at, yeah, it was there. We had it set at 69s. It took off without us, but it's still on my side chart, still in my mind, and I have no problem getting involved in this if it comes back to a level I like. I have my eye on so many things. I need to probably just streamline, focus, and breathe, but I'm so excited to get involved in some trades with everybody here. Sebastian saying I am a crazy poet. I mean, I just like rhymes. I like rhymes, and I'm happy to be able to spit them all up here with everybody. Great community that we have here.
Absolutely.
Shout out to Tammy Marshall yesterday, Trader Tammy, Fibonacci Princess, coming on the market recap with Neil and I yesterday, and talking about how you need a trading board of directors, like just people whose opinions you like and how feel like you have a community. And so Neil and I were speaking on that yesterday as well. I think it's one of the benefits of Trader TV Live. So shout out to everybody. Shout out to Sharif as well. How are you doing?
I'm decent right now.
I like that.
Decent, yeah.
I love that slang.
Apparently, it was not to some individuals' likings on this floor over here. I'm sorry. All right, let's have a look. I'm long at 165.07 on goggles for that VWAP hold that's been employed since candle 10:40 a.m. We seem to be holding up at these levels, so I'll look for a quick range trade on this. I'm also keeping my eye on the soft one. The reason is I'm keeping my eye on the soft one is because, bro, come on. There we go. Nice, Google. Because while we broke into the 50 and we've been putting in lower highs, So I kind of felt, okay, we're getting into that 50 period area, and I wanted to see this turn. So it's not turning. It's 3 straight candles now that are higher highs and higher lows since I started observing this between the volume weighted average price and the 50 period. So I'm just going to pack my patience on that one and see if we can play the range on Google on a rinse and repeat trade. Keep in mind, though, that we're getting incrementally lower highs on this range. So initially, we're kind of almost making it up into that 40, 50 penny area, 165.40, 165, you know, high 30s. Now we're kind of getting lower highs with the bottom maintaining. We're nicely in the money on this one, but it's, you know, you got to be alive to possible trend changes here. Now, I saw Rohit Sharma ask, what does gap mean during the lesson? So I really wanted to cover this quickly because, you know, you kind of sometimes just forget that there's people that don't know what a gap is. So let's go ahead and cover that right now. So this is the daily chart on Meta, and I'm just going to remove the pivots here for a second so that I can kind of show you what a gap is. And then I also have to remove the pre-market action. So show data outside regular, there we go. Okay, so you see this big price gap over here from 400 on Meta that we printed February 2nd, 2024. So we were literally at the closing print there that day was 394. Then when we came into the work the next day, the opening price was $460. So that's a gap. And that is the reason that that's not shown there is because the price move took place in the after hours and in the pre-market. And that's outside the official trading hours of the market. So if you remove pre-market trading and after-market trading from your chart, you're going to see these gaps. If you include pre-market trading and after-market trading, most of the time you're not going to see the gaps. I'm not saying you won't, but you'll see them a lot clearer if you remove all the price action outside regular trading hours. And so that's what we're talking about here. Any price change between the close of yesterday and the open of today, if it's moving up above that, you're gapping up. If it's below that, you're gapping down. I just wanted to make that very clear so that we have an understanding of what that is. So let me just change my settings quickly here, show regular trading hours, and put my pivots back. All right, now we're good to go. And we can monitor this goggles trade. What are we doing here on goggles? Yeah, we're still in the range, in the money. We got up into that 20 cent area, so I'll continue to watch that. Let's see what else is popping off over here. Let me see what else is going on. So Tesla is having issues at 180. Now, the funny thing about this is when it was on the way down, I looked for a 180 hold. And as you can see here, there was no such 180 hold. Funny enough is, now that we're coming back into 180, now it's using it as resistance. It wouldn't use it as support, but now for whatever reason, it's using it as resistance. I was able to take a quick trade on the Cybertruck earlier, right at these levels. Let me show you real quick. As it did come into that area and reject it off 180. Oh, that's Meta, excuse me. This is the level I'm talking about here on Tesla. As it did come into that 180 level, it's a rinse and repeat trade. It keeps making it up into that 180 and then rejecting. But keep in mind that these higher lows are quite telling as well. So that trend could change and you could have a break through the 180. Higher low, higher low, higher low here, all on the 1 minute look-a-dare.
Yeah, there's so many interesting things happening in this market. I know I initially said I wanted the TQ dip buy, then I decided I want the stock sell short, and I had to choose my fighter. Now, the reason I didn't want to get involved in these in opposite directions is because I have noticed, because there are a lot of chips involved in the TQs, right? There is sometimes a little bit of symbiosis in how these two move. So I did not want to get short one and long the other. To me, that just was not a strategy that seemed incredibly sound. So that was why, at least for me, for how I trade, I wanted to just get short the stock sell for now. Now, I like this trade for now because I like, and this is actually an area I drew pre-market. So sometimes Sharif will see, like, I'll come here. I usually set up my charts a couple minutes before I go to the big desk, and I'll just draw some lines sometimes. I like this line just below 36 because look how we were dancing with this in the pre. Now, these lines I draw in the pre often do not come into levels, but I like that we were rejecting here off of that 36 area. And I said, you know what, Adara? The line is a sign. So I got short with the rejection of that line. Also, just a failure, right, to break above this earlier high of this, what is this, 36, just above 36 is on a non-wicking basis, on a closing basis. So I like this area I don't like that for whatever reason we can't get into. I think I have my order at 72s. I'm like, guys, you can get to 74s. You can get to 72s. Come on, SockSell. I believe in you. Let's pull those socks up and continue to the downside. Going to get 2/3 of the position out right here at that previous base. We're going to save pieces for dreams. I don't know how long these dreams will be. To quote Beyonce, it can be a sweet dream or a beautiful nightmare. And you know, with trading, you often get one or the other and sometimes both. Had a couple bad trades earlier today, so just ready to brush that dirt off my shoulders and keep going. SockSell to the downside. I'm hoping to make this a Socks W. I know earlier, I think it was 1320 Wolf telling me to look at Amazon and Apple, and I do see some ranges in them their charts. So I want to look at these. Not names that I'm not sure I would 100% be chill trading, just because I am still working on being comfortable trading more expensive stocks since going live. But look at this Amazon. Higher lows that bounce off the 90 MA. This is, thank you, 1320 Wolf. I might actually have to find a way to weasel my way into an Amazon trade. Also, Apple, let's see what's Tim cooking here. Apple, okay, 1320 Wolf, you know my sweet spot here because I like these ranges. I also like with that Apple initially bouncing off the VWAP quite nicely. Now having these little bounces here off of this 90 MA area, kind of a flat top at that 172 area. So yeah, I think there's something brewing in both of these, and I want to definitely take a look at both of these further to get levels I like. I have no problem trading this if I really see stuff I like, and I also want to take a look at Etsy, because Etsy was what I was kind of looking at earlier, and I think it was on the 3-minute on the big desk. Yeah, so I like that we had a little bit of chop and turn earlier. We gave up a lot of that. Now we're trying to climb back above the 90 MA. I'm not really seeing anything in this now, but it was an earnings name I wanted to revisit, so happy I did. About 20 pennies in le money for SockSell, so ready to find a way to deposit the remaining third of my shares for a profit as we get close to 35.60s. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm looking at shorting the soft one over here, as I've been saying, and now I am officially short the soft one. So we're short at 28s. We'll see what we can get here. I mean, we're curling a little bit. I see goggles on the way down. I see Apple on the way down. You just mentioned the Amazonian as well on the way down. So we shall see a nice, all right, head back down, soft one. All right, there we go. So we just wet our beak there for a nice 20 penny pump, or dump, excuse me.
You're so used to saying pamp it.
Yeah. I know, right? We'll see what we get here. We're doing these topping, no, I don't want to call them topping tail candles, but dojis, not really making higher highs now. I'm going to try and see if I can stay in this trade without getting strong-armed. But yeah, it is coming back up. I'm going to pack my patience. I think I should put a stop at the $0.75. If it breaks above that $0.75, then I don't want any of the smoke. We will not desire smoke at those levels. 397, and we'll put like 82 just to protect ourselves a little bit if it gets a little bit spready. All right, Google just tanked. So I'm happy I played that range while it lasted, but there it goes. Flat bottom break through the volume weighted average price. Essentially, it was a 165 or a VWAP flat bottom break. They're awfully close to one another at these levels. We're like 4 or 5 pennies off. But yeah, there you go. You had originally higher lows on Google, and then you kind of got that stagnation where we moved sideways. Now look out for a 165 reject and dump, or a VWAP reject and dump. Now that we used it as support, now does it act as a level of resistance? That will be the question. So leaving that softy trade in with the stop already instituted, and looking for a curl back down, maybe into the volume weighted average price on softy, just a smidge below 397, maybe that 396. I already took a beak wetter on it, so de-risked a little bit there. All right, so let's have a look at Apple. Apple's interesting here because what I see is a compression pattern on Apple. I see these higher lows and these lower highs, and I say to myself, okay, the range is getting awfully tight. Well, we know that the range is wider in the more voluminous time of day. I'm talking,
like that.
Yeah, that 9:30 time of day. It's going to be, you know, the ranges are going to be a lot wider. And as the volume drops off a little bit, the ranges tighten up. So there's nothing unusual about that. But let's see if we can profit off it. So is it going to respect these trend lines that have drawn to the top side and the downside here? Let me make them a little bit thicker so that everybody can see them over here. There we go. All right. CGC people are yelling? I mean, let's have a look at the weed. Let's have a look at the weed.
Growing like a weed.
Growing like a weed, baby. CGC. All right. Thanks, Fabian. No, CGC is a little too consolidated for my blood. But it is trying to hold that $11 area, CGC, so not a bad look. All right, so I'm going to leave that as it is. I'm not going to trade CGC. I'm going to focus on the soft one. We're in the money nicely, but I'm looking for more. I'm greedy. So let's see what we got here. Akash, what's up, Akash? Tesla near 180 again. Yes, sir. We were just talking about that, about being a bit of a resistance level. Now that it broke below it, it's now using it as that resistance level. So we'll continue to keep eyes on that, Akash. Yeah, I saw both your messages, my man. All right, let's see what else here. Yeah, I was talking to Rohit as well, and he's like, patience is key, hard when your stock is going down. Rohit, you are not wrong, my friend. And you know, it's a lot easier to say be patient when it's not your money. Couldn't agree more with you, Rohit. The thing is, though, put in that stop, right, so that you remove the emotions out of it, or to the best that you can, right? So if you put that stop and that stop doesn't get triggered, or you put that profit taker and that profit taker doesn't get triggered, the reason I say put those out there is that you remove that subjective, impulsive decision making. Oh, this is good enough. And you start trading your P&L. No, you like that profit taker. You like that stop loss area, I'm assuming, based on technicals. At least I hope so, right? And if that's the case, stick to it. And come what may. All right, we did really well here on the soft one. We took it out at 397 with that 38 short. Please, this dang punch, as my friend Adair likes to say now, so we'll see what we get here. Amazon on the way down, breaking through volume weighted average price.
Yeah, Ahmed Alwala, thank you for the $17.99 AED super chat. TQQ, opposite Microsoft. I hope you win a Dara laughy face. Yeah, no, I lost on the TQQ trade, but I'm happy with how I traded it. It's, again, like having levels that you like, right? So I liked that 52-55 area on TQQs, and it was holding up decently for a spell. I like that we had these higher highs, higher lows. I was like, look at this little candle bouncing off that level. I was like, okay, TQQs, do your thing, 21. I want all the smoke. And then it turns out I actually did not want all the smoke. Maybe instead I wanted a vape because I did not want all the smoke. And we did fall here. This is exactly the level I wanted to get out, around that 38s, because that was an area we previously had a nice little bounce off of. It was a bit of an area of resistance earlier. So I like that level. Trade did not work out. I am down on the day, but as I always say, maybe not positive in the account, but positive in my mindset.
Love it.
I'm ready to keep going. I did have a SOXL winner, though, so I want to talk about that. Because I was happy did not take a SOXL on SOXL. I did end up I should have probably, I wasn't going to hold, but I should have scalped out a little bit lower at 65s. Got out the rest of my position at 78s for about an 11 penny winner, so still happy with that. Took about 20 pennies on the bulk of the position. If we keep falling lower here, rejecting off that 80s level, I'll keep going short. I do like SOXL. As Sharif was mentioning, we were talking about this a couple days ago. I've really been enjoying trading the ETFs because I do think they give you some opportunities if you want to take a wider market move. So I have no problem trading this SOXL if it gives me something I SOX like. But right now, I'm just going to wait because I don't want to SOX lose if I get involved a little bit too earlier or too early. Come on, Tesla, break 180, says Laura Bennett. Everybody wants the Tesla. Everyone wants the Cybertruck. Tesla's like, come on, guys, there's enough of me to go around. But yeah, right? Oh, trying to break even. We're basically flat. Oh, this is nice. I'm going to have to switch to my TSLL. There could be some opportunities here if we keep curling to the high side. We're trying to break above this 180. Shout out to everybody in this name. I'm sure you were all watching with bated breath, as am I, and I'm not even involved. But Tesla really struggling to have that move to the upside. It's not doing a roadster, 0 to 100. It's kind of more like trying to charge at this charging station. So we're gonna have to wait and see what we do here at the TSLA because that 180 is a struggle and a half.
Love it.
How are you doing?
Good. I'm trying to not laugh as much, but you keep dropping jokes. Jay Lee, shout out to Jay. So we're going to talk about what Jay just wrote here, and I've got the Carvana chart up because I want to talk about Jay's trade on Carvana. He didn't give me levels or anything, but he's like, I am down on Carvana. Just thought to share my lesson with everyone. It's dang important to get stopped out and take a small L instead of allowing it to be a big L. Sometimes difficult. Wiser words were never spoken, Jay. Thank you for putting that out there. I don't subscribe to the no stop loss gang. I am the stop loss gang, and I'm very proud to be the gang leader of that gang because, quite frankly, I want to have an account to be able to trade. I want to be employed. If you take these big L's, you're going to either not have an account or not have a job. So Do what you want. All right, so the soft one looks like we took that out way too early. On the way down goes softy, 396. Sorry, yeah, 396 and a half. It was doing the 397 and a half curl and dump. That's why we got short right there. Started putting in those topping tail candles, doji candles at the 50 period with the lower high. Keep in mind, right? So you did get that initial pop into 398 and 2/3 over here. So this would amount to a lower high, and it would maintain the trend of lower highs and lower lows on the soft one. We do have, though, price action support at 395. So if we do make our way into 395s on Microsoft, I will be going long, looking to go long is what I should say. I'm not going to have a resting order right there because I think it's good now. I need to see it good then. 395, I'm going long on the soft one, but right now, this was a good analysis and a poorly executed trade on my part, as it gave you much more. I see here on my side chart that 180 rejected again on Tesla for how many time now? Well, we'll say this is an initial 180 rejection because it got it to $0.75 once, twice, 3, 4, 5, and you guessed it, 6. Now rejecting candles that have closed below $180 on TSLA ever since breaking down below that level. HOD on TSLA, 184 and 2/3. So Tesla, be careful though. The thing about this 180 rejection is that this is the look. Higher lows. So you could get that flat top break through 180. Looks like, these dips are getting bought up. So I think we're probably going to get a 180 rejection at some point here. Otherwise, we'll just curl back down. Yeah, that's it. Oh, we didn't go over the small cap gappers.
Oh, I'm
so sorry. How dare I? All right, here we go. Thanks, Fabian. Is that Fabian? It is Fabian. All right. EBS. Good looker here. Big time mover on my scanner. This cool boy over here is up 116%. Let me give you the deets. So the market cap, 218 million. The float, 51.5 million shares. It's doing the dance with $4 and has been doing that said dance since 10:40 this morning. $4 seems to be a good area of support, but alas, with these ones, they usually flat bottom break. Keep your eye out on 380 if $4 gives way at least for a micro scalp, as it may get a bounce off the volume weighted average price. So $4 right now, absolutely holding up, and it's giving you like 20 penny moves, so you can load up. It's done quite a bit of shares, guys. This one's done 110 million shares on the day, so there is ample amount of volume to take big boy size at the whole dollar level and play the range. I'm not telling you that that's what you should do, but I'm just telling you the volume checks out. That's number one. Number two on the small cap gapper list, ASPN. This one, another real good looker over here. Let's have a look at ASPN. Hey guys, chart. 2260 HOD. This one here as well, 1.75 billion market cap. The float though, 74.1 million shares. It does have a headline, but really is not all that important at the moment. This one seems to be hugging that magnetic effect that the one that Knob always talks about with the 10-period moving average, which, as you know, is the solid green line on my chart. Right now, it is very much near high of day. And what I did like about this, too, is it did hold up at that initial area of resistance. For whatever reason, 2150 featured here on ASPN. So when you came back down to retest those levels after the break, it did hold up there. But what I would be looking for is something off the 10-period. VWAP on this one, just a little bit below 21.25. ASPN looks awfully good. CYCC. This is a holdout from yesterday. This bad boy started moving around noon yesterday. I remember this one on the midday. It got a bit of a bull flag looking chart right now. It is above the volume weighted average price at $2.82, but the volume is dropping off and we're getting decidedly lower highs. So be on the watch for this one. This one could give way and absolutely tank. The last one over here, sorry, I got two more, not last one. Yeah,
so
there's a lot. Yeah, you even walked over here and you told me there's a whole lot, right?
Pitney Bows.
There you go, Pitney. Yeah, this one makes that coin machine, or that, not the coin machine, the letter makes those stamp things, right? Yeah. The PBI, good look here. closed out yesterday at 420. Shout out to Ram. No, this one moved up aggressively there through the day, broke through $5 like it was nobody's business, and now we're knocking the door 5.25. VWAP on here 502. Okay, and then I'll just leave that one. The volume is a little bit suspect on it. Last one, Adara, GCI. Nice big move above that 240 close from yesterday. Got up into almost 319. Sorry, we did get to 319, almost 320. We're at VWAP right now. It looks like it's respected VWAP for the majority of the day. There is these two outlying candles here at 10.05 and 10.10 that did break but held up at the 10. So those are the small cap gappers that I've got on my chart right now. That could change as the day goes on, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I just like the life choices that were made here in Soxel, and let me tell you why. So I was like, hey, I'm going to get short. I went British there. 35.65, that was the goal. Then I got out because I didn't like that VWAP bounce. And I was like, okay. Then I get in this, and it's like, looking at this now, Adara, this actually kind of looks bullish because we do have that VWAP bounce still. This is a very bullish looking candle. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, Adara, look what we bounced off of. Not just VWAP, but that previous support area. So this does look a little bit nasty. I'll be happy to scalp this out if we get below 35.65s. Initially, the plan was to risk this into 35.80s because that was a level earlier. But at this point now, I'm like, if I don't feel confident in trade, why the heck am I taking it? So we're just going to scalp this out now. Please just punch. Took a couple pennies. I think the biggest thing, and I've done this before too, where it's like I've done this, I get into a trade, and then I kind of realize this is not really the vibe. And so I do a vibe check, and I say, you know, that's why you always have to zoom out. As Neil says, when in doubt, zoom out. I didn't do that here. If anything, I zoomed in aggressively so, and then was just so indecisive, it just didn't work for me. If we keep holding up at this level, I'll go long here. Or, you know, if the reverse, if the short does hit, we go short, but I just don't want to be in a trade I'm not comfortable taking. You know, I just have to be honest there. So happy I took a couple penny winners, but also very proud of myself for just recognizing I had to say bye-bye. The relationship wasn't healthy, so I had to give Soxel its things, put the box at the doorstep, and go move back home.
Remember what I told you yesterday when I came in about?
Oh yeah, about someone. Oh, okay, yeah. She said it looks like somebody got like.
Someone got booted. I think they got deboot because someone's stuff is outside our office, and it's like their bathroom things, and it's all new stuff, clothings, and I don't know, man. Anyway, not really my issue. Guys, we are almost at 450,000 subs. I can't stress enough the importance of getting to 500,000. But first things first, guys, we want to get to 450,000. Do we have a running ticker, guys? Production team, do we have a running ticker for our subs? I'll give you guys a second to do that because Brendo wants to do that. So yeah, like, subscribe, and share with your friends, guys. We cannot grow this channel without you. So please, yeah, support Adara and I, Sean, Neil, Brendan, Ram, the Chilean Nightmare, even Mark, who I see right there. Mark would like your support as well. The most, I want to say, the most unique skill set on an individual that I have seen. I've mentioned this before. I'm going to mention it again. Shout out to Mark. He programs, and he's a hell of a woodworker as well. Shout out to him. Hell of a guy. All right. Yeah, so guys, like, subscribe, and share if you can. We want to get to about 450,000 subs. And yeah, it'll be good for the channel, Adara.
It will be good for the channel. So shout out, please do like and subscribe. We have so much fun being here. We love sharing this with all of you. Also, I need to stop looking at Soxel because I got back involved in the short because I did like it. I mean, to be fair, I'm really happy with how I managed this. Took a couple pennies, got out, but it's like, Adara, if you didn't like it a minute ago, you don't like it magically now 1 minute later. So anyways, indecision. Still up on this name though, really happy with what I did with it. And the biggest thing, I talk about this a lot, the biggest thing that I found has led to me having more success in the live or since going live has been minimizing the L's. So I'm still up on Soxel because I was able to minimize that loss. Look at this, guys. Almost, oh, we just lost a subscriber, but almost 450,000 subscribers. Definitely help pump it up here.
You know someone was doing that to troll us, right? Like, you can just tell someone was doing that to troll us.
Thank you to Athena Galvin. I love your name, by the way, Athena, Goddess of Wisdom. This channel is amazing. I love the education pieces you guys do each day. I think what's great, too, is Sean and Neil, and Sean will talk about this a lot as well, same with Neil having his lesson of the day, but Sean will always drop a little bit of wisdom inherently within his just as we're talking, right? So I
Yes.
think that's really cool as well. We have the formal education and also some informal knowledge just with everybody as well. Also, happy I got out of the stock sell short. I cannot look at this guy anymore. Out of sight, out of mind. But NVIDIA actually might have some little scalpy opportunities that I like, because apparently all I'm doing is looking at semiconductors and I have problems. But NVDA, I did not think you'd laugh that hard at that. NVIDIA, about
Stop, bro.
I mean, I'm
trying to
flattered.
catch my-
I am
trying to catch
flattered.
my breath.
I just talk a lot, you know. But NVIDIA, the range per candle, to use a Sharif term, is quite intense on NVIDIA. What that means is in whatever time period, there are a lot of people doing a lot of buying and/or selling and/or both. Right, so this range per candle on NVDA with that VWAP bounce, 845 all the way up into 848.50. That is a 350 range on a 5-minute candle, which for NVIDIA isn't too crazy, but it is worth noting. That being said, if we keep getting these VWAP pops, VPOPs, I'm okay with taking a bit of a range scalp in there. I don't know how much this is going to be, but on NVDL, you could probably take this, like 75s all the way up to, I'll take that. I'll take 25 pennies. I have no qualms. So we're going to get involved in NVDL. I'm going to take a little visit to some of the other stocks I missed, but shout out as well to Affirm, because Bonkzilla mentioned Affirm. I was not able to get involved in the firm, but shout out to Bonkzilla calling out this beautiful move in Affirm. Also, Amanda Woody saying, let's not forget the amazing resources we have in chat too. I agree. So many great resources, great ways to get stuff from people in the chat. And I mentioned that yesterday as well in the market recap. Shout out to, I think, Passover Trader giving me that Pfizer trade yesterday, which I was really happy I was able to take. So we always shout out the chat. Great community to be a part of.
No question about it. Well, doing well. Taking a short on goggles at these levels. I got long here because it was a support level and we wet our beak on some profits. I'm taking it short and I already wet my beak on some profits because it's an area that I looked at as a support level. Now I think it's a resistance level. I'm talking about 165 or thereabouts. I'm looking to wet my beak on some profits if it is able to make its way down into 82s. I took some out at 90. I'm short 99. So we'll see what we get there. But the market is putting a bit of a candle right now, trying to hold a green candle, excuse me, trying to hold 17.5. We'll see what happens here with Google. It looks like it's a little bit strong. I mean, it's not tanking in the way I expected it to tank. I thought we would touch at least 80s or 75s by now. But I guess the market doesn't work off my timetable. So too bad for me. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if we get that fill at 82. I've already de-risked a little bit. So, all right, let's see what else is going on here. What else do I like? So I noticed that Tesla had another rejection at 180, even though we were talking about these higher lows. You did get a perfunctory break of the level, guys, at 180. I think we got into 180.12, 180.14. So if you gave it a little bit of room, and on Tesla, you really should, you were able to get another $1.50 if you held to the bottom there, as it did reject and make it down into that 178.50. It does look like it might be getting a little bit of a bump up now, but it feels like we are stuck in this range a little bit on all these names. I mean, look at all the Mag 7. So this is the Mag 7 and then the NQ in the top right-hand corner. I don't really see much of a trend on any of these names. I do see good areas of both support and resistance, but you're very sideways. You're up a little bit on Amazon, then down. You're up a little bit on Apple, then down. Tesla's just been, you know, kind of down to the right and then sideways now. Google, Microsoft, NVIDIA, all very zigzaggy. So the trend not really in force today, at least on the Mag 7. We'll keep an eye on that. But I know from listening to the Big Kahuna's trade this morning that the Chinese ADRs are awfully strong, Adara. So we're going to have a look at those. Unlikely for me to trade them, but we will look at them nonetheless. XBEV looking like the best right now in Chinese ADR world. Up and to the right, it is printing at day's highs as we speak. $9.06 is the best this has done on the day. And this is the 5-minute look on XBEV. The better entries, I would say, is to wait for a 10-period retracement. I made this point yesterday. I want to make it again. It's a lot harder to shadow these these EMAs or VWAP or whatever technical indicator you're using if you want to get a dip trade there if you don't have the following features. So I basically have this buy feature or sell feature that I can drag on the chart. So as the exponential moving average moves up or volume weighted average moves up, I can move up as well with my entry. So look at this. So for example, I have it on the 20 period, right? No, I changed my mind. I want to go to the 10 period dip. So I can do that right there. If you guys have that option, I would suggest you use that to help you shadow some of these moving averages. Otherwise, you're having to cancel your order and then re-enter your order every single time. I don't know if that's very time-wise. All right, let's look at the soft one here because it is finding, for whatever reason, again, support at 396. So it had a bit of a resistance level at 396. Now it's acting as support. It's kind of like that shelf effect, right? You have that resistance level initially, and then you break above it, and now you use it as support. You break below it, now you use it as resistance. I don't know why I called it the shelf effect. It feels like it's shelving a little bit with sometimes acting as a top and sometimes acting as a bottom. So right now, Softy seems to be getting bought up of 396. I would look for something like, initially I would look for a VWAP rejection or a 397 rejection, but if it really kept going, I would look for a rejection at the $0.0002 owing to that crest over here. Let's see what else the chat is yapping about over here. Sharif, can you wet your beak Amazon long? Wet my beak means I'm taking profits in a position that I'm in. So I'm not in an Amazon long, so I can't wet my beak.
He could dip his toe into an Amazon long.
I could dip my toe in an Amazon long, but it would have to set up Adair. So we'll have a look at that.
No, I'm not saying you should.
What do you say, Fabian? All right. What else we got over here? Yoel Reyna. When you and Adara LePage set stop losses, do you set it just for that given day, or do you set a stop loss for days at a time? So one thing I should probably tell you, my friend, is that we have to be flat by 4:15 p.m. every day, and we can't even trade after 4 unless we get permission. 4:15 is the last print. Otherwise, the computer will shut you down, or you'll be locked in to the following day, and that's the whole thing. Paperwork and stuff like that. So when we're doing stop losses, it is always intraday. We are always trading with the firm's money on an intraday basis. We may trade our own stocks and our own accounts on whatever time frame we so choose, but that is really not your question. Your question is, do we use these day stops? All right. What are you looking at, Adair?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I did.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to read a question, but.
It's okay. So I am in Pfizer. I'm in a short on Pfizer. Yesterday I took a long on Pfizer, but today I liked a couple things on Pfizer. I couldn't believe my eyes. We had a little bit of a rejection here at that 27.50. Look where we're now rejecting right below VWAP. Confluence at 27.50. So I like it. I'm trying to take, 27.51, so I'm trying to take about 9 pennies here. That previous base support, 27.42s. I see it. I like it. I want it. I got it to 7 rings by Ariana Grande. We're just going to take about 9 pennies there, so not quite 7 rings, but happy with that. Then we're going to say pieces for dreams. I'm going to be eyeing that 27.30 area. So that's the plan for this trade. I know someone earlier, I think Adib was mentioning Pfizer in the chat. Pfizer initially was really strong, and I liked a potential long opportunity if we bounce off of VWAP. Alas, we did not. So I wanted to take the opportunity to short this guy off VWAP. We're also right now kind of hanging out below this 9 EMA, flirting with it. So I want to see what we do here. About 1 penny in the money, so nothing to write home about or scream excitedly about, but it was something I was watching. NVIDIA also, I still have my eye on it, but I'm a little bit cautious because I don't feel really strongly now about that VWAP balance. We are getting a little bit more waffly. I want a little bit more indecision. We know what I like. I want the swiftness and I want the viciousness. And if a stock isn't going to give me that, especially as a scalper, then I can't really, I don't really feel the impetus to get involved. I am still looking for things. If anybody's seeing anything moving, of course, always let us know. I'm always so grateful for the resources we have in this chat. But we'll look at some of these earnings names to see if they're shaping up. Etsy, we did have that 9 EMA bounce, but now we're kind of seeing lower highs. We've had kind of 2 bearish candles in a row here. So we had that topping tail candle, S up into 61. Then again, 60-60s, we decide, not really. So let's look at Wayfair as well again, too. You know, we had a losing trade on Wayfair, but if there's something that shapes up, I have no qualms about getting involved. This is maybe spicy. Wayfair might have that VWAP bounce. I tried to short this earlier to no avail, but I'm happy with how I managed it. I am down in the day, but always up on attitude, and bullish opportunities. Opinion on the cues, says Chill Vibes, wanting my opinion on the cues. I would love to give my opinion on the cues. So I tried to go long earlier off of this little bounce area. It didn't work out, and I should have noticed this too, because I said after the fact, look where we rejected on the cues. That's right, where we had previous support in the pre. So that was a bit of a previous support, if you might, because support in the pre-market. But alas, did not work out here on TQs for me. That being said, if we reject again off this 5280s-esque level, where we had that previous support, that could be a nice short for me. Right now, though, I am seeing a VWAP bounce and also higher highs and higher lows. So really, I think the only thing that would be my clear indicator to take a short off that area, for my purposes at least, other than this level, would be I feel vengeful. So I'm not going to take that short unless I really, really, really see it shape up. And even then, I would only be scalping. So TQs right now, I think it is at a little bit of a decision point. That VWAP bounce, though, quite a beautiful look. That's
I like it. I'm liking NVIDIA here, guys, and my hesitation cost me a really good entry. I'm not trading NVIDIA. I'll be looking to trade NVDL, but it's just, yeah, you know, I'm not going to chase it, so it's going to have to come into a dip. So I'm going to put my dip on NVDL at 35.01. So if it retraces and holds the level, fantastic. If it doesn't, and the reason I'm getting into it is because of what I'm seeing on NVDA. We're getting that bottom, rounded bottom. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. He's not with us, I think, in the chat today, but he sent me some trades earlier on the gram, so I will share those with you guys. 845, as Adara astutely pointed out, is the volume-weighted average price on NVDA, and as you can see there, we held it very nicely for an $850 stock. We didn't break it even with a wick, except for one 5-minute candle here at 11:30, and that took us a smidge below VWAP, but still held the 50. Anyway, now we're knocking the door of that $850 area, and so you're kind of getting that roundedness, and that's a good look, if you ask me, really. We do have price action resistance for whatever reason at this 851, but it's on a closing basis. The real topping tail candles took us into 856, 857 territory. So we shall see what the deal is there. Alas, I'm still unfilled on the NVDL dip trade to defend 35. So yeah, this may go without me, but that's kind of the cost of doing business over here. The trade on NVDL, in case this triggers, is going to end to the south side if we break 3480. So that 3480 area is that key area of support. It acted as a level of resistance earlier. You see over here, we can break through it. So if I do get filled at 3501, doesn't look like I will because it's getting away from me here, 3480 is the line in the sand where I'm going to get it. Oh, there he is. Big Kyle Burdett, $4.99 super chat. Shout out to Big Kyle. Hey guys, in the garden this morning again, hoping to make it to the desk for the afternoon. Kyle, thank you for joining us, despite the fact that you are doing your thing 21 there in the garden. And I want to show, do I have Big Kyle's pictures? Yeah, I do. I'm going to show it in a second. Well, that's a beautiful looking backyard and an even more beautiful garden you got there, Kyle. I'm going to show that in a second. Big boy garden for Big Kyle Burdett Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for some opportunities. I am taking my slightly salty TQQ short, and I say slightly salty because, or like lightly salted like potato chips, my lightly salted TQQ short. And I say lightly salted because, as I said, I was a little bit bitter, perhaps, about this whole long opportunity because I was like, I should have gotten involved because we had that rejection there. But it's like, Adara, we have that rejection now. Actually, it's not even that salty. I just think it's like trying to take advantage of opportunities.
Yeah, you're
you know
not
what
even
I mean?
salty at all.
So maybe it's not even that salty. Maybe I'm being too salty to myself. But we're risking 10 pennies. If we break into that 5280 area, it's over. I'm out. I'm going to say goodbye. We're going to have an acrimonious divorce from the TQQs. Actually, it won't be acrimonious. I'll just leave. But that's going to be what's happening here on the TQs.
Are you going to be on talking terms?
Probably not. I don't want to have to like go to court and settle like a custody agreement or anything. I'm just going to be like, bye. But hopefully it lets me leave, because sometimes these stocks can be a little bit like, we've had that both happen with NVIDIA, where you just try to get out and it's like, it keeps you there. So in all seriousness, hopefully we're able to extricate ourselves. I did like this initially, because initially we did get up there and we struggled a little bit. We dropped a couple pennies. I said, Adara, go after what you want. Try to get this TQQ. Try to form a relationship here. So we'll have to see if this ends up coming to fruition. Apologies for the weird analogies. I love a good mixed metaphor, and I certainly share maybe too many of them here on this show. But let's see how these TQs go. We are, we might need to leave, but we're here for now. What else? Tesla happening. Okay, we're going to get out of my little TQs.
Manage it, and I can take
Oh,
over.
perfect. You have stuff to talk about.
Yeah, I do. This is Ram or Chile Night, or it's Ram now. Nice. Okay. This is Big Kyle's backyard over there, and beautiful looking dog. Big Kyle, if you can hear us, what are you planting in that nice little garden you got over there, my man? Looks like you have that whole thing done up well. He does, Adair, eh? Look, got fencing so he can like hang his plants on it. I absolutely love it. Big piece of land for Big Kyle Burdett. I like the net there too, my man. Shout out to the Midwest. Yeah, good luck for them. All right, guys. I mean, I'm upset. Let's call a spade a spade. I wanted that 35.01 dip on NVDL. It's about 25 pennies ahead of that now. Knocking on the door of a third of a dollar. It's about to break that third awfully close. So we shall keep an eye on NVDA, NVDL. Look, the market is now moving up. We're headed to the higher side of 17.5. I'm keeping my eye on the Mag 7. They're all curling up here without exception. They don't all have to be green, but they are all curling up. So keep your eye on that. If you are short, look for your stops. Make sure that they're sound and the levels are good. Fugazi Bear, $4.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Fugaze. Fat fingers and dip toes. Grab a beak towel. Beak towel, Big Cal knows.
Oh, it's a poem.
I know. Find a range on Trader TV. The Dollar Club is for me. Love the show. We're spending the money for that.
You have
Absolutely
to do the
love
slam
it.
poetry style.
Yeah, man, this is
snaps.
good.
You have to do the snaps for slam poetry.
Ah, yes, I love that. It's been a minute since I've watched any of that.
Also, yeah, hit the subscribe if you want to join us every single day. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We love being here. We love dropping hotlines, making puns. I did divorce the Qs, unfortunately. Day Trader cut saying it has to pay me alimony. Yeah, I'm not that bitter. It was a pretty, honestly, not too big of a deal here. But also, I got out, and now it's like, actually, I am rejecting the 5280. So now this is where the divorce might get acrimonious. No, I'm joking. It's all good. I know I do have really high stops, and I mentioned this in the past. But I think if I would rather risk my 10 pennies or my 5 pennies than end up risking, end up having to lose a lot more, right? Because if I lose a little bit less here, then I'm more empowered to just try to make another trade. Siri, I was not talking to you.
Excuse me, mind your own business there.
But anyways, yeah, so Siri acting up, and the TQs were as well, because I actually think they might still have that rejection off the 5280. But if I get back in, it will be with a better state of mind and a little bit less grabby, because I think I was a little bit, for lack of a better term, I think I was a little bit too eager to short that the first time. I'm also still short Pfizer. Somebody in the chat mentioned this looked head and shoulders-y. I do not disagree at all. And I think what's especially interesting is the area where we rejected on a closing basis exactly the same level, exactly that 2750 area. I like this. I want all the smoke. No vape, all smoke. Look at all these bearish candles we have in here, trying to get above VWAP and failing. I like this. I'm only risking 5 pennies here. If we break, look at this little area above here, 56s. If we break above 56s, I'm out. I'm trying to make minimum 9 pennies on this, so I'm okay with that risk to reward ratio. Small risk, hopefully trying to make some reward. Also, Manuel Palma mentioning Riot, and I haven't looked at a lot of these Bitcoin names in a while, so I should look at that. Riot holding VWAP, waiting for BTC to break. This is a nice look. It's a nice look, Manuel Palma. I'm going to have to look at this. We did the only thing that makes, just for my purposes, because I do think it's a solid trade, but in terms of like myself feeling comfortable getting involved, I don't love that this area is where we had that previous support. So previous support in VWAP at the pre, coming here around 1010s. I want to see a lot before I get involved. But I mean, shout out to you. I do think it's a nice trade. I just always have to make sure that I have my own parameters I'm comfortable getting involved in for those reasons, if that makes sense. I might take a bit of a look at iBit as well here, but mainly just please as punch. I'm involved in Pfizer. And what TQs now you decide to reject? Ugh. They're being my problem child today. But I'm going to take a look back at Soxal, kind of circling back to the names I like. I've noticed I do tend to trade with a little bit less strength when I'm looking at too many names. So trying to hone in, focus on what I want, and try to make the money. How are you
I like
doing?
it. Well, I'm looking, people were talking about Carvana here. They were saying it was tanking. So I looked, and yeah, sure. I mean, it's off that 122.30. But let's be real, guys. It's not tanking, relatively speaking. In fact, it's a bit of a range. On Carvana right now. And as soon as I said that, I looked over. It is a very expensive name, and I realize that, but there does seem to be price action support generally in that 116. Now, there is trouble with that kind of thinking because you have these outlying wicks at times that come into 115. All the closing prints, though, north of that level, more towards 116. Then to the high side, you very much have a 121 top, and that takes us all the way back into the morning. So I don't think Carvana's tanking. I think it's kind of fixed within a range. Am I going to take this as a range trade? I am personally not going to, just because, number one, of the spread, number two, of the price, okay? So keep that in mind. Now, what I did notice with this one is that the price action wasn't necessarily making any lower highs, but we get incrementally lower highs here on the RSI. So that initial pop in the aftermarket yesterday took us into like well oversold territory, I think in the 90s. Yes, 93 at the high there. And then this morning when we popped in the pre at around 6 a.m., we had an RSI print of 94. And then when we popped again at around 9, the RSI dipped even more to 75. And now that latest pop into 122.30 brings the RSI down into, what is that? 68. Okay? Yeah, I know, sorry. 68. So, you know, we talk a lot about price action, RSI divergence. This is obvious on the 5-minute. What to do with it, an entirely different story, but be cognizant of it. RSI price divergence on the Vana at the moment. Carvana big boy earnings yesterday resulting in that pop that we're talking about right now. So, all right, guys, the Meta's pumping here, and so is the Amazon as well. We're not really getting anything else in terms of a pump. In fact, NVIDIA was curling up, and that's why we were moaning about our missed NVDL trade, but it is finding resistance at 850. I'm talking about NVIDIA. What is pumping up now is Amazon and Meta. A bit of a pump right now, too. Not much on the dead one, Apple. It just knocked on the door of 172, excuse me. Wow, 122, can you imagine? 75. I hope I don't foreshadow anything.
Don't foreshadow.
Yeah, I
Is
hope
there
I didn't foreshadow. Exactly, that's why I'm saying that, right?
Don't.
It's not going to be 122, but it could be a bad miss, like 150-ish, you know what I mean? Like that's realistic.
Yeah.
Anyway, curl on these three names here, Ram, the L, we have Meta, Amazon, Apple, all to the high side at the moment, stronger than the other three or other four, excuse me. Look at Softy come back down again off that 397 reject, 397.5. So the soft one has been rejecting that 397.5 essentially since we started the show. And right back down it goes. It gives you about $1.50 worth of range on Microsoft if you're looking to play that 397.5 resistance. It gives you about 396, or it did on previous occasions. But as you can see, these bottoming tail candles denote possible strength at the 396 level. So, yeah, could go long there as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Not much else. Katina, man, is anything on your side over there? The Katina man is starting another short on AMD at around 145. He's not 100% sure about it. He wants me to look at Baba. Let's have a look at Baba. Baba was the monster today. I heard the big kahunas talking about it all morning. Wow, Baba. Okay, so this one is really going here. Okay, and Neil was talking about this one possibly being a breakout on the daily. And I've been handed the sticky note. Sorry, I got it. Uh-oh. Got to burn that now, Katina, man. It's like the flag. Baba. 77L long, looking for breakout on the daily as we speak. So strong, might need to fight with lower support at 76. Could be. Love it, man. Look at the low of the day. I'm sorry, it's 77.16. I mean, he had it. Yeah, I mean, bro, it's pretty much it. So the Katina man, shout out to him. We're on our way up. It looks like here into $80 or thereabouts. We could be at 80 quite soon. 79.78 Adara, about 18 pennies or so to hit that $10 level.
Yeah, Baba's a nice, that's a nice, Baba Black Sheep. It certainly has some longs. Yes, sir, yes, sir. So nice look there for BABA. I got involved in Soxal. Little bit of a chase here because initially I wanted to get involved 35.78s for the long. But then it would give me 35.79s bounce. So then I try, I'm like, okay, Soxal, I understand what you're trying to say. Let's try for 39.79 now. Nah, it wouldn't work. So I had to do 39.80, or 35.80, so slightly higher than I wanted to get involved by 2 pennies. But I'm like, I'd rather miss out on 2 pennies of profit than not get involved in something I really like. Now, why do I really like it? We did have that rejection, which I don't love at 36, but the move down that we had here was not the same as this move down we had earlier. That was a lot steeper. There's a lot more swiftness. We're also bouncing beautifully at the 9 EMA, which is something I like. Now, even if I only scalp this up into 36s and I take my 20 pennies, I have no problem. I like ranges. I love a range scalp. And if that's what Soxal, if that's all Soxal is going to give me, so be it. Pfizer, though, deciding that despite its bearish little pattern and its ability to break above VWAP, thinks it might like to be a long, which, you know what? Okay, Pfizer, do your thing, 21. If you want to get a shot in the arm to the upside, nice vaccination up and immunizing this for the shorts, that's fine by me. But I want to see us keep rejecting that 53, 54 level, which we have so far. That being said, we are tilting a little bit upwards off of this base, which is where I wanted to take some profit. So this might not work out the way we wanted it to, and I'm willing to get out if I need to get out. Like I said, still down on the day, but certainly looking for new opportunities. And you know what? The thing is too is I had a good day yesterday, and a lot of that was one trade. But you just have to look at every day as a new day, and also what we have every day for a new day is going to be a new Neil's lesson of the day.
Welcome to your lesson of the day. Not brought to you by lunch because I haven't had my lunch yet, but we're going to give it to you guys anyways. I often get asked this one question. It's like the most common question, or one of the 2 or 3 most common questions. It's like, hey, what trading books do you recommend? And I always say the same thing, and it's not a trading book. It's something called Thinking in Bets, and it's by Annie Duke, who's a poker player, if anything. And the whole story behind it, or just the Coles notes, is it's more about evaluating decisions. Because in poker, all you're doing is making the best odds decision each time. And the cards are going to lie where they're going to lie. And it's a game of chance with some skill involved. But you're not going to just, because you happen to be ahead in the hand, doesn't mean you're going to end up winning it. So you have to learn to judge your decisions by whether or not it was tactically correct based on the situation. So you don't want to be resulting in that case. If I go all in with 2-7 and the other person, well, let's just say I call an all in with 2-7, which is even more stupid, and the opponent has aces, even if I flop a couple of deuces and end up winning, it doesn't mean I made a good decision. In fact, I've made a bad decision, but I win the hand. So resulting would be when you are judging the decision based only and solely on a single result. Because if you do that with deuce 7 versus aces, over time, you're going to lose. I think in trading, you want to be able to do the same thing. Because it's really easy sometimes to just look at, hey, this one trade worked or this one trade didn't work. I should just not do this ever again, or I should always do that trade. So try not to engage in resulting. Now, there's a couple of examples that you can use here, and I'm just going to go over to SMCI because this is something that happened yesterday. Now, my trades aren't going to be in here from yesterday, unfortunately. It'd be nice if I could show you the executions, but I'll run you through it. So SMCI was an SSR bounce play for me yesterday, and a lot of times the strategy is to go for the big even dollar level. It came in, made a low at 720. I got in. Now, I didn't end up holding it through the low because I was playing the higher low here. So I got out for about a $3-4 loss, actually just under $4. And it did end up giving that push back in. So there's 2 things I can do in here. I know that I ended up getting a losing result. However, in a scenario where I gave it to the actual low against my rules, so if I broke my rules, I would have won on that trade. And the problem with that is if I make that same trade over and over and over again, I know that it's going to result in buying a dip into a ridiculously weak stock, having it run my stop to the downside, and potentially do what it eventually did, is go down to 700. Now all of a sudden I'm getting out in the air, which instead of controlling to a $4 or $5 loss, which is reasonable because VWAP was up there 15, 20, so risk reward it's good. I don't know where you're getting. You could be getting out at 10, you could be getting out at 7. You just don't know what you're going to be losing in that situation. So that's a pretty big case of something that could have easily worked. And someone mentioned it in the chat that, hey, it would have been $8, $9 in the money if you just diamond handsed it, Neil. Well, I would have violated those rules, and it could have worked, but I would have been resulting by banking on that and saying that was a good trade. So it's always important not to just assume because something that you did was a positive result that one time that you want to go ahead and do it over and over and over again. If anything, I think that's almost not the case. Now, fast forward to today on SMCI, and you can obviously see the clear difference. Every single time that same setup comes in here today, it's SSR again today, by the way. It bounces, makes a low, puts in a higher low there, puts in a higher low there, puts in a higher low there, goes all the way into VWAP. Now you're going to notice I said trades don't show up the previous day, but our trades do show up on the current day. So had I a single winning trade on SMCI today, or a trade at all, you would see it. The other side of resulting is if you have a bad result, but you followed your plan, it doesn't necessarily negate your overall strategy. In this particular case, I don't take SMCI when it shows you some similar setups in there, and then it's a pretty clean win. And again, this is not about trying to rewrite the gospel or anything, or trying to show you a new strategy, but do not throw out good trades or good setups or good ideas or things that have worked for you because of one bad result. Do not get too excited about a winning result where you had to break your rules. It is so easy. Oh, I lost in this stock, I'm not going to trade it tomorrow. Oh, I won in this stock, I'm going to trade it the next day. Focus on what works for you. If trading a specific stock off support and resistance is your bread and butter, then regardless of what you did on it the day before, say a breakout trade didn't work on NVIDIA, but you like its support and resistance. Breakout trade didn't work, well, you still should be taking your A+ support and resistance trade the next day. It doesn't matter what your result was on something else that was adjacent but not the same thing. An SMCI, okay, so I had a bad result, but I followed the plan, then I should just try to follow the plan again today. It doesn't really matter. Don't get involved in resulting on single instances, because then what you're doing is all the lessons the market is teaching you over the course of days and weeks and months and years, you're throwing them out the window because of a single result. Now, the only way that you should care to play deuce 7 against aces is if you're playing a deuce 7 bounty. I love that game in poker, but the reality is it's the worst hand in poker, and there's a fun game that people play with it because it's the worst hand in poker. When you have a situation to get your chips in good, you should always do it, because that's the way the game is played. And when you have a good setup, you should always take it, regardless of what happened before. And if you have a set of rules, you should always follow them, regardless of what happened before. You're going to have wins, you're going to have losses, but you should judge strategies based on the entirety of their sample and not just one instance. That's your lesson of the day. Do not engage in resulting. It can lead you into a lot of trouble, and go armed to the downside. Take it easy, guys.
Shout out to the Neil. Thank you very much for your lesson of the day. As I always say, eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts, baby. Catch Neil's lesson du jour. We used to call it Neil.
The real deal.
The real deal with Neil, which I liked, but we were overruled, so it's all good there. Guys, the dead one, AKA Apple, is awake. at the moment. It just put in a topping tail candle there, possible doji candle at the $0.50. Not a level that I really had ready as a level of resistance, but now that I look back, we did have some price action resistance here at the open. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons, the IB high, taking us into 172 2/3. And then at 8:40 a.m., right after we got all those jobs numbers and some of the data there, we did top out on a closing basis at 172.55. So 172.50 could be an intraday top at the moment. We'll have to pack our patience and wait. All right. Multiple trades here on NVDL, both profitable. We took initially that hold at the key level as it started moving back up, what our beak with some profits, and then it came right back down, got stopped out on the remaining amount, which was a minority. Then it dipped into the volume weighted average price, so I bought it again and scalped out again. And now we're looking for a VWAP hold. If it doesn't hold VWAP, that's the end of the trade. It's as simple as that, okay? On NVDA, bit of a double top though, guys. Keep your eye out on that 152, 852, 850, 150. There does seem to be a bit of a double top at this level. You can see it here on NVDL at 35.30-ish or thereabouts, okay? So there is a double top brewing, and it looks awfully similar to the future. How many times have we said that lately? The overlap, the confluence between the futures chart and NVIDIA, and that was definitely not the case in the past. Here's what I'm talking about. A pop, then dip, and then you have double tops on both of them. So very much in line with the future today is NVDA, and you're not seeing that pattern on all the names. You see it on some, like on the soft one on Amazon, this double top looking area over here. So we'll pack our patience on that. Right now, about 2 pennies out of the money on the remaining amount there on NVDA. Looking for a VWAP hold. All right, quickly, I mentioned this earlier. BABA, $80 resistance possibly on the day. We could be there in short order as where did we get up to there? We got into 79.88. So we're 12 pennies away from that level. We're currently printing at high days. You're not going to see me stand in front of this monster. It's far too strong on the day. But if it does find that level of resistance and prove itself by curling back down, we'll participate rather than anticipate an $80 rejection. So keeping an eye on that. And that's really all I'm looking at the moment, Adara. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at a little bit of disappointment, but also more opportunities, because that's how we've got to fix it. I will say, and I don't know if I've said this, but I've certainly said it in my own head, I find I trade at the worst when I am a little bit tired. And right now I'm feeling that just a skosh. You know, if you feel the lightheadedness in your brain, and you do things like what I'm about to show you in Soxel, which is get in and out of a trade for basically the same reason. It's like, why did you think that if you punched in 2 seconds later, it would be different? Observe all of these different punches on this 1 5-minute candle. Get your life right, Adara. That's what I have to say to you about that. But you know what? It's all good. It's okay. We're ready to make some new trades. I am, like I said, down in the day, but my spirits are never to the downside. We're always bullish optimism. Although someone was saying, you know, in the chat, like, optimism can't make you money. I do agree. But I think having that right attitude can help you make the steps, make the decisions that make you the moolah. So I'm really happy with that. I think one of the biggest things too that Neil said that I want to echo is each day is a new day. I was really happy with the trading I did yesterday. Not able to replicate that today, unfortunately, but I'm also not trying, I'm trying to look at this as a new opportunity. I want to continue from the gains I made yesterday. Right now, not doing that, but trying to find trades that work. Also trying to drink some caffeine so we can get that brain fog out of here, because I do definitely 100% make the most trades. And I'm more prone to fat fingers when I am a little bit sleepy. But I like this TQQ bounce right now. I want to play this range. I did miss this short by like 2 pennies. I was a little disappointed, but you know what? Use the disappointment to fuel a new trade. That is what I'm trying to do. Yes, Qs, listen to me, please. There we go on that trade. Also, Pfizer is doing nothing. I still have nothing to report. Pfizer's taking her sweet time. How are you doing? Good. I want to talk about this goggles trade that I had while Neil was dropping hot lines. I looked to defend that 164.80. Call me crazy, but we ended up getting wicked in there, and then we wet our beak nicely there for about a 17, 18 penny winner. You know, true to form, it continues to go without me, so that's all good there. I'm looking for another possible 165 and a fifth.
165 and a quarter rejection on goggles. That has been, you know, a local area of resistance here. As you can see, these topping tail candles, much like the topping tail candles that we put into the $0.50 a little bit earlier. Look, I'm disappointed in myself today, not because I'm red, but because I'm missing good trades. Tesla, again, rejected 180. I even looked over to the Katina man. I'm like, Apple's going and Tesla's rejecting 180. And so I didn't take the trade. Sadly, I was trying to keep my eye on NVDL, but this one gave you yet another move down. You took a buck there, more than a buck, in fact. I think this one dipped into the low 90s, 178 low 90s on TSLA. This one could get going, though. Let's be real about it. It's putting in higher lows. That 180, we've been dancing with it all day. We could give up the ghost at 180. We've made our way into the 50 period. That seems to be at least the real line in the sand. If that 180 level doesn't hold, the 50 period here, you'll see on the 5-minute look, 3 topping tail candles rejecting off the 50 period EMA. So a good looking possible rinse and repeat type short on the Cybertruck. We'll pack our patience. We'll see if it makes its way back up there now. The dead one did reject 172.50. So that level that we earmarked was right. 172.50 acting as a local level of resistance on Apple, at least to the top side. So if it makes its way back up there, I'll be aware of it this time. It seems like, to be honest with you, the majority of the bottoming tail candles, save and except for this outlying event over here, seem to be bouncing off 170, 150. So in reality, we are kind of locked in a dollar range here on Apple. You're not getting the touches at 172.50 and 171.50 on every peak and crest and trough. You're not. But when you do look at the majority of where the candles are holding out, to the top side and the bottom side, it is at 171 and 172.50. So we'll see if we can rinse and repeat that trade now that we have those levels earmarked. The other thing that I want to mention, the Amazonian is back at the volume weighted average price, and there's a bit of a tug of war happening right now between buyers and sellers. 2 doji candles in a row at VWAP. That usually means, you know, some pull, 2 dojis, Katina, man. A bit of pull and pull from buyers and sellers at these levels. We'll see how it resolves. But the fact of the matter is, it's taking the double doji. I'm surprised I dared to come up with that. Double doji. Double doge. Wow. Yeah, that's actually a good one.
Like triple.
I double dog dare you, but it's
like
double doge.
Yeah.
Love it. Love it. All right, the other one here with respect to the ranges, because that's what we're dealing with today with the Mag 7. Soft one is at the low end of the range here, 395, 395 and a quarter. Here comes 395 and a half. We've held up at this closing print yesterday of 394.90. Every single dip on Microsoft today. But keep in mind, lower highs coming in. This is an interesting range trade here on Softy.
Yeah, really quickly as well, I want to talk about Pfizer. A lot of people mentioning Pfizer did break out. Congrats to anybody who was long this. I was short and I wasn't able to get out as quickly as I wanted to, so I take an L, not because I lost in this trade, but because I should have been way more prepared for it to shoot up like that. Didn't lose too much on it, not a huge position, but also still disappointed in myself. But you know what, I always like to use the disappointment as fuel to keep going to the upside. I did not see any news on this as to why. Oh, never mind, just came in now. Josh Brown doubled down on Pfizer. So speaking of double doge.
Calm down, Josh.
Hey, you know what, Josh Brown? I watched your podcast this morning with Art Hogan. I support you and Michael Batnick and whatever, all your other people. And I'm like, and how now you guys do this to me? No, I'm joking. All good. All jokes aside, shout out to anybody long Pfizer. I know there are some people long Pfizer in the chat. And now the TQQ is going a little bit higher. So TQQ is giving me a little bit of a consolation prize. Like, oh, Adura, that Pfizer didn't work out. I don't know why it talks like that. But now we're gonna give you a bit of a boost. So 15 minis in the money. And you know what? I like to use these. I like to use my L's as lessons. And I want to use this to give me an opportunity to find something else that works and get involved and just manage the trade better, because that was my mistake with PFE. I say to myself for PFE, and I'm only ready to go higher. Speaking of going higher, Boeing up almost 4%, pardonnez-moi. This one continuing to fly to the upside. No fuselage problems on this chart. And it's odd because there also was the death of another whistleblower, so it's interesting that this one's going up.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Second Boeing whistleblower dies suddenly from mysterious infection.
Oh, come on,
so,
guys.
RIP whistleblower Joshua Dean in all seriousness. Hopefully you are all good.
That is, that's a
Josh
wild
Levine,
one.
Like, you know, in all seriousness, RIP to that man.
No, but that's just kind of weird.
That's kind of crazy. And this chart is up to the upside there.
All right, I'm getting out of NVDL here at 35. That was my mark, and I'm done with that trade. Nice 20-penny winner on NVDL. Also, the other winner we have on right now, we got a nice winner on the soft one. We talked about that 395 range. I took it and wet our beak nicely there on 20 pennies. Now I'm looking for about 40, looking for that 396 touch. Got it out in mid-90s, looking for that fill. We'll have to cross the spread on the soft one right now, about 5 pennies or so. Not bad for a $400 name. We'll see if we can get that continuity through the top side there. On Microsoft. I haven't called it Microsoft in a while. Okay.
It's been the soft one lately.
It's been the soft one. That's all right. We'll look for continuity, but this has been a range day on these megs, okay? Because, well, have a look at the charts. You're not getting really direction. A lot of zigzagging. Plenty of zigzagging over here. So we'll play what the market gives us. If the market gives us ranges, we'll take ranges. If it gives us trends, we'll take trends. Whatever the market, it lemons, and I will not make lemonade. Ah, Katina man.
How dare you,
Shout out to
Sharif?
the Katina man.
Squeeze those lemons. Make that lemon.
Squeeze those lemons, baby. Shout out to Sean, man. Good vibes, Katina man. All right, looking for that continuity on Softy. Alas, it's not forthcoming at the moment. What else is there? Guys, we're curling right back into 180 on TSLA. And this has been a 180, either 180 or a 50-period rejection. Currently, the 50-period is sitting at the $0.25. So 180 and a quarter has been a rinse and repeat. 180 to 180 and a quarter has been a local area top on TSLA. That has been the case essentially since we dropped below 180 at around 950 this morning. So we'll keep eyes on the Cybertruck today, and we'll look to participate in that range that it's possibly putting in. Apple also dipped in off that 172.50 touch, which we identified as a local area of resistance. It did hold up, though, at 172, trying to break into 172 and a fifth right now. So look at this, guys. Look at this 172 local top over here. Now we start taking the local top and using it, yep, you guessed it, as a local bottom. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on that. All right, I got to start the lesson. So I'm going to send it to you for a sec so I can put my softy out, and then we'll see what we get here.
Don't be too hard on Softy.
Yeah.
Take the outs, take the beak letters there. Yeah, TQ's happy with this, took out part of this position, but now I'm looking to add it because I want to take some profit, but it's like if we bounce off this 49s again, I do want all the smoke. I'm willing to take this 90 MA bounce and take this all the way up into 5280s. I'm trying to elevate my trading style a little bit, right? Hopefully elevate and not, you know, desecrate, but I'm still new, so I want to try new things, right? You don't really know what you like until you try, right? That's why, you know, picky eaters like, oh, I don't like this food. And I say this as someone who's really a picky eater as a child. It's like you haven't tried it yet. How do you know you don't like it? So how do I know I don't like, there we go. We're adding to this position. If we break decisively below 30s, I'm out, but I'm willing to kind of keep adding and subtracting and building a position in the TQs. You know, earlier I did divorce the TQs when we broke above that 80s I like for a short, but you know, we're having conversations again. We're trying to move back to the upside. And I'm making jokes, you don't want to marry a stock, right? You just want to sign movement you like, take advantage of it for the time being. Right now, I do like what I'm seeing on the Qs. Aspen, also that small cap, is kind of a nice look. Looks a bit rangy, but I also do not trust small caps further than I can throw them. And that being said, look at this little 9 EMA bounce here. I might need to get the small cap expert Sharif's eyes on this later, but I do like this kind of, this is something I think on this ASPN.
Look here.
I don't dislike.
Oh, you are not wrong. This has been one of my favorite
this.
ones. This
Yeah.
is a 10-period retracement, and the deeper retracements, I would suggest you go to the 20.
20?
So, yeah,
Okay.
so the 10, as you can see, look at my chart for a sec. Look at this. This is the 10, and it's every single retracement has come off the 10. Every single one, right? So I like it, but, you know, careful with it,
Of
obviously,
course, yeah.
right?
That's the one, yeah. But yeah, well, we're gonna take a look. We're gonna see if there's
Nice.
an opportunity there.
All right.
Thank you for that. But also lesson time.
Yes, ma'am. Let's get to the lesson du jour. We are talking about the gap and go strategy all week, guys. And we introduced the concept to you on Monday. So if you're unfamiliar with it, go back to that lesson on Monday, have a listen or watch, And yeah, just join us in progress. So today we're going to be talking about the 2-bar gap and go. And essentially what we're talking about is a 2-day play here, okay? So the classic gap and go strategy focuses on strong price movement within a single trading day. But what if you want to identify trends with longer legs? Enter the 2-bar gap and go strategy, a variation that leverages momentum building across 2 consecutive days. This lesson dives into this approach and how to spot the potential opportunities. So what are we talking about here? So beyond a single day, right? That's what we're focusing on here. We're focusing on a trade that spans over 2 days. So the standard gap and go strategy thrives on gaps occurring at the open of a trading day. While it's a powerful setup, it can miss trends that develop over a longer time frame, right? So the 2-bar gap and go strategy expands the scope by focusing on a 2-day sequence. So on day 1, what are we doing here on day 1? We are, oh, did I get filled on softy? Did I get filled on the soft one? Bang! I got filled on the soft one, so pleased about that. All right, let's continue. Yeah, the market's coming in, the Katina man said, so be careful if you are long these here markets, okay? So day 1, a stock experiences a significant price gap, either up or down. We go long or short in the strategy, accompanied by high trading volume. So that's what we're looking for on day 1. We're not going to take any trades on day 1. We're simply going to make the observation that something is gapping up or down with good amount of volume, and typically we want it to be on a catalyst. We don't want a technical break up or down. We want something catalyst driven. That's day 1. Day 2, the stock opens strong on day 2, and it continues the trend that it started on day 1. And visualization of this is this. So you have this initial gap from the previous day close. This is day 1. This is candle day 1 over here. This is candle day 2. This is what we'd be trading using this particular setup, okay? So why 2 bars? Why this 2-day strategy? So there's a couple of advantages. I would suggest to you there are 3 advantages here to trading this 2-bar gap and go. 1, you're identifying the momentum. The gap on day 1 signals to you the potential trend. The strong open on day 2 confirms to you its continuation. So day 1 signals the potential, day 2 confirms to you that the trend is real and offers obviously a lot more confidence entering a trade. But it also helps with the reduced amount of false breakouts that you enter, right? So single day gaps can be quite fleeting, right? Waiting for a strong open on day 2 helps filter out those short-lived movements. I know I hate false breakouts. And then targeting news-driven trends. That's really what we're focusing on here. So news or earnings reports can sometimes trigger gaps. Watching for follow-through on day 2 helps identify stocks with potentially sustained momentum due to the news. So that is really what it offers in terms of advantage. So putting it into practice, how are you going to do this? Again, on day 1, you're scanning for those gaps. Get yourself a good gap scanner. It's tougher to do without it. What you do here is you basically load up all the parameters that you want. You want something over a $50 billion market cap. You want something doing more than 1 million shares of volume. You enter all the parameters in the scanner. But what you're looking for is this column right here, the gap column. And that's what you're going to be able to filter out using. This is what you're looking for. Typically, you want something in mega cap world to be gapping 2 to 4%. It's not a hard and fast rule. You can insert your own parameters. But day 1, you're scanning for the gappers. Day 2, focus on the day 2 open. So the next day, observe the opening price and the volume. Look for a strong open that continues the trend that was initiated on day 1. And then step 3, you're entering your stop loss, right? Once you see that strong day 2 open, consider placing a limit order slightly above or below the day 2 opening price, depending on whether you're going long or short. So for the longs, you're placing it above the gap, slightly above the gap. For the shorts, you're placing it slightly below the gap, right? And always set stop loss orders to manage your potential risk. And here's a little bit of an example that I want to give. And the reason that I've I want to give this is because I want you to be able to visualize it. So imagine stock XYZ gaps up on $2 on day one. So it reaches $15 with high volume. You haven't taken a trade. You've watched it go up to 15 bucks. On day two, it opens up at 9:30 a.m. at $16.50, and it continues to trade higher. This strong day two open suggests an uptrend continuing from day one and that it might hold. So you could place a limit order to buy just a smidge above that 1650, aiming to capitalize on the continued momentum. That's basically, in a nutshell, what it is. And some considerations that you need to take into account when you're trading this style of setup. Patience is key. This strategy requires you to sit on your hands on day one. You can't trade this particular name that you're watching, the gapper, on day one. You've got to watch what it does, and you've got to wait till day two. That's easier said than done for a lot of people. Also, you have to consider the fact that, yes, you are trying to avert false breakouts by taking the trade on day two, but that there's no hard and fast rule that there won't be false breaks on day two. So even strong day two opens can really result in false breaks. You need to be ready for that. And you also need to take into account that not every gap is going to be tradable. So not all day one gaps lead to trends. Analyze supporting factors like news or the technical indicators to get a better picture there, Adair.
Thank you so much for that lesson of the day. Yeah, some people saying in the chat as well, they think it's a nice strategy for sure. And yeah, I think what's interesting too is it does show you we talk about day two plays a lot, right?
Yeah.
So if that gives you, I think it's another way of looking at those day two plays, looking at, especially if a lot of these gaps are going to be catalyst driven, right? So it also helps you separate the wheat from the chaff and look for these really strong plays to look for. Like a lot of these small cap gappers are not going to give you that 2-bar strategy, let's put it that way. No. But if it does, then it shows you this could be a strong name. So that's exactly the point. It kind of helps you separate into these interesting looks. I have no trades right now. To quote that old Beyonce song, I have nothing. No, I'm joking. I have lots of energy still. I just don't have any trades, and I am down on the day, down on my luck, but never down on my energy. I should have just scalped everything out here in the TQQs. I feel like the moral of my story is I just need to scalp more. It's like, why? Just scalp. When in doubt, scalp. I should have taken the whole position out in the TQs, would have had a winner. Right now I am down on this name, but I do like this short off that VWAP. If we come back knocking on VWAP's door and VWAP is like, no thank you, bye-bye, then I will go short here. That's what I want. I also like the Snapchat short, which I am definitely not getting now. We are too far gone. So far gone, I guess. Shout out to Drake there. But I want to take this short at 1606. I noticed this a couple pennies too late because look at that breakdown there. We're decidedly below the 90 MA, and then I want to add at 1608 planned. DCA.
Nice.
If we break above that 1611s, bye-bye, Audi. But I don't even think Snapchat's going to let me any because I think we are just too far to the downside. I'm not moving my areas I like either. I'm happy with these areas. I really would like TQQs to swing the door open and let me in so I can say hi. Take that short.
Moderna's really going here. I didn't even realize that we had earnings on Moderna.
So
yeah, many, Adara, I can't. Morning. Yeah, good call. I'm not blaming you.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying it's weird because it wasn't doing much this morning and now it's like.
It's pumping right now. Yeah. I guess this is an after the bell play here. Yeah, Moderna, the COVID, who remembers this, right? I remember trading this February 2020, I want to say. 30, yeah, I have it on my story, so I can actually confirm the exact price. It was like $37 or something. And who remembers where this one went to? It went to 500 bucks. Yeah, just 500 bucks. Yeah, Ram. It went August 2021. It hit 500 bucks. So yeah, that was a good little time there. Anyway, Moderna looking awfully good on the day. Beautiful VWAP dip here took place midday, 11:40, 11:30, and then boom goes the dang dynamite from there. It held 118, and now we're knocking the door of 123, 122 and a third, high of day at the moment. But keep in mind, that there's a bit of an RSI price divergence as well. Again, you know, when we talk about price RSI divergence or we talk about any technical indicators, the lower down on the time frame you go, so say you come from a 4 hour to a 10-minute, the higher the failure rate for your analysis of the technicals go. So if you see price action RSI divergence on the 4 hour, it means more than when you see it on the 5-minute. And currently, I'm looking at it at the 5-minute. So this one could give us nothing. Based upon this divergence, I would say if you're going to weasel your way into this trade, this 121.50 looks decent. Reason? Because you had that double top crest there, and that's a price action resistance. We've cleared that now by over $1 and a third. So if we come back into 121.50, it also is the 10-period moving average. And not that really, you know, it's really respected the 10-period moving average all that much. It breaks through it here. We'll see. So what I'll do is I'll put an alert for Moderna at, I'm going to put it just above the $0.50 so that if it comes down into those levels, I'm notified and I can make the decision of whether or not to trade it. But Moderna, good day, almost 10%, 9 2/3 at the moment in the green there. All right, let's keep looking out here. So I was going to say to you guys, NVIDIA 840 defend on that little VWAP break. So this is NVIDIA. We've been putting in lower highs all day. We had support at around 845. It was really VWAP here that was holding us up. And then we started breaking down. This candle over here, I said to myself, all right, look, you better be ready for an 840 defend. Because look what we did all morning, except for this area over here, which is, you know, the bamboozlement area. 840, 841 has defended all morning on NVDA. So I was interested if it made its way down there, but it looks like it's a bit of a bottoming tail candle. This might be a nice move up here on NVDA. Yeah, nothing that I really like at the moment here. I'm going to pack my patience and see what else.
Pack that patience. Yeah, no, seriously, like, I think my biggest thing is just the last 2 days, so yesterday and today as well, my first trade I took of the day was probably a little bit too speedy. I rushed into Pinterest yesterday, and it just did not work. I thought I was Pinterested, and I really wasn't. I didn't have levels that I was Pinterested enough to justify getting involved. I'll stop. I apologize. I'll stop making those puns now, everybody. But not all puns, just the Pinterest ones I just did there. Also, now TQQ's chasing me out. I'm like, ma'am, please. So I got involved in this short because I liked that we had that break below VWAP. I was like, let's try to do this again. We still have lower highs, mind you, but we keep being extremely bamboozling on these here cues. These cues are about to be my worst name of the day. And that wasn't initially the case. It's like, I still stand by the long. I just didn't execute it properly, the second long here. This short was a great idea. I was just a little bit late, and I know I had a really tight stop on this. I stand by the tight stop, but really what I should have been doing is getting back involved when I noticed that idea, that rejection of that 5280 was working out. That's really where I think the problem was there. Not getting involved, but the fact that, or not my stop loss, but the fact that I didn't get back in later when I saw more evidence. So if we stay below that 90 EMA, if we keep this lower low, I'm still in TQQs. We're gonna have to play a limbo here, see how low we can go. But I have to say, I don't want to see how low my profits can go. That's not very good because we are down in the day. But like I said, always trying to find more opportunities. It's only been my third week going live, and I feel like the biggest thing is, you're not gonna have a winning day every day. My thing is I just want to make sure that my winning days outnumber my losing days, and I don't lose more than I gain. Today is not my favorite day of trading, I'm going to be really, really honest, but I am happy to be able to share everything I'm learning in real time with you guys. I got out, I did not like this break above here, so happy I got it where I did. Trying to work on that trade management and always trying to make more moolah. John Szymanski says not Pinterested at all. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it wasn't very Pinteresting. Good times there. Also, there is, thank you so much, Andrew Chow, saying I keep it fun. Yeah, I like, these markets can be intense, so it's nice to have a little bit of levity, have some opportunities, but I still don't have much I really, really like. I missed that snap short, so I just was like, we're still on my side chart if I see something I like there, but right now, what's SOXL doing? Let's see am I gonna knock my socks off? Let's see what it's doing there. Bless you. This might be the VWAP short to shore. Forget you, TQQs. I like this 35.50 VWAP, actually. So we bounced here earlier. If we reject, this is where I'm going to get involved. Bless you. And yeah, I think I just want to see stuff I like. I think the stock sell to me is a better sign than the TQQs. Also ignore this very weird random in and out I was doing. I was trying to find my way. I think I have maybe found it. JF Trader saying, I think he meant you keep it pun. So thank you. Shout out to JF Trader with the puns. We love puns over here. And I see you got involved in that tasty. I should have kept Aspen on my
Aspen. All right, I'm gonna try it, Adara. We're gonna give it the old college try, and we'll see. The whole point, again, guys, is the 10-period retracement on this monster. We're long 96s. Let's see what we get. If we get a nice move up, I'll be happy. Otherwise, you know, I've already put my stop in on this monster. Let's see if it can make its way up. The spread is opening up a little bit now, not to my liking. 11 pennies is not what you want to see on a $23 name. That isn't the look. That is not good for your profit taking. That is not good for your stop loss either, because it could blow through your stop if you're not careful and give it enough room. So we'll see if it holds up at the 10 period. That is the look. That is my attempt. But alas, this is a small cap gapper, and you know, if there isn't bamboozlement on this, where is there going to be bamboozlement, right? So the whole point, again, is this 10-period retracement, trying to get in on the 10 period and continue to the high side. That is the theory, or that is the plan, I should say. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, too bad. The other one that's maintaining its presence above VWAP, by other one, I'm talking other small cap gapper, is CYCC. Now, the volume's dropping off a little bit here, but it still seems to be tradable. CYCC. I gave the deets on this earlier. Silacell, whatever, pharmaceuticals. It's a $3.8 million market cap. Oh my goodness. All right, $3.89 million market cap. It's a 1.2 million share float. So yeah, that is awfully small. Be careful with this one, but it is giving you a good chart pattern in the sense that it is curling that rounded bottom off a key technical support level that is a volume weighted average price. We shall see what we get on this monster over here. CYCC, it's not a monster. Good look there. PBI, I remember, I don't know who it was in the chat, pointed PBI to me. It is also going as well. This one is a bit of a volume suspect as well, in the sense that it's not doing a whole lot. But when you look at the chart pattern on a bit of closer basis, it looks great, right? Holding the 10 period like a glove, and even when it breaks below it, it's like their perfunctory breaks are not even that deep. It doesn't even come close to VWAP. Last time this monster touched VWAP, 945. Up and to the right it goes. PBI. Not CPI. PBI, baby.
Not BPI.
Not BPI. Definitely not BPI.
But PBI.
Yeah. BPI is doing things, but where is BPI?
He's not back.
Yeah, he's not back there. He's probably doing things. So we'll keep an eye on those two. Let's flip back to the large cap, the Mag 7, and see what's popping off. Oh, okay, so Apple looks like it's headed back into that 172.50 area. That's been a short the top all day on the dead one. AAPL reporting today at 4:30. Catch that with good vibes. Katina and Adara Panera, they'll be on that from 4. I think it reports at 4:30. We already mentioned this. Yeah, 4:30.
Yeah,
so it'll be towards the end of the show. But make sure to stay around with them, because Apple's Apple. I mean, everybody wants to know what Apple's going to do. I'll be holding my breath. I'm not going to lie.
How do you like them apples? Well, the thing is, too, is it's not just Apple we have tonight. We have DraftKings tonight. Woo. We have Coinbase tonight. We have Monster Energy tonight. We have Expedia tonight. We have a lot of things with large expected moves tonight. So stay tuned. Sean and I are going to bring the heat, the sizzle, and the steak. Let me bring that to everybody's attention. You brought a really good point there. Thank you. So what she just mentioned is very important. Expected moves. What are these expected moves? They're based on options volumes, and it's based upon what you're expecting the stock to move on earnings, whether up or down. Let's go. So the way I want to show them, Ram, is to go to Market Chameleon. You have to log in, but it's a free account, so you don't have to pay for anything. You go down to up to the earnings tab up here, and you click calendar. You have to log in for this, okay? And then as you'll see here, look at this Apple expected move, 3.9%. Essentially, that's plus or minus 4%. So it could pop 4%, it could dip 4%. And one thing Danielle Shea, shout out to her, brought to everybody's attention when she posted on this, if the stock
remains within that expected move, so if it stays 3.5% plus, 3.5% minus, there's a good chance it can mean revert, right? When it breaks either north or south of that expected range, chances are it doesn't revert. So you got to be careful and know what the expected move is and then watch to see what the stock is doing before you can participate in the trade. So this is what we're talking about here. It's the expected move. It's a very good tool to have. Also, keep your eye on options volume. If there's a lot of options volume on the name, that means there's a lot of interest on the name. And likely, if you're to go to the options category, you'll see a lot of open interest at that particular whatever strike is important to the market there. So keep your eye on that. It's a really good free tool to have. Market Chameleon, we're not sponsored by them, but they do provide a decent look there. All right, come on, Aspen. I'm waiting at 6s. If you can just print above 6 so we can wet our beak on some profits. The ask is showing 6, but the bid is still at the $23 area as the spread is opening up a little bit here at Dara.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully Aspen, hopefully the tree doesn't fall down there and it gives you a nice move to the upside there on Aspen Aerogels. Stocksell, what are you doing with your life, man? Okay, there we go. There we go. This is what I want. I wanted that VWAP projection. Got into the short. I said we'll give this into 35.56s. If we break above 35.56, which is kind of that bottom earlier, that support area, with a viciousness, I'm going to have to say goodbye. We got there, and then we fell back to the downside. I have to say it can be a little bit discouraging to trade when you're just not having your day, when you're not feeling 100% there mentally. But, you know, as Cindy Lauper says, don't be discouraged. Let your true colors shine through. Right now, mine are not, because these are not like the trades of my life, especially when it's like Stocksell gave you that range. TQs earlier were giving that range. It just wasn't playing things to the best of my ability. But you know what? There's no time like the present to switch stuff up, get ready to go. We still have a whole day ahead of us, another hour plus here on How to Trade for some new trades. Also, shout out to Cop SRX putting some lines from Drake's Find Your Love in the chat. That's a I got that song on my head right now. That's a shout out to you. And also shout out to Drake. That Drake era. Is the Russell is short right now, says Trinity R. Trinity 3R. Let's look at IWM. This is a name I used to trade more. Let's see what kind of hustle we have in the Russell. So here's my thing with IWM. We did have that nice bounce off VWAP, and we had it with a pretty bullish candle, this wick to the downside. We are also trying to see a higher high break above this previous top at 98.60 that we touched twice. So I have to say, I'm not seeing a ton of bearishness for IWM. We're up over 1% right now, higher highs, higher lows. So I have to say, I would be a little bit skeptical right now for this IWM short. Not saying that it can't happen, but I do think that 1, 2, 3, 4 bullish candles in a row and that bounce here off the VWAP on the wick basics is, I think it's a really nice look. What is the reason that you only trade stocks, not an index, this Tara? I think it really depends on people. You know, like I've traded the Qs. I traded the Qs today, not to great effect. You know, Sean will be like short the market. He'll trade the TQs. But also, like, you know, I was trading the Stocksell, which is an index, right? So it's like, for me, if I see something I like, I'll trade it. I have certain things I keep my eye on more, so I do watch the Stocksells a lot as of yet, and the TQs. Sounds like somebody's printing. I am not. Stocksells kicking me out here, so bye. I'm really not in sync with anything in these markets today, I have to say.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Nah, it's all good. I want to, and now get out. Now the Stocksells are rejecting. It's a little bit bamboozling, a little bit disappointing.
Dang it, Stocksell.
Ready for the next trade. Where's the next trade?
Obi.
As Obi says, gotta find some more stuff. Brush that dirt off your shoulders. Shout out to Jay-Z and try to turn this trading from Z level to an A level.
I looked back to see what Obi was doing, and Brenkel's just like, yo, he's doing homework. He's busy. So sorry to have disturbed the Ob, the one, the Canope. All right, guys, we wet our beak on some profits on Aspen, ASPN, a cool 52% pop there. Again, the trade, not complicated. And there was a great floor manager by the name of Greg. He said something that really stuck with me, and he said it 2 years ago, almost. And he's like, look, man, if the trade is really that complicated, that's really not, the trade, the idea should be pretty simple. If you can't communicate to me the idea of the trade in like a few sentences, it ain't it. I don't know if that's accurate, right? But it stuck with me till this day. And the whole point of this trade here is to get it off the dang 10 EMA, because it's been telling you all morning I'm in love with this line. right? Every single time it retraces into the green moving average and bounces. Now, it's not going to do that forever, but chances are, you know, you're better than getting in a random area. So that's why I did that, and that was the whole point of the trade. Long 96s, printing 16s. We already wet our beak on some profits. Let's see if this thing can continue to move up. My stop is already in place, and nothing else for me to manage at this point except to take profits. And I don't really know where this is going to top out. In fact, let's do some daily charting on Aspen, see where we should expect an area of resistance. Okay, so it's very much at 2-year highs here. This is actually a decent looking chart. Okay, I have to interrupt myself here because Moderna just came into my level, and we talked about that level on mRNA. So thanks to the alert there that I set, let's have a look at Moderna. So yes, there it is. Now Moderna into that level that we talked about earlier, which is that 2 double top there that we put in 2 candle double top at 10:30 and 10:35. We had price action resistance at 1250, and as quickly, what's 1250, bro? Get it together. 121.50. And as quickly as we were down at 121.50, we held it and it popped into 122.70. So you're $1.20 already off that level. And I went as soon as the alert rang, man. It just doesn't give you the opportunity. You got to have a resting order, I guess, in this case. So Moderna, but $1.20 above where I want to get in. So that's not gonna work out there. So let's go back in a second here to go to Aspen because we were doing the daily chart on Aspen. So let's go back and have a look. So we're at 23.25 HOD. So we're well above that crest that we put in June of 2022. So what's next? This level. This is staring at me. 25 bucks, $25. That would be my price target. Look at that price action bottom there from around January of 2022 till basically March of 2022. 25 was the bottom. If it makes its way up to 25, fantastic. I'd love that. I'm just going to leave whatever piece I have left unless I get stopped out on ASPN. A decent move up on the day. I'm talking about 52 points. Not bad look at all, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, these markets are chopping and churning. Hopefully, that Aspen there, nice look on that. CQQs, still seeing my lower highs around a VWAP and a flat bottom. Don't know why I use that voice, but I still want to get back short in this. My timing's been bad. I have to say, this is, I think, the worst day of trading I've had since going live. I want to be really honest here. And I do appreciate it as well. You know, Sean and Neil will always say, shout out to them, that it is really hard to be a trader. And I want to say, I'm feeling that. You could have a good day. Yesterday, I was really proud of myself. It was one of my best days since going live. Today, I am down in the dumps, profit-wise, trying not to be mentality-wise. But you know what? And it could be a combination of things. It's just today, there were ranges. I just wasn't playing them properly. I was underestimating their power. I wasn't getting involved in things the right time. Stock sell now dropping, and it wasn't while I was in it. You know what I mean? So there's a multitude of factors. Plus, I'm a little bit tired. There's mental aspects as well, right? So I just want to say, being live, I think, gives you a different perspective of the journey. So I'm very happy and very honored that I get to be able to trade live in front of everybody and learn these lessons with people in the chat. Learn these lessons from Sharif, Neil, Sean, Brendan, Obi, everybody in the back. Like, it's a great community to be a part of, to have this learning in real time. So yeah, I mean, don't worry, we'll turn to a regular scheduled pun programming in a moment, but I did want to actually say that today has been rough for me, but I don't want to give up. If I see stuff I like, I still want to take it. So that's my little take on that. Sorry for that little a little depressing monologue on that, but you know what? I think honesty is the best policy, and I want to be honest about my trading today, because it did take out some of these gains. But you know what? I still want to grow. I still want to become better, and I don't want to give up just because today was a little bit rough. So ready to keep going, ready to keep climbing. PayPal getting ready to bounce, says Micah Melby. Let's take a look at PayPal, see if it's our pal. I mean, it sounds like it might be Micah Melby's pal, so shout out to you. Ooh, PayPal.
When you do that, Adara.
I know, Sirius always laughing at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles here. PayPal peeking its little head up above that 9, or not 9 EMA, I'm too obsessed with the 9 EMA. Peeking its head above VWAP. Still a lower high here, mind you, but we have had a little bit of a curl, a bit of that roundy face. Ooh. Shout out to to Michael Noss and also Sharif for once calling it a roundy face. So that's why we call it roundy face over here now. Roundy bottom, what have you. We are starting to see that curl to the upside. I think if we get a nice little amount of volume here, because the volume has been pretty subdued in our pal PayPal. I think if PayPal can get that volume bounce with a viciousness, with a swiftness, what have you, and I think break above that previous high of 66.50, things could get spicy. So shout out to that. I am short the Qs. So we're going to have to see what the Qs want to do. Let's see if there's anything new in PayPal. I know we had earnings earlier this week for our pal PayPal. Not anything new today. Unusual options activity apparently. But yeah, PayPal trying to curl back to the upside here. Micah, I hope it ends up being your pal Tilray. Ready to blast, says Stephen Conlon. Let's take a look at this TLRY. Yeah, Tilray, I have to be honest, the volume here a little bit, and we are below that 9 EMA, a couple wicks above. But I think, yeah, I think if we can break above that 9 EMA, volume, we have a lot of volume on the day. I just think volume is a little bit, there's not a lot of smoke right now in Tilray. We need to, I think, get that smoke to get a little bit more green, hopefully make some green for the people. Not looking too dope right now, though. I see 2 trades for Sharif.
Yes, I'm about to take out the remaining balance here on Apple. We'll take 20 pennies like that. Look, I was late to the party on this trade. Let's call a spade because I wanted that VWAP dip. I want that all day, baby, on Apple. Look at that VWAP dip and hold. This is just beautiful. 171.93. I ended up getting in 172.08. I was really late to the party here, and then this hammer candle is just even better looking. So like this range play on AAPL, generally holding 172, 171, 90 there where VWAP is, and we just took 20 quick pennies on AAPL. So happy about that. The other trade that we're still nursing at the minute is this ASPN. Now, it's not popping with the same vigor. In fact, that 23.25 HOD has been in place since around 12:40. So we're going about 25 minutes here. We haven't broken the high day. Let's go. I'm saying that obviously tongue in cheek because you're not supposed to be breaking high day all day, right? Like,
that's a good point.
23.25 Adara. We're just barely above 23 right now, 23.06. So I'm going to pack my patience with this one. We charted on the daily. It looks as if there is room to 25. It may not make it to 25 today. We just finished talking about a 2-day gap go trading system, and so we could absolutely get this one moving continually tomorrow. And look, this is not a one and done. Look at the daily chart on this. This has a sustained uptrend that has been in place since August. Seems like we bottomed out here at $5, 5.5, bit of a double bottom. April and August, we couldn't break those levels, and it's been up and to the right since that time. So since August, we're up about 350% on this name. So this is not a one and done type name. This could absolutely be in play tomorrow. ASPN, yeah, keep it up on your chart. What do you have to lose if you're interested in small cap gappers? Anyway, respecting the 10 period on the 5 like a glove. We'll see when that breaks down. We got the stop in place, but we also have the, no, we don't actually have a beak wetter. We're going to let this one go. So leaving all that, let's see what else. Tesla, right back at 180 again. How many times are we going to reject off this level today? The deeper retracements have gone into about that 180.40. It looks like as if it rejected off the 50 period. This one also did a 180 and a third pop and drop as it's now right back into 180. So I'm going to keep my eye on 180 on TSLA. It doesn't give you that much downside. Like, we're not talking $3 a downside. We're talking a buck and a half at the best here. So look at this range. It's 178.50 seems to be the lower end of the range since about 10.55 today. The high end, obviously, that 180 and a third, 180 and a half. It's above 180 right now. Let's see what it does. TSLA has been dancing with 180 bucks all morning. So that is definitely on watch for me, Adara.
Yeah, the TQs decided to make this move to the upside, and honestly, in retrospect, probably should have seen it, because look at this. We had this move down here, this little bullish-looking candle that I got short on for some reason. Lessons learned. Lessons learned. Now, we see it again, bouncing off VWAP, but it's like Adara. If this happened once and we went up, maybe the second time it happens, we'll go up again. You know what I mean? So happy with how I managed the trade, and also happy to have everybody here in the community. So if you want to join, hit the like, hit the subscribe. Join us every day. We are here every day these markets are open. You can also join Sean and I after the close for the market recap show. We look at tweets. We look at earnings. We do a roll call that is very hotly anticipated every day. Ooh. And we have a really great time here. So we're so happy to be able to share this community with all of you. I love being a part of this community. And also, Donnie Zimbabwe, thank you very, very much for your $5 super chat. NVIDIA to 860. What y'all think? What did my peak at 850? Nice. Also, thanks for making my day interesting. Thank you for being here with us. We're always happy to have everyone here. So happy your day got interesting here. NVIDIA to 860. So I'm happy you went to your peak at 850. That's a nice look. I think, let me zoom in here. I want to get a look at this. I think that VWAP bounce is nice. I think if we make this higher high above 848s, which I think we're trying to do, that's nice. No advice, just my take on the chart. I think we really need to have that decisive break above 850 with a viciousness first, because we were kind of having a bit of a struggle here. I think that would be kind of my look right now. Let's take a look at the daily and see. Also, what time frame are you looking at as well for the NVDA? I think you've been involved with this on and off for a little bit, so I'm not sure if this is like a day trade or a swing trade, but I just want to make sure that my take on the chart is going to reflect a Dara type properly, NVDA. But let's look at the daily on NVIDIA and see what's shaking with that 860 level. There we go. So NVIDIA on the daily, 860. Yeah, I mean, a little bit, you know what I honestly say maybe NVIDIA, a different area is that 857, because look at how much support we've had. I'm going to draw a line to show what I'm talking about. I know it's not like a fancy full dollar level, but look at this 857. We bounced quite a few times on 857. I think to me, 857 might be more of a level than 860. So again, no advice, just my take on the chart. I think if you're aiming for 860s, I think 857. Even look where we have that bounce today in the pre. I think 857 might be a bit juicier of a level. So that's my look at NVDA. I hope that helps Donnie Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for the super chat. Heard Scrambler mentioning LLY. No one has to ask me twice to look at Lily. Let's look at Mademoiselle, who I've been neglecting. I haven't looked at her in a while. Let's take a look at Mademoiselle. How is she doing? Okay, she is headed to the downside. Okay, what? Any news on her? Miss Lily? Novo Nordisk did really well in earnings, so maybe Lily's feelings got hurt. And it's like, oh, I'm good too. And everyone's just selling it because they're more excited about Novo. But yeah, selling, I have no idea. But that's the only thing I'm seeing right now is those Novo earnings that we got this morning. So we peaked a little head above VWAP. Other than that, though, VWAP projections, now we're touching off that 9 EMA, pretty weak. Only real volume pop we got here was going back to 1220, so mostly just straight downside for Miss Lily. She's quite far away to go. Selling, we're down $20 here on the day. Let's look at the daily chart on Lily to see what we're working with. This is interesting. We had kind of I did not mean to draw that line. I think really, to me, it looks like we're just, for whatever reason, butting our heads up against a wall at that 776 level. So you can see we've had quite a bit of resistance here in the past on the daily. Lily gets a 776, is like, not feeling it. Sells off there. I think if we stay above the 9 EMA on the daily, probably not a bad look. I think that 776, though, for whatever reason, a little bit of resistance. Right now, yeah, I mean, like I said, this has not been the day of my life for trading, but as Hannah Montana says, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody feels that way. So just try to make new days, make new things. I guess we probably do less than the day soon. I can't believe it's already 107. But I see you are in 2 trades.
Aspen, yeah. Okay, so Tesla looks like I'm going to get stopped out. Because, well, if it keeps popping here, we're trying to short the top end of the range because it's been a rinse and repeat on TSLA. If it stops me out, it stops me out. That's the nature of the business. But this is the level off which I'm working, and it's a key level on the day. We're short at 15s. Let's see what we get. We're printing 16s right now, so it did come back a little bit down. I'm looking to wet my beak at the whole dollar level. I'm talking about 180. If we get stopped out again, right? Like, what are we going to do? What are we going to complain about that? No, we're not. We're just going to let it go. At the moment, we're also holding ASPN for, I guess, the dream here, because we've been kind of doing nothing at this 23 teens, mid-teens, 15, 16. I haven't put a profit taker on this one. I've only put my stop because I did want to see if it was going to pick up towards, you know, the more volume-filled time of day to see if, you know, we could fill possibly into 25. The daily showed me a 25 resistance level, but it doesn't look like we're going to make it there today, which is fine. We'll pack our patience. All right, let's see if we can get some profits here on Tesla. We do get a beak wetter there. Let's come down into 180 Tesla. You know, stop making it so hard for me. There we go. So Tesla looks like it's coming down. Let's go, baby. Yeah.
I need you to say like, hey, Tesla.
What does Neil say? Give me, always gets, or something like that?
Yeah, give me always.
Right. So we're waiting again here at 180 to see if we can get a nice little beak wetter. We're short 22s now on this name. Looking for, against a 180 break or 180. Or at least a retracement into 180, but it looks like it's acting as if there is some support at these levels now. So I'm not 100% confident in this one breaking 180. You know, again, I put my stop in. Now the market is curling a little bit up here, which could be why Tesla's not, you know, respecting the level that has been in play all day. But we're at key areas of resistance on the future. And I saw Dan the Man Emmons talk about the oscillating VWAP, and I know what you mean by that. We're like this a little bit, and I get your kind of analogy or whatever that is, because, well, we have this very clear top on the future at 17, 5 and a third. 2/3, excuse me. So that's 67, 65, 63 area. That's been, if this area holds up here, it'll be a triple top. So good possible look there on these here. Oh, wow, I didn't get filled and it came down into 2s. That's so frustrating. I don't know why I have it right at the whole dollar level. That shouldn't be the case. And now it's popping right back up. So it's a bit frustrating there, Daryl. All right, let's see what else everybody is talking about over here. Well, let's have a look at the chat. Havana Woody, Carvana will close under 90 tomorrow. I don't necessarily disagree with you on that. It's been, you know, it's been tough for Vana these here days, so we'll see. All right, nice. We did get that beak wetter on Tesla. So now how much do I have left on this monster? Oh yeah, just a couple of shares left, and we'll see if this one can break 180 now that we've taken profits and de-risked. Samir, US 20 sell or buy? No, so US 30, excuse me. So US 30 is obviously the Dow Jones. Yeah, I haven't looked at the Dow lately, man. Good question about that. Let's have a look here at the Dow. Load up this chart. Let me bring it in.
I didn't know US 30 was the Dow.
Yeah, because 30 names. Yeah.
Oh, that makes, yeah.
Yeah. I know. I learned live on the show what it was.
That's really cool.
Yeah. And people were like, you don't know the Dow? Like, I don't know. It's down. It's a bit of a downtrend here on YM ever since we broke 40,000. This is the futures contract. This is not the index, okay? So the fact that we're above 40 here on a temporary basis, I don't want you to think I'm talking about the index. This is the futures contract, the June contract. It's lower highs and lower lows, my man, but there does seem to be some support here at 37.9. Essentially 38, 37.9. That's a bit of a local support. That takes us back to the middle of the month. So we really haven't been able to decidedly break below that. I mean, you can see this outlying candle here on the 18th when we dipped aggressively into 37.5, but look where the closing print is, above 38. That's not by accident. So 38 seems to be featuring here as a level of support, but keep your eye on these lower highs. So, right, you could have a flat bottom break, right, through 38. You never know. Again, you know, we'll see. All right, nicely in the money. We're 30 pennies here in the money on Tesla. So that's going to be the end of the trade. I'm really happy with this trade. It was one off that, you know, I planned, I liked it, and I'm pleased about it. So sending it to you.
Yeah, I'm pleased as punch for you. I'm just getting out of this SOXL happy. Oh my gosh, SOXL, pardon me. I'm happy I took the opportunity to get back in this when we did have a bit of a rejection, but the rejection didn't hold. We broke above 90s. I said bye. SOXL, another L, but yeah, all good. Always ready for more opportunities. I just think, you know, that a little bit more tired, not as patient as maybe I should be, because patience is key. You have to pack that patience, as Sharif often says. But for now, we'll move on to the lesson du jour, because you know, I think I definitely need a lesson of the day over here right now. Just take a break from some of those trades and focus on learning. 2-bar gap and go. So we've been talking about gap and goes all week, and I think pretty apt week for it as well with earnings, especially big boy Apple tonight to keep an eye on. So let's talk about a strategy focusing on strong price movement within a single trading day if you're talking about the classic gap and go. But what if you want to identify trends with longer legs? Enter the 2-bar gap and go strategy, which is a variation that leverages momentum building across 2 consecutive days. And this is going to be a quick lesson diving into this approach and some potential opportunities therein. So let's start going beyond the single day, because the standard gap and go strategy is going to just look for gaps that occur at the opening of the trading day. And it can actually miss trends that develop over a longer time frame. So let's talk about day one. You've got that big price gap with high volume, either up or down. Then day 2, you'll see the stock opening, continuing whatever strength it has or weakness in case of a gap down, and that continues the trend initiated on day 1. So here's one example. You have that increase, then you've got our gap up, and look at day 2, another nice little move and some continued upside. So that's the vibe there. That's the look on, here's one example with AstraZeneca, which, oh my gosh, look at that chart. You were not lying. AstraZeneca was a big money stock there. But yes, that's one example here for continuation gaps. So why 2 bars? It gives you a couple different advantages. One of them is going to be identifying momentum. So you get that day 1 gap signaling a potential trend. The strong open on day 2 will then confirm its continuation and give you a little bit more confluence before entering the trade. What about reducing false breakouts? That's something else as well, right? Because single day gaps can be fleeting. They can be here today, gone tomorrow. And waiting for a strong open on day 2 can help filter out short-lived movements, especially if you're looking for more of a swing type of thing. Now, last but not least, targeting news-driven events is the other thing that you can do for 2 bars. So usually if you have a news or earnings catalyst, if it lasts, if it sticks, if it's something the market still has its eye on, you might want to watch for some follow-through for day 2, because it can help identify stocks with potentially sustained movements due to news. And that's what kind of separates, as I was saying earlier. Pardon?
What? I said objection.
Objection.
It says sustained.
Oh, yeah, sustained. Objection. Overruled. Witness may answer. I watch a lot of Law and Order. Order. But yeah, so I didn't hear what you said there. But yeah, so sustained.
Chilean Nightmare is smashing the gavel, man.
Contempt of court.
Chilean Nightmare ain't having it.
Right? But yeah, so sustained movements are really what we want, and that's what really separates some of these more significant gaps from a small cap gapper type move, which you're going to be here today, gone tomorrow. How do you put this trade into practice, though? So first, you're going to want to scan for those day 1 gaps. Use a gap scanner. Shout out to Trade Ideas. That's how I find some of the stuff that's moving for our morning watch list, which you can check out on our site definitely to get a sense of what is moving. Then, once you find your day 1 gaps, you want to look at your day 2 opening. Observe the opening price and volume, and look for a strong open that continues the trend initiated on day 1. Last but not least, you want to think about your entry and stop loss. But this shouldn't be the last thing you think about. It's just the last thing on this list, because entry and stop loss are really, really important. And if you don't have a plan for how to exit the trade, you haven't really planned your trade, something that Neil said once that I think is really key. So once you see your strong day 2 open, consider placing a limit order just above in a bullish gap or below in a bearish gap that day 2 opening price. And you always want to set your stop loss order to manage potential losses. So one example is, imagine you have a stock XYZ gapping up $2 on day 1, and it reaches $15 with high volume. And then on day 2, we gap even further. We open at $16.50. And so then the strong day 2 open could suggest a continued uptrend from day 1. So you might want to place a limit order to buy slightly above $16.50 and aim to capitalize on the continued momentum. But there are a few risks. As always in these markets, you got some risks. Patience is going to be really important, because the strategy requires waiting for confirmation on day 2, because you don't want to jump into the sea in a longer term play on day 1 alone, because sharks could bite you. False signals, also important, because even strong day 2 opens can reverse. You always want to use proper risk management, because those fake out breakouts can get you. And I've certainly felt the brunt of that even on just an intraday basis today, right? So always make sure you have everything, all your ducks in a row before you start wetting your beak. How have I never said that before?
Oh, wow. That is actually pretty good.
Okay, so I've started.
I don't know why. That was actually pretty good.
Thank you. It's also not going to be for every gap. Not all day 1 gaps are going to lead to sustained trends. And you always want to analyze your supporting factors like news or technical indicators before entering. Because the 2-bar gap and go strategy can be a powerful tool for identifying trends, but it can also lead to fake outs. It requires discipline, patience, and a strong understanding of market dynamics. So that's the lesson, our lesson of the day.
All
How
right.
are you doing? What are you
I'm
looking
good.
at?
I'm about to short Softy here. We're at VWAP, and well, I'm thinking about getting short here on the soft one. I don't want to go into the side charts and analyze and show you guys what I'm looking at because I'm afraid that I'm going to miss the trade if it goes down without me. It's already going without me here. All right, well, I'm taking it short. So come what may. We're short 48s. I hate this price. This is not what I wanted, but you know, you don't always get what you want here. So we'll look, my out is going to be the top of this candle. It's going to be the break of 75. So we're going to put in 396. 396.78 top there, and we'll look to cover the entire thing if it makes its way up to the top. So that's going to be the look on the soft one. We're looking to get short here on a VWAP rejection and a possible trend line rejection as well, because I drew a nice trend line here that looks to be in play, at least for the moment, on Softy. So we'll see what we get. As, yeah, we're moving down here on the soft one, at least it looks for now. If we can get a nice little second push on that, we're still waiting. The spread is a little tight on this one. That's the thing. That's why we're not getting filled. It did cross on the bid, but not on the ask. So we're going to have to pack our patience. But this is the look on Softy. I want to show now that I'm in the position. It's been lower high, lower high, lower high. I'm kind of respecting this trend here. It comes into the volume weighted average price. It does reject at this level. And there it goes, baby. So I did get the right trade, but not the right price on the soft one. You're never going to get everything that you want, but we're going to let this one come down again. This is it's not a rinse and repeat trade because Softy hasn't been rejecting off VWAP all day, but it has been putting in lower highs. So if it's been putting in lower highs, you should have a short bias. Okay, and the soft one right now is not doing what the rest of the market is doing. Amazon is at day's high. Apple's right back at that top high, 172.50. Tesla's still dancing with 180 like it's been all morning. Meta's flying as it typically does. Near high a day, 442.07 on Meta. The Future is near the local highs as well, and Nvidia is broken through 850. So the soft one's doing its own thing at these levels. We'll see if it can continue down into possibly that whole dollar level at 396, which also happens to be the 10-period EMA. So if Microsoft comes down into that 396, we'll look to cover. Otherwise, if it breaks the top of this candle, this crest over here, that's going to be my out for the remaining amount. So yeah, that's basically all there is to that trade. But I feel like the market may be shifting here in its momentum. It looks like it is intending on going higher. At least that's kind of how I feel at these levels. So yeah, that's my look on that, Adira.
Yeah, I mean, my look is on, my eyes are on Pfizer. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even on purpose. But yeah, so I tried to take the Pfizer short, did not work out, did not manage it to the best of my abilities, unfortunately. Josh Brown coming over here being like, oh, I doubled down on Pfizer. Like,
Joshua.
I did not like the timing of that, Mr. Josh Brown. But I will still watch your podcast. It's all good. But no, so anyway, so that kind of threw me for a bit of a loop. Shout out to Adib, I believe, who's still in this trade. Congrats to you. Yeah, I really just want to take this off this bounce. I like this bounce at this. Where am I trying to get involved in this? 2782s. We'll see if we get to 2782s. This might be a little bit ambitious. Maybe should have aimed for a bit of a higher price on this. But I think, yeah, like honestly, worst case scenario, I'll take 2783s. I'm risking into this 2790. No, 2779 coffee area. If we break below that, I will be outie. But I don't want to have to get out of Dodge just yet. Shout out to apparently 2 car brands. I want to stay in this Pfizer for now. Speaking of cars, I mean, let's look at like Ford and stuff like that. We have Ferrari next week as well, so that might be worth a look. Ford, I don't have much of a read on Ford, just kind of below that 9 EMA. What about GM? I like how me just randomly making a pun had me checking all these cars that reported last week. GM though, that VWAP protection?
Mm-hmm. You know, even some of these like dead-looking stocks could absolutely be, possible to do well on if you get your levels, like especially like you just pointed out, VWAP rejection, rinse and repeat, right? Like,
yeah, I like that. Also, JF Trader saying keep your eyes on the fives.
Hey,
I
like
love that. I did, yeah. I kept my eyes on the fives, and right now, hopefully, we're going to reifize some profits. on this trade with that bounce. Hopefully that bounce off that 9 EMA area. If we break below 79s, I'm outie. I'm going to get my side chart ready to recognize that. But also, one name I definitely don't want to kick off my side chart is going to be my IBIT. Because this is kind of getting interesting to me. We keep rejecting. I was like, oh, we're going to move up. But
Apple's at
you know
day's
what
high.
IBIT actually is a range. That 3362s, 3370s, if we keep rejecting at this level, I like IBIT. So I think we're going to get a bit of IBIT here. And my Pfizer. Going to keep my eyes on the Phis, though, of course, because, you know, you want to make sure you cash in that profit. So shout out to JF Trader for that. Happy with these trades. Right, well, my one trade right now. We're going to have to see how that goes. The biggest thing I think in these markets, if you see stuff you like, don't get so, you know, don't get too discouraged because of past movement. Each trade is going to be its own trade. Today there were some trades I'm not proud of, but I want to keep going. How are you doing on your Aspen?
Good. We're still in it. We finished that trade on the softy. And I put my beak wetter at the $0.25 here on Aspen. We're nicely in the money. We're about 25 pennies in the money right now on this small cap gapper. But it's small share size that I have left, so I'm going to insist that I get printed at my level or get stopped out. So whatever. Everything's pumping here, guys. Apple's going, Amazon's going, and Meta's going. And the reason I got out of my softy trade is not because it was wrong and I didn't get stopped out, but because the winds of change are coming here on this here future. And so I don't want to be in a $1 trillion market cap name when the NQ is pumping. So I'm out. Right now, if I may be wrong on getting out of this trade, I could have maybe taken some profit takers at the 396 area, which is where I was waiting, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I would get stopped out. So I kind of felt the market was shifting in its momentum, and when we were ranging all day, now we're kind of trending a little bit on some of these names. And even the monster NVDA is near high day. We just printed 855. 856 and 2/3 HOD. That happened at the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. So that took place at 935. We haven't been at these levels since 930, 940 level. Keep your eye on this 857 level. That feature is from yesterday. So this 857 IB high is not just a by accident level. Look at all these prints yesterday. Into the close, not even into the close, at 230. When we crested out, then we tanked into the close. So that was the high there. So you love when these not rinse and repeat, but when these levels feature multiple times so that you're able to, you know, have something sound off which to base your trades. At least for me, that's always been the thing. So yeah, that's a look there. What are we doing here? Bang on Aspen. So we pack our patience and we get the $0.25. Bang, 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 bang. Small cap gapper winner. Happy about this one, 53%. Keep your eye on Aspen tomorrow. I'm telling you guys, this is a distinctly different small cap gapper. It has a really good recent daily chart from August onwards, and look at it go. Here comes 23.5. So it looks like we took that out a little prematurely. Nothing new there. Anyway, to build on the point about Aspen, we talked about how it has room to 25. So if it doesn't get to 25 today and then it runs tomorrow, I would be at least have it up on the side chart, see what it's doing, maybe throw some alerts out there so that if it does come into the price target that you want, you know, at least you're aware of it. You don't have to take the trade. But ASPN at high a day, 23.38 HOD at the moment. But it's not the only small cap gapper that has given you opportunities, Ram. In fact, this CYCC has been rinse and repeating off VWAP. It's not giving you a whole lot in terms of the move, but you could size into it. And how many shares has this thing done on the day? Let's find out here. Yeah, you probably can't size into this one. This has done 1.44 million shares. It's a $3 name. That's just not enough. That's just not cutting it. So you may have issues of liquidity with this one, but the fact of the matter is it has held VWAP, and the deeper retracements that didn't hold up at VWAP, they held at the 50, and there's not that much of a gap between both these indicators. So good look for CYCC. PBI has been going all day, but the volume has been suspect on that as well. It hasn't really come into VWAP or anything other than the 10-period moving average. So hide? No, show. I'm not sure why this thing does that. Show 20 EMA. Okay, whatever. It just won't show the 20 EMA on this chart.
Salty.
Yeah, super salty.
20 EMA wants to go into hiding. It's like kind of shy. It's like, don't show me off in front of all these people, Sharif.
Right?
Like, I have feelings.
You know who's showing off right now, though? Aspen, bro, this is on the way up. Here comes the $0.5 on ASPN. Good trade. Don't chase this one, guys. Get it off a key level of support. If you like that 23, wait at 23. If you like that 10 EMA, then wait for the 10 EMA to come in. Again, I showed you this earlier, but I want to show it to you again. If you have this option on your platform to be able to trade off the charts, you can move the order, whether buy or sell, to account for the new position of the indicator. So if you want to trade off the 20 EMA, the 20 EMA is not stagnant, it's dynamic, and so you're going to have to move up these orders with it. If you have that option, use it. I think it's important. So let's keep an eye on that. Let's switch back to, wow, Amazon. What the hell is Amazon doing? Yeah, it's mooning, Neil. Neil says it's mooning. It is. 184 break on the Amazonian. We are well above the IB high at 183.25. The only thing really we have standing in our way is this 185 top. That 185 top comes from yesterday in the afternoon after Powell got off the mic, and then we absolutely tanked. You can see that V-shaped retracement. Today, though, it seems a bit more of a sustained uptrend. 185, guys. I will be looking to short the Amazonian off 185, Neil. Look at yesterday, that crash from 3 o'clock, 185 resistance. So I'll be looking to short it at 185. That's my look there.
Yeah, Pfizer is just trucking along, not doing too much. Also, congrats to you on your trade on Aspen.
I thank you. I appreciate you.
Nice. I know you really wanted that, so I'm really happy that Aspen behaved, that you guys were able to come to a shared agreement to take that log. So, like, seriously, congrats to you.
Thanks, Adair. I appreciate you.
Because that's awesome. It's always nice when, like, you have an idea and it just works out perfectly, because I feel like the market doesn't always give you that.
No, it does not.
And you know, that's why I'm a little bit salty at myself, because there were so many great ranges I just wasn't playing properly. TQs kept having a range, and I got out. I mean, to be clear, I did have a really tight stop. Oh wait, gotta go to Pfizer. And I don't regret that decision. I just think that my biggest issue there with my cues was just that I got out a little. I was a little bit too. I should have gotten back in. Look at all these triangles, man. Come on. I should have gotten back in on this short. I risked into 52.80s. Happy with that, whatever. But then I should have gotten back in if I was like it's still falling. Do you know what I mean? So I think checking back in was the biggest thing. And then we had a nice long that worked out here on this TQs. But then I added in and I didn't scalp enough. So I think the biggest issue is just execution and looking for news. Oh, Benson C saying that yes, there was Paramount news, so it hadn't come into my blotter at that point. Sony and Apollo expressed interest in buying Paramount for $26 billion. So the thing with that is, that's the same amount they said before. Paramount wasn't interested in before. So I think unless Sony and Paramount really, or Sony and Apollo really sweeten the pot, the vibe I get is that Sherry Redstone and Co. are still gonna be like, because the $26 billion deal has been the only deal that I've really seen coming out of Sony and Apollo. Right, so I'm not seeing any new details on any differences with that deal, but like that was the kind of the big thing that I had seen earlier on this deal, was that Sony and Apollo 26 billion. So I guess they're still interested in it, but I think what I've seen is Paramount still really trying to make things work with Skydance. The only thing with the Skydance deal is that Paramount would need to renew to have its conversation with Charter, because the biggest issue is Charter's agreement with Paramount. Now, yesterday, we had a nice move up on Paramount, because after market closed on Tuesday, it's like, reported that Paramount and Charter are trying to renew their agreements. So that's what gives us that nice spike up yesterday, because they're like, oh, if this agreement, if they're having these contracts, or if they're having chat about contracts, that could actually maybe be the motion in the ocean that we need for that Paramount and Skydance deal. Because moral of the story there, for I kind of said that in a weird way, I need more caffeine, is that Sony and Apollo being interested in Paramount is great, but I don't think Sherry Redstone wants that deal, because it's the same deal same offers before, $26 billion, and they keep getting rejected. I think what it sounds like is Paramount really wants to make things work with Skydance if they can get those terms. But I know the biggest thing is that chat with Charter. I don't know why I've read a decent amount about this.
Are they going to give her less money than she was offered initially or something?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like the deal with Apollo is better. Apollo and Sony, but she doesn't want it. But nice look to GME, and you know what GME wants? Upside, upside, upside. No stop for GameStop on this move.
What is happening?
I didn't see any news on this either. Look at these volume spikes. I'm going to see if there's anything new, because that Paramount move, I did not see that news.
Very unusual.
Right away. But GameStop, yeah, nothing on GameStop.
I don't
Maybe
see
it saw
anything either.
fellow Carvana run and be like, hey, I have shorts too. I want to run as well. Maybe GameStop wanted to just hang out with Carvana, but nice look there for GME. And honestly, pretty sustained volume. Not as much as that first pop we got, mind you, but not bad either, trying to continue that move to the upside.
All right, Gorev, good question here. Do you buy soon as the stock reaches your key level, or do you wait for some sort of confirmation? Feels like waiting for confirmation is too late from an R&R perspective. Thoughts? Great question, dude. I'm gonna typically wait for confirmation unless it's like a really very specific level. I'm talking about something that I've charted on the 4-hour or something that was a closing print that's shown you its propensity to bounce on that day. And if I do take it on a resting order, I always try to have my stop in place because sometimes I don't see the screen when it gets filled because I'll be either looking at something else or whatever, right? And so I want to have my stop in there so that if I do get filled and I'm unaware of it, my stop still triggers. So what I would say to you is most of the time I will wait for confirmation. Like I always say that getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, so if something's coming down into a level, are you just buying it off that level because that's the price, or are you waiting for the stock to prove to you that, yes, this is a key level of support and I'm going to start making higher highs and higher lows, printing some green candles if you're long or red candles if you're short. So I would say to you a bit of both. Really depends on the situation. It's not a hard and fast rule. I would ask the big kahunas that, though, on the show, their show coming up in about 25 minutes, probably have a little bit better of a response for that. All right, guys, while we were dropping hot lines, the future broke into 17.6 territory. So we have a 17.386 LOD and a 17.619 HOD right now on the NQ June contract. And this level is not by accident. That's the level that we got into in the pre. That's where we topped off there at 850 after we got those economic numbers. It was very much close to the level that we got to at 7:10 in the morning as well. So this has been a level that we're familiar with, at least intraday today on this future. Now, we're well below 17.6 now. Keep your eye out on this level, though. This level here, 17.5 2/3. For whatever reason, seem to feature today, both as a level of support and then as a level of resistance. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes out this 17.5 3/4, 17.5 2/3, whether this can hold up at this level and we get another break and curl above 17.6. We were well above 17.6 yesterday. You remember when when Jerome Powell got on the mic and we popped into 17.8, almost 17.792. Same thing. So I'm looking for a possible area of support on the future right around here, owing to this area in the pre and these two crests that we got subsequent to the bell. 17.5 3/4, 17.5 2/3. We'll keep eyes on that. What did some of these Meg 7 names do? So we did break 180 decidedly here on the Cybertruck. We got into the $0.50, but now we're right back below 180 again. So VWAP is really the only other level I'm looking at here as an area of support, and I'm not taking a trade off Tesla on this level. It's not the setup I'm looking for. 179.50 or a little bit below that is where the volume weighted average price is on TSLA. What else is moving here? So I talked about that 185 level on the Amazon. Meta as well, clearing that 440. So initially, today anyway, 440 has been a resistance level. And in the sim this morning, you guys know I've been trading these setups that I've been charting in the sim, and then I'm going to take my data after the experiment is over. I took 440 as a resistance level today in the sim, and it did well. Took a couple of bucks on that. So if we come down into 440, what I'm trying to say is I'll be looking long on Meta, but I don't think we make it down there quite yet. Looks like 441.5 is where we bottomed out there at the 10 period and right into 42.5. Meta moves dollars at a time, baby. What a move back up for META, up 2/3%. The dead one, Apple, seems to be on the way back up again. It printed a high a day about not that long ago, about 10 minutes ago, 172.78. and we're right back at that 6, 8, 10 pennies off that day high. Apple has been putting incrementally higher highs and higher lows. It seems today that we have a bit of an upward channel on Apple, as denoted by these two trend lines over here. Yeah, this is a very clear upward channel on the dead one. So we'll see if that one continues. Again, make sure to check out the Market Recap Show with Adara and Sean. Apple will be reporting at 4:30. The $2.75 trillion market cap has been on watch by a lot of people, Adara, where we want to see what they have for us in the AI world.
Yeah, I mean, we want to also see if we can make any coin in coin. Like, what's the market's 2 cents on coin? Is DraftKings still king? Is Monster Energy going to give us some monster numbers? These are all names, in addition to being puns, they're all names that are going to report today.
Very true.
How can we square up with Square?
Oh.
Which also, speaking of which, people want to see Square ahead of its earnings, which are also tonight. So let's take a look at Squa/Block. And,
Squa.
Okay. I don't know. This is an interesting look. Slightly low. This is hard. I'm going to be honest. I don't have a huge read on, because I think it's still kind of deciding what direction it wants to do. Slightly higher lows here, but generally we're kind of struggling to break above that 68.80 area. I think if we break above 69s with the viciousness, because we rejected this now twice. I think if we break above 69 with the viciousness, that could be interesting. But I think tomorrow 69 could be a key level coming into earnings. That being said, we are having a nice little bounce off the 9 EMA right now, so nice look there for SQ. Thank you, Volky. Yeah, I mean, hopefully the puns land. I mean, either way, just like making them, having some fun. Having more than a bit of fun, but I am also an IBIT, which has not been super fun. I want to take some trades kind of heading to the end of the day that I liked, and trying to get back to my rangy roots. This IBIT was rangy. I don't know if it stayed rangy. I think now we're kind of having a rejection off that 9 EMA. I'm giving this to 33.61, so risking 3 pennies, trying to make 7 pennies. I'm aware there's very tight risk, but that's honestly my bigger issues are just when I don't manage my risk enough. That Pfizer trade earlier, for example, and then that's just kind of where I get a little bit chopped up. Like I said, this has been my worst day by far since going live, but that just means now I know what didn't work for me today. How do I change that tomorrow? I was a little bit tired today. We weren't caffeinated enough. You know what I mean? That's something I can change tomorrow, hopefully. Because contrary to popular belief, I really do not have that much caffeine. And I say that because I know that is one of the biggest things that I think is assumed. I really am not very caffeinated, and today
drink that much caffeine.
I really probably should have been caffeinated, and that might have been the issue. We broke below 61, so I'm out of IBIT. Basically flat on my Pfizer short, which I'll also take a look at. But yeah, that's really what you want to see. You want to see making sure what did I do wrong and how do I fix it. Rob EV saying is IBIT a bull flag? I'm not really sure. I think we had that move up, but now I would say we're kind of. I think that breakout above this, to me, was the attempt at the bull flag breakout, what we did at 33.70. Now we're kind of slumping and seeing 33.70 as resistance. So I have to say, Rob EV, who I love not just looking at EVs, looking at everything. I'm not sure that IBIT is a bull flag. I think that if we were to have the bull flag, I think that attempted breakout of that 33.70 might have been a better opportunity. But that being said, things can always change, right? That's just my take on the chart.
Guys, GameStop's continuing to go. And I don't have a reason why it's going. I don't have anything on my blotter. This has happened before where we found out subsequent that it was some sort of Wall Street bets pump or something like that. So I don't have anything again on GameStop at the moment, but the print right now, $11.80 HOD. It's trading at 79. So we're okay. It's breaking high of day. It's pumping up as we speak now, 8 1/3%. On GameStop, on decent volume. The volume's not overwhelming or anything, but there's a good amount of volume, and it's mostly coming in just recently now. So you can see here, 115, the volume bars really started to come alive. Prior to that, you can barely see the volume bars. So this is very much a 115 beginning type thing. This is a 1 minute candle, so this is exactly 115 when the volume came in, when the initial pump came in. It's done about 2.07 million shares on the day. Let's go and look at the daily quick here to see where the resistance levels are on GameStop. So we do have this day over here, April 26th, when we got into about 12 1/5. So possible resistance at 12 1/5. This, the 29th, the day subsequent, we did top out. The high was 12 or 12.01. 12. It was exactly 12. So we could have some resistance at that $12 area. If 12 breaks, keep your eye on the 50 period. In fact, what I would say to you is that the high on the 26th and the 50 period are one and the same. They're both at 12.25. So good chance we do reject, not good chance, possibility we reject off 12.25 owing to the fact that it is the 50 period and the local area top on GameStop. Again, don't really know why it's running. And trade this carefully, guys, especially if we don't have a catalyst. We don't really know what's happening here. So GameStop at day's high. Let's see what else people. Big Kyle Burdett's back in the chat, baby. He says SPY short is on. Looking for selling in the close to de-risk before tomorrow's news. I'm assuming you are talking about Apple. Is there any news that we're getting? What are we getting tomorrow?
NFPs,
non-farm payrolls. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, NFP can move markets. There was a trader on this floor that his bread and butter was at NFP. And so, yeah, that's to give you the idea that it is a tradable event. Make sure to catch that with us. The entire gang will all be here bright and early, 8:30 tomorrow for that print. We might even go early. Who knows? Sometimes we do. So we'll keep an eye on that. What else we have popping off here? Let's look at these here, these Mag 7's names. Mag 7 names. I can get it right. All right, we talk about that 185 level on Amazon, and we're going to have to put our money where our mouth is probably sooner than we anticipated. 185 is about 23 pennies away. That's a HOD, 20 pennies away now. Amazon is on the way up, and it behooves us to look. I mean, 3.25% for Amazon. Not a bad look at all. I'm getting nothing here. Nothing here for Amazon to justify this whole thing. I'm seeing some stuff about Google, their antitrust trial, which started today. I think opening remarks were today or yesterday or something like that. Nothing recently to justify. When did this whole pump start anyway? 110. So I'm not getting anything, guys. So yeah, this could be just a technical break or just some regular positioning there. 184.82 HOD. Now it's coming back into 60s. Yeah, we'll watch. We'll watch. I mean, I'm unsure what to do here. So, Brad Gober, Amazon. That's what I'm talking about, my man. I'm talking about Amazon. I'm watching it like a hawk. I've got it up over here. Let me pull it up on the side. I thought I had it up. We'll take Tesla off. We'll put Amazon on. Chef Joe, GameStop has a bunch of options alerts and call sweeps. Okay, so that could absolutely be it. You never really know that unless you're able to kind of have a look at the options chain there on GameStop. But right now, it did top out at 1188 for now. That is for now. We'll see if it continues to make that big move up. Brad Gober, I'm going short big time. 185. Ooh. Jeez, Brad. Okay. I like that confidence, though, Bradley.
That was a plan.
Yeah, that's a bit. I like it. So I'm keeping my eye on 185. I could be persuaded to join you. Again, I need to see how it trades above there. I'm just not comfortable putting a resting order at that level. And come what may, it's just too much of a monster, guys. It's up 3.25%. And having a look at this chart over here, unabated to the quarterback since 115, goes Amazon. So we're below 17.6 though, Adara. So if that's any consolation for the shorts, we've been kind of doing the wick shimmy from the south side of 17.6. We did break 17.6 on these two candles here, getting up into that 1/5 area. We're right back at 17.6 now, and we held the 10 period beautifully here on the 5 on the NQ June contract. We were very rangy today, but I feel like that might be changing now.
Yeah, it is. There's a change in the range, that's for sure. Times they are arranging. Well, not anymore. So that was, yeah, it's honestly, and that's why I said I was a little bit disappointed in myself earlier, because there were ranges and I just wasn't playing them right. Like, look at all these missed opportunities for me and the TQs earlier today. But that's why I'm so happy I'm able to go into the end of our show trying to take some trades. Please just punch with these TQs longs. I noticed us bouncing off the 90 MA. Now I know Kyle Burdett said short the SPY, and I think, we haven't made a new high or anything, but I think for my scalp purposes, this type of stuff I like. I want 53.10s. I don't know if we'll get it. We have been struggling with that 53.03s for whatever reason. We break above, then we peek our heads right back to the downside. So, je ne sais pas. At this point, honestly, if I can get 53.05s, I shall be pleased as punch. Yeah, shout out to Bob Dylan there. But yeah, we're gonna have to get out here at 53.05. Please just punch. Took 7 pennies. I was going to maybe risk into like that 90s area. So happy with what I did. We could have gone a little bit higher, but you know, I want to be able to take my eyes off of this so I can look at other stuff for people. Shout out to Self-Ability with the $5 super chat about Palantir. Sorry I wasn't able to look at that earlier. We do apologize there, but thank you very much for your support always. Yeah, sorry guys, we're always trying to get to everything in the chat. There is always a lot to look at. This Palantir, look at this. This curling, see, initially I was considering going short this around VWAP, but I'm happy I didn't because curling back above VWAP here, trying to get above that 22.54. Hopefully this one is your Palantir because I think it's pretty pal and clear that we want to break above that 22.54 area. Trying to curl back above here. This was, I think, with some resistance earlier and also a little bit of chop and churn and also pre-market support. This 22.50, sorry for the tongue out there, but that 22.54.
Oh.
This is an area and a half.
Ram.
On Palantir. Ram. But yeah, sorry about that Self-Ability. We weren't able to look at the super chat right away, but this Palantir, I think it's pretty pal and clear. This could be a nice area. If we pal and clear it, could be a nice area. Also, 10 cents in the money in my Pfizer short. Oh, we're breaking down even further on Pfizer. Please, this punch. I need a little bit of a W today after taking some L's and being a little bit down on myself, spilling some coffee on myself, having a moment. Through trials and tribulations, we try to turn that into some positive trades. Also, yeah, Paramount's still pumping apparently. How are you doing?
All the way down goes Amazon, baby. Wow, what a rejection off 185. At least it gives you like, I think, 50 pennies there. Oh, how much did it give you? Let me just double check. The low there was 55. So right now it's giving you 45 pennies and it's still below 185. And it didn't even break above 185 by that much. 185.10 goes Amazon and on the way back down now. Yeah, look, are you going to scalp this or are you going to hold this? For me, if I was in this trade, I'd be looking to scalp. I don't know how much we make it down. Look, you can make it down to 184. And I think that that's reasonable because that's where the 10 period's hanging out on the 5. And we did respect the 10 period earlier today. We had a lot of good retracements in the 10 period, and then we started getting away from it. So right now, topping tail candle at 185. I didn't take the trade, but that's all right. I've done well today. And yeah, we'll watch this one. I shouted it out to you guys. You know, I didn't take it myself, so sucks to be me. But the fact of the matter is this one actually gave you that move off 185. Again, that 185 was no hocus pocus. It was essentially that high from previous yesterday. I shouted it out to everybody, so I gave you that trade. But right back up we go. And that's what I was positing the question. Is this a scalp or is this a hold? Back like into an ambitious retracement in a VWAP, 182.25 or something like that. So keep your eye on Amazon. 185 could feature again. I don't think the trade is done. We could continue to head down or we continue to head up. We'll have to wait and see exactly here. Shafali, could you please take a look at Vana? Absolutely. Let's have a look at Vana. We haven't looked at it for, you know, another 15 minutes or something.
Carvana demands constant attention, Sharif. How dare you take your eyes off of it? No, don't be so derisive towards
I know,
her,
right? I was a little derisive, I'm not going to lie.
She's a big one.
All right, Adair, remember when we were talking about this range here on a tight, not even really a tight range, a 116 essentially low and a 121, 121.50 top. That's done. We broke down well below that. So what I would say to you is, look now for a 116 short on Vana. Maybe, okay? I wouldn't have a resting order there. I'd want to see how it trades. The thing about this 116 short is you really need to give it to 117.50 to know you're wrong, because that's where VWAP is. That's too rich for my blood. So this setup doesn't work all that well for where you can take profits, because if you're looking at your profit taker off a 116 short, well, you could say, okay, you can make it down to 111.5. That's low of day. So I would say to you, Shivali, I'm not interested in going long at these levels. Essentially, I was looking for a range earlier. Like I said, 121, 121.50 to the top side, 116 to the downside. Now that we've given up the ghost at 116, I personally would use 116 as a resistance level. So if you want to take it long here, maybe into 116, that's up to you. I'd rather look to see if it rejects off 116 before I get it short.
Yeah,
You were looking at something
Oh
there.
yeah, I was gonna say I was looking at the same level because I've learned from the resistance to support thing that you've always taught me. So thank you to you because I was also looking at that 116.
You were looking at the same thing, eh?
That was the first thing I saw, and then you said it, and I was like, well, that's because you know I learned from sitting next
There
to
you
you, and
go.
these are levels you notice. So thank you for that.
I just wanted to point out, have you noticed I'm range trading a little bit more?
I did.
So why don't you say anything? Huh?
I like it.
There we go.
I like it.
It's funny how you can learn off each other, right?
Because I do the high and support, and I've done a little bit more of these like kind of popish trades
Yes.
lately too.
Oh, there you go.
And which is very much your type of style, right?
Interesting look.
So yeah, I mean, I want to take more, but also like I said, I'm living vicariously through your mega cap ranges because I'm a little bit less comfy taking them for now, but that doesn't mean not ever. And I'm so happy I was able to end today after a lot of disappointment. I was a little bit in my Billie Eilish "What Was I Made For" feels earlier today, where I was like, this is not my day. It's my worst day since going live. Apparently doing soap opera voice. That was how we were doing. But I was happy to take this quick rangy pop here on the TQs, taking that into 5/5/10s. Now the TQs actually look like a short to me because we're giving up that 53. You know what? What's life without whimsy? What's life without whimsy? We're taking it. We're taking it.
Hey.
Full position. I'm taking. Oh, I think it's going to give up before I even get involved, but that's okay. I'm taking. I have the you know, the motion in the ocean. I think this is a short. And TQs are like, yeah, but you were like 10 seconds too late, Adara. So obviously we're not going to let you into the party. Which I understand, TQs, you got a lot to do. Lots of people trading you. 43.86 million shares in volume done today. So let's see how the TQs do. If I can get into the short, I would love to short this rip, short the baby rip into the end of the day, as long as we keep seeing lower highs.
Though, okay, so you had some wings.
I had some wings.
And thoughts on the lemon pepper before we get to the spicy one. Before we get to this.
You know, lemon pepper is not just a really good Rick Ross and Drake song. It's also a very good wing.
You liked it.
I liked the wing.
And the dark one.
Oh, that was so good. The hickory.
That was really good.
Yeah,
right?
that was so
a
nice.
barbecue
Randy gave me one of
hickory.
his wings as well too, because he's like, "You look hungry. You can have my wing." I was like, "Thank you."
And now the spicy one, because we got 3 types yesterday. And then I came back and I just saw her like paralyzed. I don't mean to make fun.
Yeah.
But it was funny. It was like that face.
It
It
was
was just like, it's like, oh, my mouth is burning.
Yeah. So anyone who saw me on the afternoon show knows how that wing went down. I'm happy I tried it. Very happy I tried it. You know, as Shakira said in Zootopia, try everything. So happy I tried the wing. It just was not, try every wing, I guess, but it didn't. Also, yeah, so Ramin wants to clarify as well, it was a bite of wing. I did not have a whole wing. I had one bite of that wing.
Yes.
But that's what matters is I tried. So thank you, Ramin, for the support there. Much appreciated. And I want to try to as well. I was saying this to Ramin before we got the wings yesterday, is I like the idea of like these fruity sauces. Like I like a pineapple. There's this one of those like place that does burritos is like a pineapple salsa that's really good. So I like the idea. I just can't have it too spicy. You know what I mean? And that was my issue. A little bit too spicy or too rich for my blood, as you will sometimes say. Too spicy for my blood were those wings. Also, welcome to Volky, becoming a member of Trader TV Live. So happy to have you here and make some trading memories. I also want to quickly take a look at Paramount because I think it's Paramount we pay attention to this. Benson in the chat saying that he's like made, I think Benson C saying he's like made his month or something in Paramount so far. So shout out to you. Nice look on Paramount. I want to clarify though as well, the news on this deal, I'm not seeing actually any new terms in the deal. Sony and Apollo offering $26 billion, which is what they were offering before from what I read. So unless there's something new, what I read doesn't seem like there's too much of a difference there in that report. So just to clarify, we broke above that 53.05 of the business. So I ran out of my TQ shorts, but I'm still happy I tried taking it because that's what matters is seeing a level you like, trying to get involved.
I love how Neil wrote, he's like, I had the rest of that wing and it tasted great. Yes,
He did.
Neil. Never let. Yeah, I agree with you, brother. I agree with you. No, I hate wasting food. It drives me nuts. Yeah, so shout out to him, and it was good eating, he says. Guys, GameStop's still going, and now some sympathy plays have started to come with GameStop. Okay, thanks, Ram. Look, Ram saying Trump might have been talking about it. We're unsure if that's true or not. I still don't have any reason why AMC or GME are moving up, but AMC started moving up now in sympathy, I'm assuming, with GameStop. AMC now up almost 6.5%. GameStop up almost 10%, $11.95 for GameStonk. as it heads all the way up to that $12 area. This is the level we talked about not that long ago. We talked about this 12.25 level being an interesting area of resistance on the daily. That is where we got into on the 26th. That was the top. And now that the 50 period has kind of sloped down a little bit since the 26th, I think the 50 period and that $0.25 level will conflate to be that same level, making that possible short even more juicy. So if you're able to secure shorts on GameStop and you can manage risk on this trade, an interesting area is that $12.25 level. We have 2 minutes left on the show.
Only 2 minutes left. It's been quite a day.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm so happy that I was able to share this day with everybody. Like I said, this is my worst day since going live. But I think one of the things I want to shout out to Sean and Neil as well for being really open about it is trading is up and down, much like the market.
Oh, yeah.
Your emotions and your account are going to be up and down. And I think I'm proud of myself that I was able to take some trades I really liked heading into the end of the day, because even if you're down in the day, you can't stop yourself from taking stuff you like. You know what I mean? So I want to say I'm really happy I was able to learn that lesson in front of everybody here. But I'm getting square with myself. Let's get square with square, which is trying to push right now above I said that 90 MA bounce was interesting, and indeed it was. Squa is one. I don't want to block this off my side chart. I think we're going to have block on the side chart coming into tomorrow.
I just want to mention to everybody, guys, that we also have a mobile version. We have it on TikTok. We have it on Instagram. You can watch us in a mobile-friendly version, so you don't have to keep it in portrait or in landscape mode. You can keep it in portrait. We have, and it's live from 8:30 to 4:30 every day. Catch us when you're not at your desk. You can catch us on your phone, and make sure to like and subscribe and share with your friends. That's the only way we grow. And when we do better, I promise you, we'll put that back into the show so that you guys can improve as well.
Yeah, I mean, the whole part of this is moving as a community, but right now we're going to have to move over to the Big Kahunas. And Brendan, we'll see you tomorrow. Same bad time and same bad channel, which you can catch on a lot of different platforms, as we've just said. But for now, Brendan, going to be at the big desk.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in as we get the post-Fed rally. I mean, we're positive on the day, so I guess so. A lot of people were not expecting that, I don't think, today. But here we go back to the upside. A couple things to note. Coming off some pretty hawkish comments yesterday from the Fed, specifically Powell, we're seeing some yield movement back downside today, which again is kind of strange, but not in line with what happened late in the day yesterday. That is for sure. Here's the dollar downside to start things off here 2 days in a row now. We're right back at that 105.5 area, trying to hold for the dollar. So that's helping as far as individual movers are concerned, helping equities, that is. As far as individual movers are concerned, I noticed Rivian's having a pretty good day. We had to move up yesterday late in the afternoon for this one. Didn't come back as much as some of the other ones into the close. That's just a volume thing, but nice day for Rivian here, up 3.2% as it makes its March higher. It was a really strong session overnight in the APAC region. Here's PDD, 11% on the day. It's been just a straight March higher all day long for Pinduoduo. Nice green board, though, right across the entire thing. We'll touch on Amazon coming up here off earnings. Eli Lilly, among others in the pharmaceutical space, to the downside today. Broadcom standing out as far as some of the chip makers are concerned, under pressure. Huge day for QCOM, up more than 10% for most of the day. It is coming off a little bit now. Strength in retail, though, I want to mention as well. Walmart, Home Depot, Costco, TJX, even Target, all up more than a full percent. There's the overall market. Trying to take out that pre-market high, or test it at least right now, as we get both gold and oil downside here late in the day. But we tested that support level early on this morning. Get a nice bounce here right back to basically session highs, and it's been decently anyway. About some of the chip makers today, we'll touch on a few of those coming up. We had a ton of earnings to get through in the pre-market this morning. One of those was, a couple of them were very highly shorted names in CVNA, and also Wayfair was the other one. Ends up being a bit of a back and forth mess here, guys, for Wayfair. Still holding on to a huge gain, though, on the day.
Wayfair, obviously, I'm in Carvana, by the way. I came to the dark side on Carvana as I'm shorted. But, Wayfair ended up more or less doing a strategy that I think a lot of times is something that I might have been involved in, where you look at a retracement or a gap fill, and you take the most obvious level that it will pull back to, and then it dips into that price, shows you multiple levels of support, and then just go long. So Wayfair, I think 27% short float, and Carvana, we'll get to that in a second, but Wayfair I didn't trade, and you're going to see it up that 15, right back in at the open. It dumps to more or less 55, 55 and a half, 55 and a half, 55 and 30, right in front of what was like a pre-market resistance level, and then off to the races. So that was actually a pretty solid trade. If you're into support turning into resistance and back and forth, which I actually do like, that's a bit of a thing. And then I had all these grandiose plans of Carvana either taking off the top, halting down or up, and then doing some post-halt trades and 40% and 50% up, or from 30% to 10% only, and all that craziness. And absolutely none of that happened. So I did the aftermarket show, was completely convinced. I had all these images in my head of what was going to happen going to bed and then waking up this morning on the train this morning, and none of it happened. And Carvana took one trade off of VWAP that didn't work. And all of a sudden I'm short because it broke support, showed trend down, and has a lower high. So I'm in this short at 114 into 115 half. And I'm going to scalp out into the bottom, and then I'm going to hold for a 110 break. Because the only thing, like all morning long, I'm like, it's not going to hold the inside range. And we were sitting here, Sean and I were sitting here, when it broke that 115, it's like, you could have just had that trade. I'm in it on the way back up, but if you just waited for it to break that range down, that one trade alone, it does bounce off 111, but you probably scalp some out, and then it never really went against you. And the level of patience required to wait for that perfect setup, it's half a day, but you know what? I think it would have been worth it. The only good news for me on Carvana is at least I wasn't in and out a million times in the first hour, because it was tempting. I had a level 2 dedicated to it. I was ready to go the whole way, and at least I didn't trade it. So sometimes the thing that you think is going to be your number one, I'm going to trade this the most, I'm going to put the most risk on, probably still going to be the case because now I'm into it. But it kind of defied my expectations. At least I didn't overtrade it. That's the only thing I can say about Carvana. Disappointment. Thought it would do more.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, that move is in the after hours. And I mean, it's had a good move, but yeah, we had both said that it was going to halt. And it wouldn't have been any halts yet, and it's 2 o'clock.
Oops.
So, that was wrong. Yeah, so I'll just go to a day 2 play. You just talked about Carvana there. I mean, a day 2 play with a name that was smoked yesterday was Starbucks. So it just came back into the day's high again, and we shorted it, so just recently. So if you're wondering why we have the price that we do, we've covered at the 50 period. We got a little bit down here. We just covered another bit here at 50 cents. But basically, I just want to make sure I don't have any more bids, which I don't. Okay, good. So this was a play that I was looking for to go short against 75. We had more offers on the way up, nothing filled. Short Starbucks day 2 play as, yeah, yesterday, bad news, man. Bad news, and they don't like it. We talked about it possibly getting down to $70 if there is a problem in the NASDAQ. We could get this name down into that $70 mark. So we'll continue to look for longs. I feel like I'll buy some down there, 71, 70. But let's see it get down there first and then have to react to it. So for right now, we're short. We only have 30% left on this Starbucks trade, but day 2 plays short.
All right, Qcom, trying to get back to the upside right now, actually. It came in off that high once again, but really nice day still, up more than 9% for Qualcomm, as we saw on the board there when we came on at 2 o'clock. Standing out as far as gainers in the chip space today. After earnings.
Oh, yeah. Great look for them, Brendo. And they said something that I didn't really expect. They said that mobile chip sales are starting to pick up. Although they really primarily focus on Android devices, it is a good information piece to have. Beating on both the top and bottom line, the guide coming in 8.8 to 9.6 billion. Their street was looking for 9, so well above the mid-range there, Brendo. So good look all around.
Yeah, positive. I was just counting them up here. There's probably 8 or 9 different analyst moves here. Mostly really positive. Overweight to equal weights, mostly on the positive side, raising price targets here for Qcom as well.
Spoiler alert, 9% up is good.
Very,
sometimes you just got to state the obvious. Qualcomm was, like, I've never really traded it, maybe once years and years ago, but it wasn't a super clean trade. That said, what it looks like it's doing here, if it closes above, thank you for the, there we go. If it closes above 177, then what it's doing on the daily chart looks like a pretty clean breakout. I think it's a good sign overall for what we might see with Apple, although everyone cares about everyone cares about the AI and what we hear for AI for Apple, but hey, man, Qualcomm saying doing the right things is going to be good for the overall space, even though it's not the same direct comparison you would make. I don't think they're out of the water, but remember that 177 breakout on the daily? It ends up being support in the morning, and then a consolidation underneath, and then a breakout from there. So if it puts in a higher low, I think you can see the top. The market seems to want to take that top. So if a consolidation break happens, this would look like a long in to the high of the day. I guess that's the only way we're going to segue into chip stocks, I suppose, right? Otherwise, well, yeah, because I mean, I don't see Microsoft, DoorDash. We'll get to that. I'm in ARM and back into Intel. So ARM was one that I said in the middle of the day. It did the rejection of 100, and I did we're going to short it into VWAP, which is usually one of the same things. The first consolidation there, then only get half in, allow it to do the break, and then when you see the wick high, leave yourself some room for ARM to do the dance over-under on VWAP. It showed some strength on the way back in, so I then added there, then I had the full position. I scalped some out. It held the bottom. I reloaded VWAP, stopped out with a lower stop. Don't always love doing that, and then just jumped right back in. I hate when you move your stop. In this particular case, I've actually kept it a little bit tighter because the market is doing this weird dance where it's breaking out highs. So I like the fact that ARM's under VWAP, but the market continues to go higher, so I have a relatively tighter stop on that position there. Chip names are going, and keep your eye on NVIDIA, which is now 3% up, like ARM, but the difference is NVIDIA is literally at the high of the day. ARM's under VWAP.
Yeah. We've been doing fine on AMD, but now we're caught in a short here as it continues to go. This is the only chip name I think I've had. Well, actually, okay, well, there goes AMD. It just took the top. What was I even talking about? We traded SMH. But anyways, a whole bunch of AMDs here at 145. Now it's starting to go upside, so forget about that. SMH was a big one. Anyways, AMD, we just got hit on that one. But here's SMH. This was a good trade. Only one out. That hit us, and that was right at the end. So a couple good shorts there, back in against 210 at that time. It was VWAP was moving down there. So good move, or the 200 period. We were shorting it against that level 210. It broke. Now it's way upside, and we're starting to break higher here. The Nasdaq's definitely going for a little bit of a jog here now. So AMD just ripped up to 146 pretty nicely there. I have so many fills on this. There it is right there, just wick topped. That was good. A lot of volume coming in right now. Look at this. How many green candles in a row, says AMD. All right, well, there's a little bit of a pullback. But again, I don't want to get too carried away with all these pullbacks here. I feel like the right way is short, even if you're looking at, man, we talked about that earlier. It's too bad because like we had Tesla, we had Microsoft, we had Alibaba. Alibaba's ridiculous, by the way. I mean, we had 77 long on Alibaba. It's 81 and change. But that NASDAQ bounced right here off that 17.4, and then now we just took out that 17.6 and starting to hold that level. So I almost feel like we need to go long against 17.6. The chart's always set up better for shorts. Like we were just talking about that right there. Like huge red candle, now the push is coming back in. But maybe we should just be getting long on these dips in. So let's regroup, but those are my two trades today, AMD and SMH.
All right, Microsoft trying to get going here as well. 0.6, what is it? Yeah, 0.65 right now, trying to get back above some resistance from this morning. I mean, there wasn't much this morning as far as news, but this is interesting. 2.2 billion going into Malaysia's cloud and AI services, largest in 32 years as far as investments.
Yeah, they care about what's going on in Southeast Asia here, Brendo. And they mentioned this in 2021. They announced that they were going to invest in Malaysia, Indonesia, and at the time they already had something in Singapore. What was new to us today was Thailand. Last week we found out that they're going to invest about 1.7 billion in Indonesia, and that's kind of what started this whole thing. But to be honest with you, Microsoft's been locked in a $10 range for a while, 390 to the downside, 400 to the top.
Yeah, trying to get going here right now, actually, guys, for Microsoft.
So I'm not in Microsoft. I actually doubt I'm going to be in Microsoft, but I'll just quickly show you because I did just get out of something, and it's going to be Vana. Vana came back, pulled in, bounced off 113.5. I got the first leg out. I had bids down for the low of the day, but it just ran the top. So I don't want this getting to VWAP, and I'm still in the same trade and not looking for a different one. Until it starts either getting, if it goes to VWAP or it puts in lower highs, I'm going to stay away from it. I think it's still trending down, but I got to see some lower highs to get back into it. As I said, I'm not in NVIDIA, I almost said, not in Microsoft, but I do want to just quickly point out here, this had a pretty decent rejection right at the open. This spike right in trying to test like the 99 level and the $400 level, and it's been an absolute barcode for this stock. If we never break, if the market breaks highs and fails, and something fails a lower high that is weak relative to the market, I think you want to be looking for shorts in stocks like that, in a general sense, right? Like this is not pressing the highs as the market's pushing out. So you know it's a little bit weaker. It's got a triple top in there. If this market does pull back, like sometimes it does in the afternoon, I think Microsoft getting under VWAP is going to be the place to go. I understand there was a good catalyst and all that good stuff, but right now it's weaker than the overall market. So I don't anticipate shorting something like an NVIDIA, but if we get back underneath VWAP on Microsoft, that would be a different story.
I think Microsoft is the easiest trade of the day, and we have it. It's my P&L number one, but wasn't here during that time. We wrote down 394 long. The bottom of the day is 394.70, something like that. I mean, it sucks because like here it is right here. Microsoft 394 long, the number one idea there. Oh yeah, by the way, the number two idea, Bob along. So we had both of these long. This one is now $5 in the money. This one is now $5 in the money. Tesla 178 long. We can go double check that. The craziest part about all this is these two didn't even go against you. It was the Tesla one that went against, which was the problem for us, which is why when it goes against you, you know, that's where the real trading happens. You got to figure out what to do when stocks go against you. And hopefully you can either regroup it or not. You know, we have an example here with AMD. What just happened to me right there on AMD can happen again. Look at this, boom, boom, all the way back in right to that level. But see what I was saying? You got to rethink about what you're doing because that was just a regroup long. So there it is, a wick bottom there. Now it looks like you're playing the momentum back to the upside. Anyways, crazy wicks here. 146.07 all the way down to 145.60 again. So just like quickly 70 cents there or so in a matter of 2 minutes on AMD. We're averaging in, we don't have Apple on there. Apple's going to report tonight. I was just trying to give it, we've done fine. We talked about that hit early right there, but since then we've shorted, and now we're kind of stuck in a short. As here it goes, up to 173, and we'll be stopping out of Apple. All right, well, I guess they're buying. I didn't think they'd buy this into the report, but looks like they are right now. Apple will probably be a hit here as we go longer. Starbucks and Apple, the only two trades we have. We just got more Apple right here and ahead of 173. If that breaks, we're gone. That's where our stop is.
Yeah, if you're looking for the short, anyways, this morning on DoorDash, that was the right direction, but ends up being a bit of a non-event here once we get to that low from after the close yesterday. Huge move down on the earnings report yesterday after 4 o'clock, but since then, I mean, we're just kind of chopping around here, trying to bounce right now, but not much to do unless you were short.
Yeah, Darren and I didn't look at this during the How to Trade midday, so unsure as to how it did. But with respect to the earnings report, I can let you know on that. They beat nicely on the top line, but they missed decidedly on the bottom line there. About a 50% miss with respect to EPS, what the street was looking for. They did grow, as you and I talked about this morning. They did grow their orders, so hailing increased 21% year over year to 620 million actually rise, Brendo. But not enough to turn a profit.
I was just seeing as well, there's actually, it's not big, but 4% of the float is short.
Interesting.
On DoorDash, I wouldn't think that.
Is that what it is?
Maybe. Well, I mean, the most interesting dash, I think, is potentially outside in the back in the alley, because Sharif's dressed like he wants to go race somebody, which, I don't know. I'm just saying. And I'm like, no, I'm just, you got the track gear on over there. And there was a challenge. There was somebody that challenged me to a race. I'm not going to throw his name out there, Fahad. Back in the day, and I was like, anytime, any place. And I feel like
feel like he wants to race you. He was here and he was not shying away. So
he literally showed up when I was on vacation.
I know.
And then talked about how he still wanted to race me. Now Sharif hasn't issued such a challenge, and I have no idea how fast Sharif is. But DoorDash was pretty boring. That's why I'm making it up. I had the weird thing about this morning, and I know Adair was saying things like it was a challenging day to trade. I think 100% it was a challenging day to trade. Most of the days, if you come in and like the stock that I'm anticipating is going to do like the biggest movement, it's going to break out, you're going to have outsized moves, that's the one I'm geared up on, that's the one I prepared for probably the most, and does nothing that you were expecting, like where the halt trades on Carvana, that kind of a thing. It's going to be tricky. And the two things that worked in the morning were basically a couple of SSR bounce plays. DoorDash in here, it ticked down, it was 10% down at that point. It made a higher low. I just went long back through that higher low, scalped it out for like a buck change, and then once it hit the VWAP, moved my stop to break even, but at that point it couldn't turn into a losing trade. And then there was another SSR bounce play in Fastly, which by the way, Fastly, we don't have it on there, but if you think somebody, I mean, 35% down is not good by any stretch of the imagination. They got absolutely destroyed. That said, if you're simply talking about what happened in Fastly from the open, it was wipeout bottom, higher low, and I probably, the trail out here, it's gonna happen. Like I had a trail. The second it took out that 850, I'm like, I'm gonna trail it out. And then ran the trail and has been bouncing off VWAP. But very simple setup. And oddly enough, the two longs that ended up working pretty cleanly for me, well, Neo I had to take a couple times, and we'll get to that in a second, a little bit later on because we're still in it, because that wasn't as clean as one simple entry and then it works. The ones that worked out were in some of the weakest stocks today. Like DoorDash and Fastly did not have good reports. They were getting absolutely crapped on, and then they ended up off the open being pretty quick, easy longs, especially Fastly down 35%. But that's a specific setup. So you just take the setup, and it ends up working out, right? So it is what it is. I'm not still in it right now, and I don't anticipate trading this. I would say for this particular name, if it does settle down in this range, it's got like this double bottom from earlier at $7. So if it holds that for a couple of days, maybe there's a relief rally in Fastly. But I wouldn't be rushing to the hills to buy this one. I'm just simply pointing out that if it does hold 7 for like a couple of days in here, it could be interesting again.
Okay, yeah, no, it's definitely been a very, very difficult, I feel like difficult day to trade. We talk about this all the time. I'm going to show some love up to Mr. Tracksuit because there's two positive traders on the floor today. And one of them is my guy up there. So let's go. Let's give a big shout out to Sharif. So congratulations, Sharif. Killed it during the midday. So there it is, man. And that's the thing. We talk about this. The midday is giving you value. You know, these guys are live trading, putting it out there, teaching, and trying to put some of the, the teachings into play. And that's, I think that's very, very important. So shout out to you, Mr. Sharif.
You know what was really cool too?
I got you.
This morning, he didn't say it specifically to me, but I know I was listening to Sharif and they were talking a little bit, and he was testing some things out on some small caps with some trades, just like getting a feel for them and like some new ideas in terms of executing in the pre-market. And I can tell you that stuff's invaluable. Like there's been times where I was looking at something in the pre-market, and whether I paper trade or just take like a min amount, where I'm just getting a sense for like how is it filling, how is it moving, because it's so different. And if you're not really engaged in it, you don't get that feel. So you always got to be trying new things. And I heard Sharif mention that to Adair, that he was trying some things out in the sim to build on some strategies, and that's what Learn to Trade is all about there. So I feel like we're going to go back to the desk, and the next thing on there was Wayfair, but we easily opened up with Wayfair. So when we come back, we'll talk about the Chinese ADRs, which are not on the list, but let's go back to the desk.
Anyway, let's talk about Wayfair. 16.5% here, trying to get higher as we speak. But another one, I mean, huge gap to the upside off their report today. Not much in the way of follow through, sadly, unless you're looking for a dip.
Yeah, Brendo. I mean, it dipped a little bit there, reclaiming VWAP. But yeah, as you mentioned, not much in the way of follow through. But they did do better than expected, to be honest with you. They did a little bit less in revenue than the street was expecting, but they really shored up cost here, and they did a lot better on earnings than analysts had anticipated. 32 cents they lost per share. The street was looking for a 45-cent loss. They've also dropped about 18.1%. Year to date, but they did get a nice pop up, so that should be closing a little bit of the gap. Right?
Yeah, been a long time since we've seen this kind of volume for Wayfair. Probably the last earnings report there, above 10 million. This thing usually trades 4, 5, 6-ish on the day.
Yeah, we made some comments about Wayfair, the 55 level holding. It was like a pre-market brick wall, and then it dipped back down and bounced off 55 3 times and then went. I think if it's the start of a squeeze there, it's shown some better signs than Carvana, at least, because Carvana seemed to be breaking VWAP and trying to fill in the gap. However, I did promise you that since we didn't trade Wayfair, we talked about the Chinese ADRs today. So I'm in Neo. You'll note that I'm in one of two, and it's not this one. Someone said, Neil, why didn't you trade Alibaba? Well, I traded Alibaba. when we talk about getting things in on the front end or the back end, or at least when Sharif attributes that, I'm going to take that break 10 times out of 10. I said I'd be in the 78 break no matter what. So I took the break. It doesn't work right away. That went exactly to plan. Take the break. It doesn't work. Just simply get out underneath my stop. From there, looking for the dip buy. And when it did this bottom wick in here, right to 77.30. I waited for it to get back upside. So strength, buy the higher low, and then give back into the bottom. It did the same setup, and then after 10 o'clock, it regained VWAP. So at this point, there is easily a trade that usually I will put on when Alibaba does this, and it's the consolidation off of VWAP. That was a mistake, and that was a fail. The double top breakout was also another one that was available, 78 the second time at 10:30. At that point, you know, it is what it is. You can make any excuse you want in the world, but that's a stock that I'd wanted for at that price several times. We talked about this level finally breaking. Just one update. I even said this on in my personal account. I'm like a lot of other people. I'm in Alibaba, but it's not what I would deem to be a full position in my long term. And I said I'm not adding to this, guessing what the bottom is going to be. But if it closes on the weekly above this breakout at 78, and I turned to Sean, I was like, yeah, it looks like I'm going to be buying this thing tomorrow, or the next tomorrow, or on Monday, thinking today was Friday, but it's not. If it closes tomorrow above this resistance here, which clearly it's above 80 right now, as long as it's there, I'm buying this in my long-term account again. I'm doubling the position, and then I'm just going to hold it. Because I wanted to see it finally start going and then say, okay, this looks a little bit different from the other times that I thought the stock had made a bottom, which is really only 3 times. I'm in NEO, but it wasn't necessarily clean. I was buying the dip, and then what I should have done on Alibaba, I did on NIO, which is wait till it gets back above VWAP and then go back into the long. Now, clearly, it would have been a better trade on Alibaba than it is on NEO. There's no doubt about that. And Alibaba went significantly further, but it is what it is, right? Like that VWAP reclaim is such a good entry when a stock does that little shake everybody out move. Like you get some confirmation off of VWAP so many times. That's why we keep talking about that indicator.
Man, like we talk about not being green today. Okay, I guess my earpiece is no longer hooked up. Yeah, I know, eh?
Huh?
Don't worry about it. No, my earpiece isn't hooked up. We have Alibaba written down here, $77. We have numerous fills down there at $77. My best out is $78.30. RAM. I mean, you know, we talk about who would have known. We talked about double the trades here, the dip buy and the breakout. They're both written on here. So yeah, that's why I'm a little sour about Alibaba, but I love the position. We've been liking this name for a while. Shout out to Shakib and shout out to everybody that continues to look at this name with me. All right, so look at this. I just want to let everyone know, like, I just thought Apple would sell off into the close. So we've traded it fine. We made some money back. We talked about being red basically off of this trade right there. That was at 9:34. Apple just started going, and then thankfully we were able to get a little bit back. Actually, we didn't get anything back. We actually wound up, we didn't get out of it all. We got out of, I think it was 75% or something. Maybe punched a little bit back. I can't remember the trade, but anyways, made a little bit back there, shorted again. Like this short was good, and then now we're stuck here. So it's like we made money, like so lost our whole day right there. And again, it's not like when I say a whole day, it's just like that started us red, and we had talked about that. And then we had made back a third of it or so before we left at 11 o'clock. And then we just shorted here, that one again. No outs higher than any of these shorts, right? Purples are shorts. This one's equal, I guess. And then right now is the trade that we're stuck in. And I'm just stuck against oops, that was already maxed out. I'm just stuck against 173. Like, we already took this level out, but that was yesterday's very top that we had shorted yesterday. And then this happened. So, yeah, it looks like, look, we won't, on this particular trade, we won't give back what we made here on Apple. That made our day yesterday afternoon. So let's just see. Again, I should stick to my guns about saying that I don't really like to trade stocks day of earning or, even day before earnings because you're not sure where everyone's going to be positioned up. So again, we'll have some shares here. We will take an L on this position, but we're going to get out if and when, it looks like when at this point, this name breaks 173. I just thought it could give up. I mean, the market was pulling back. Alibaba's pulling back. Now the NASDAQ seems to want to get going all over again, and it is being led by Apple. Apple's straight to the upside right here. Big report coming after hours. Like right now, we're 5 cents out, and I'm talking like all doomsday and stuff. I'm not really feeling this current position as it sits right here near these highs and still marching forward. It looks like Apple wants to test higher here into the close.
Just one thing. I mean, Google. There's one other name. Ooh, we're almost there. Google is also breaking high of the day and also leading the market a little bit. So it's worth pointing out because Microsoft's not doing it. Amazon's pulled back as well. I haven't checked out Meta, but no, we can throw that back up. We're underneath. Look, we're less than 250 away.
Yeah.
Let's do this. All we have to do, like, why wait for Friday?
Who's on?
What's the point? Thursday, let's get, who wants to be the 450th subscriber? It can be you if you hit the like and subscribe today. And you know what? As a matter of fact,
is that live? That should be going up a lot.
No, it looks
why
live.
Why is that not going up?
You know why it's not? Because I didn't hit this.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market.
Yeah, I don't know. That one just is always a fail. The rendering is dying.
That worked.
It actually worked?
That worked. We got one.
But I feel like I'm freezing things if I hit it again.
I feel like people are going to hit minus now just because this is what happens. Like whenever we put it on, sometimes it goes down and it's like.
Well, because people want to they'll unsub so they can sub again. What was I? Oh, a big move. A move happened in Longeveron. There was just some news there on the wire. They got like a patent that was granted using something stem cells, and I'm not going to pronounce that word. I'm not a doctor. So LGVN making some moves. Sorry, I was just talking about Google for you guys. There's LGVN. You're probably seeing it pop on some scanners. It has done 500,000 shares worth of volume. That's my way of saying a stock that's $2 and has 500,000 shares worth of volume. I know it's moving, but I'm not touching it, and it wouldn't fall into my category of anything I'm remotely interested in. Tonight, I've already anointed that we are all interested in Apple. There is zero question about it. We all care how they report. We all own them in some way or another. But the most interesting earnings play aftermarket for you on the show is going to be Square, is my call, Sean. I think it's going to have the best move in terms of excitement. You've got the crypto space. You had the recent obvious issues with regards to possible transactions in crypto regarding terrorist accounts, which is not a good headline for them. But after that dip yesterday, it's bouncing back. And much like what I should have done on Alibaba, and you're going to see a recurring theme here, why is it so bad that I'm not an Alibaba off of VWAP? Because I took the same trade in other places. Dip down, breaking the low, consolidation off of VWAP, and then starts going. I didn't get VWAP a second time, and I'm trailing it at 69, but it's just a trading setup. Fail break at the bottom, which traps some shorts. Then it breaks back out, dips, holds VWAP, go long, and then you have an upward trending stock. So I think Block has a good chance. I actually still own some of it. I don't own any PayPal, but I know I have some Block left in my account from when I didn't sell 100% of it a while ago. So I guess you could call me a bag holder in Square, because technically, I mean, I've been holding this thing for a very, very long time. It's not a lot, but maybe I'll make a decision on it. It's holding the 200 period, which is fantastic. But yeah, I mean, on earnings, it could bust through that no problem. But it could also be through the 50 period and up in the 80s. Boring would be not breaking either one of those moving averages for me. If it doesn't break either one, it might not be the best trade tomorrow. But I like things on earnings that go into new spaces. That's the excitement that you're looking for. That said, Carvana did, and I'd consider it a fail trading-wise.
Carvana is an amazing trade. Yeah, I think Square could be it tonight. We have a couple good names coming through tonight. Apple, Coin, Square. Yeah.
Coinbase.
Did someone say something about Rivian there? I thought I saw in the chat. Someone said something about Rivian, but I don't. Nice spike up there. Maybe there is news.
Oh, wow.
Receive $827 million in state funding. Here it is right here from Benzinga. Rivian to receive $827 million from the state of Illinois funding. Company intends to boost capacity. That's good. I mean, they need to boost capacity, right? I mean, we've talked about how they've got enough demand, but not enough cars. So that's going to be a good one there for Rivian. So my thing still is not connected. I have to figure this out. So I'm going to reconnect my earpiece so I can hear some of this news. But there goes Rivian straight up to the upside right there.
I just heard them say what you just said, though. They didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I was just reading the story, but
Okay, yeah, no, I heard it in my ear from Thing, and it was pretty much verbatim what you just read. So, look, it's up 15%, but it's on the way to $10 here. Let me just, when in doubt, zoom out. I think you always have to get a bigger picture look, and the daily chart says you're breaking back into that previous resistance at $10. So obviously $10 isn't just psychological here. $10 was also that big support level. So if I think there's a continuation, I'd need to look for a dip, because I said this in the afternoon, sometimes you really don't want to be going long a top into overhead resistance, and $10 I think would qualify as that. So a dip after this settles down, the quarters look pretty good if it would hang out there. Any consolidation would fit the bill. I don't think I'd want to be shorting this one when it's finally starting to go. Like these things that have been so depressed, you've now made a bit of a bottom, a couple of higher lows. Now you're trying to break it out, and there's a bit of a catalyst. I think you got to watch out for that a little bit. Arcan, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. Booking and Palantir earnings thoughts, please. Thank you.
When is Palantir?
Thank you. Palantir's not till Monday. Right? Booking, I really don't know when. I have no idea when Booking is going to report, but Palantir is on Monday. Actually, Monday aftermarket is Palantir. So the good news for Palantir. There you go. The good news for Palantir is on a weekly chart, if you can find something you don't like about this on a weekly chart, then I don't know. I don't see anything I don't like. You've got a smiley face. You're holding the 50. Going into earnings, the trend is what you like. You have a potential flat top break that it could take out, which was a significant resistance level. Obviously, everyone's going to be concerned about, valuation, this, that, and AI running out of steam. But I think it gets pretty simple. On a weekly, you have $20 support. You've got the 50 on the weekly. If it hangs on to that, I think it's doing absolutely fine. So I'm only ever looking at things from a technical standpoint. I don't know where your hat is, but if you can always put your hat on. I know you own this one in the long term, but technically speaking, it couldn't be looking any better on the weekly chart right now. It's exactly what you would want to see here, rounding into a potential breakout of the high. That said, it looks like to me it has to hold the $18 level. And if it breaks under that, then I suppose that would give me some concern. But outside of that, that looks absolutely gorgeous on the higher time frame.
All right, I think
Booking, I don't know. I haven't looked at that stock, so I couldn't really tell you.
All right, let's see if we're connected up here. We got this all connected back there. All right, so I was just looking, I wanted to look back at Tesla because that was, again, the 178. Like, all the ideas that we had today were dip buys, and we actually talked about that in our morning note, was that we thought there was going to be some volatility early and then give us a chance to dip buy that bottom. And this is the most frustrating part, because that bottom came in and it did exactly as we thought it would do, but for some reason didn't have the sort of wherewithal to hold it as much as we should have. Like Tesla again, like here's the bids. Like, it went, it still went against buck and change.
What's the bottom there?
176, basically, right to the dot. So almost right to the, well, what do we have? Ours says 163, which is for some reason. But anyways, 170, this must have been a dark wick down there. Yeah, 176, basically 03. And then, my last fill was 177. So we could have held that a little bit more, but we already took a hit holding 178, because 178 was the level that we had thought. So that's not, we called it, it's there, but it doesn't matter when, shot call or whatever, you got to hit the shot. Alibaba was a shot. We did actually hit this one, but unfortunately it was from like a free throw, not a three-point range. And this goes all the way up there to 81.50 and just keeps on trucking like crazy. That's Alibaba. The one name that I don't think I looked at anyways, we talked about Google getting down to 160 as the ultimate shot. This was going to be like a huge one if that had come in. If you see right down here on this chart here, the one-day chart, that 160 on Google is so nice. I mean, it does remind me, and we already talked about Baba. We talked about it, how it was a multiple strategy play here. It was also, I mean, look at the break on the daily. If I zoom back out here on Alibaba, I mean, boom, there it goes right to the upside, what we've been waiting for. So, you know, we had bought Alibaba down here, like we talked about, 71 and change. It had gone up a couple times for us, then dipped right back in, and now starting to go upside. And the thing is, it's the same story that I talk about this whole time with Alibaba. It was the buyback. It was the infrastructure play just at their AWS, their Singles Day. How well a name that we can equate maybe more, better with an Amazon. I mean, this is the Alibaba. So, I mean, Amazon looks like this. And we've already showed you what Alibaba looks like. Alibaba can't even fight to get over its 200 period moving average. I don't even know where Amazon's 200 period is. Probably here, 140-ish, something like that. Oh, well,
it's actually
higher,
50.
150, yeah. So, anyways.
Okay, that stink bit of mine on Amazon obviously didn't fill.
Whoop, a tale of two countries, I guess, Amazon versus Baba. But, all right, Apple's falling down a little bit here, but we're at that 173 stop out area. So, this could be stopping out very, very soon. Oh,
You're right, Brad Gover.
He wants to take Google. Yeah,
that Amazon's chart is gorgeous.
I love that chart.
Yeah, look, it's fantastic. You just saw the daily chart. I'm going to show you the 15-minute because remember that high yesterday on Amazon? We are now 50 pennies away from that, maybe a couple cents more, but it doesn't really matter. If this takes out 118.15, today's high is 10. I think this is closer to 15. Double top breakout. The market's continuing to go. I think Amazon has every bit of a chance to, that's like a bad wick, but if it breaks this high, not today, let me get that out of the way. I don't see a reason why you're not at least testing that 52-week high. Like, you've already done the dipsy deal on earnings. Anybody that was waiting for a bigger retracement underneath the 50 period is kind of like me, missing out on a dip buy where they wanted to add to this stock in their long term, is what it is. That's why you just buy the Qs every single month, Neil, which is good, but better if you get it in on Amazon when you get a chance. So I think this is going to be a decent breakout potential this afternoon. Market is making some fresh highs in here. I have a trailing stop on Square because it's no longer pressing that high as much. And Rivian, so much for the dip in Rivian. Looks like it's just going to go straight to 10. Oh, wait a minute. I just pulled it up. I swear it was right at 994. It was about to test 10. And then the first dip just came in here into 985. So it was churning, trust me. Now starting to slow down a bit here on Rivian.
All right, thank you, Ramin. All right, so yeah, we're long in and around. I'll have to double check. Wasn't it 1025? Oh, sorry, wrong stock. I just got some out of Apple there because I'm starting to get mad at it. 10% out. I don't know. But anyways, yeah, this is battled back real nice. I mean, Randy. Heads up to Randy because he was talking about this name, like trying to get some more in, buying these dips, believing in the company. Again, like unless you bought in the last week or so, you're definitely underwater on this. But nice move back up to the upside. And hey, when you can spend taxpayers' money, sorry to tell you this, taxpayers, but it is a good thing unless you're Intel for production. So There goes Rivian to the upside. I mean, they need. Look, what would you rather have them take a loan from the government or have a share offering? You know, I mean, I think the choice is pretty obvious, and there it goes right up there to the upside. They've already done offerings to dilute their stock as well. So hopefully this does give sort of that energy, literally, to Rivian because I believe in it. We've seen it a couple times here before. Ramin sent pictures. My wife just keeps on haunting me for one. And it's just like, they look real nice. I saw the R2 Black. I didn't think that was, I liked it, but I like the other ones better. I really think that new model that they have is something. We've seen Polestars sell. I mean, there's a lot of Polestars around the road here. And I just feel like a little bit of a lesser price vehicle, if it can still have like that snazz to it, like that sort of like attractive, like new shiny thing look, I think people will buy those. So Rivian's in the space now. Let's see if it can get above the 50 period. You know, we have people on our show all the time talk about, you got to see this thing turn around. You got to see it flip over. So we're starting to sort of level out a little bit on the 50 period. This is a nice little smiley face. Just need to get above this $10, $11 mark. And then I think it's a decent spot to start to add to your position. All right, there's a nice little move down for me. Thank God Apple's doing this move, to be honest with you. We always say that whenever you have to thank a higher power, it's not great. So that's why I'm saying thank you, because I said that I did not like this trade at all. But coming back in right now is Apple, back down to the, to the low end right there. So we'll wait to see what happens here for Apple. But let's just take a little bit out. I'm still waiting for more, but like I was not. We were close there at that 173 and change. The high, I think it went to 173.10. Just be careful with this one, and let's see if we can get back down to the downside.
Yeah, and look, Rivian, I think it's got a lot of, we always talk about that, a lot of potential, but there weren't the only ones that were moving. I saw a few people talking about Lucid up on some sympathy there. Lucid is actually, from a trading standpoint, probably more boring, but it has a higher short float. It doesn't move as much, but it's a 30% short float on Lucid, and it's also on the verge of making a rounding bottom and breaking the 50-period moving average. I feel like we're always forgetting about them, but then when you think about it, they've got some deep pockets behind them to try to survive this for a long time. So I don't want to forget about this name. They're above the 50-period in like 5 cents. That said, Rivian is moving a little bit more with a little bit better volume today. I think if there's going to be something for a trade, it's probably for me, Rivian, not Lucid. It just did a dip in here and looks like it wants to take out that 10, 985, the local bottom. So if I can get low 90s with a stop underneath 85.
This is a great one here. Wow.
Yeah, this could be it looks like it wants to at least take a chance to break $10 today.
it will.
It's not there yet, and we've stared at things that have not broken a million times, but it's getting really darn close.
I mean, Apple is. Oh man, Apple's the one right now. All right, let's go down into the downside here. We will have Frank any moment, and then when we do, we will just be waiting for Apple to fall on its face, hopefully into earnings. But we saw it. Come on, let's go. Come on, Apple. Hopefully this can make it, into this 150 area as we short this. Yes, sir. Now it's 40 cents in the money, man. We've got some positions going on here. But more importantly, what an interesting week it's been. That was a wild market yesterday.
A little bit.
Look, we know Frank can pretty much explain most things other than what's happening with the Chicago White Sox. But at the end of the day, that market dumped there into the close when we were talking about hikes versus no hikes, no mention of the word hike. I think he mentioned it once. We've now mentioned it like 10 more times than he has. And I'm talking about Fed Chair Powell. So it will be interesting to hear. Maybe if we can get a prediction from Frank. I don't know if he's in the business of making predictions, but what does he think? How many rate cuts potentially in the year of 2024? I'd be interested to hear if after yesterday, if anything in his opinion has changed on that.
I say 1.
0?
I definitely think, yesterday, actually, my opinion changed for sure coming out of what seemed like nothing, but I think 1. I think that's what the market's saying, and so it's really cheap of me to say that. The greatest likelihood is 1 25 basis point cut here this year. But I thought without really saying anything yesterday, Powell actually did say a lot, and obviously the market thought that he did as well, although they reversed everything by the end of the day. But yeah, since he didn't really, I think one reporter asked him like very directly if rates are sufficiently high, and he said like 2 times straight to this guy that yeah, they're sufficiently high, kind of talking down the idea of a potential hike. And I think that's what you saw, that knee-jerk reaction of stocks, bonds, everything rallying, euros, everything rallying off of that press conference, was pricing out that chance of a hike, to your point. And then, like I say, he came out a little bit more dovish in that he didn't come out hawkish given all of the recent data releases. And so I think you're going to get your 1 cut, but I don't think you'll get more than that, because he seems really reluctant. But I think you'll get the 1 almost for like a show of we're heading in that direction, but not at any great fast pace for sure.
Yeah, to go as far as saying, and he seemed to anyways go out of his way to say, the next move is not going to be up.
Yeah.
That was, he seemed like he felt like he needed to make that point at least. But I mean, let's be honest. We're stuck in a range. Inflation is stuck in a range. You know, it's going to take something either direction to get this going in the right direction. But like my takeaway from that press conference yesterday was, why are they going to change anything here going forward for the foreseeable future? It doesn't seem like they need to.
Yeah, and I think that no cuts is still very much on the table. And like I say, when I say I think they'll get one cut in this year, I just think that is the most likely outcome. I think the second most likely outcome at this point, and the market's not pricing this in, but I do believe that the second most likely outcome is no cuts. And he just continues to balance the fact that I mean, it's funny. He is, so good at his job that he's been able to balance this for the last 6 or 7 months, right? Like we've been talking cuts since October. They have not changed rates, and the market has not given back really any of that bullish activity from October until very recently. And so I think, yeah, to your point, Brendan, I think he could very well continue to punt and continue to say we're not hiking if inflation continues to print 2.5% to 3%. And so, yeah, I'm right there with you that no cuts very much on the table, but he seemed to posture that they're going to head lower. Although I guess he didn't say it, did he? He didn't say that at some point this year. I don't know if I missed that. Did he?
I didn't hear that. I mean, he, as I was mentioning, he made that point of going out of his way to say they're not going up, or he thought at least there was a very unlikely chance that the next move would be up. So that, obviously indicates they're going to do nothing or cut, right? So we'll see. I mean, let's talk about a couple things here, because
sure.
The Fed rate tool, then, if you go out to the end of the year, first off, is back to basically a coin flip as to whether or not, I mean, as you said, there's still one priced in, but it's basically 50-50 here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's a 50-50 proposition. And still, even after yesterday's talk, and I think you actually nailed it on the head when you said he felt like he needed to say that they're not heading higher, because I think the market was starting to price in. If you looked at the Fed Watch tool prior to that meeting, especially on Monday and part of Tuesday, when stuff was really looking dire, the market did price in a small chance of a hike, not just, maybe one cut, maybe two cuts, maybe no cuts, like we're seeing again here today. But I think you're spot on there, Brennan, with the idea of he felt like he needed to say no hikes because the market was starting to price in potential for hikes. And I think that's when you really started to see the ball rolling to the downside, and equities on Monday and Tuesday was simultaneous with that. And yeah, now we're back to where we were really last week, which is still not necessarily the most optimal position for those out there who were banking on cuts this year, because it's still a pretty significant chance of that no cuts. And yeah, that tail on the side of 3 or 4 or 5 cuts is almost completely priced out. And I wonder what, you think about the fact that, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, yesterday wasn't a dot plot meeting. The dot plot did say pretty clearly 2 or 3 cuts for this year. And now the market has gone from over embellishing that to underscoring this dot plot that we've been getting for the last several meetings, which is 2 to 3 cuts. Now the market is pricing in little to no chance of 3 cuts this year, maybe 2. But to your point, really a 0 or 1. Do you think that dot plot gets revised in here in the future, or do you think that there's any shot of 2 or 3 cuts?
No, I'll say it.
Yeah.
No, I don't think they need to. There's no indication as to why they would at this point, as I mentioned. But yeah, June will be the next one. We'll get a revised, updated ever so exciting dot plot coming up here in June. But it's worth mentioning, I think, even when it comes to the dot plot or these economic projections that they also put out, they're very lagging. You know, you have to go back to, you know, old data that they're coming up with these decisions based on, and not actually considering what has happened over the past even couple of weeks.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, last couple of months even. But yeah, it's funny. The dot plot is almost never interesting because of this exact point. But it has become, these things go in and out of vogue, these numbers, data releases, and everything else. But that dot plot is, for the first time, really since when I started trading, when we were at 0% interest rates, and they were talking about hiking. You'll probably remember it. They were talking about hiking for more than a year before they actually finally hiked. This dot plot is very relevant right now because the market is pricing in very different expectations relative to that most recent dot plot. So I wonder if they will reel it in at the next meeting. But what'll be much more interesting information is the upcoming non-farm, because it's interesting where, you know, taking bets around the office of what would be the perfect number for an equity rally. And a lot of people, the majority of people around our office over here talking about, you know, 225 to 250, something in that range, which still seems high to me. I feel like the baseline for non-farms over the last couple of years is the 150 to 200 range. The expectation is 243. And so if you think just hitting expectation is the best thing for stocks, there's your number. Obviously, we've been getting numbers much higher than expectations for the last 3 months, maybe even 4. I'm really interested to see what the equity market does around this number. Obviously interested on the number itself, but this is some weird territory here whereby kind of the flip of what it was a couple of months ago, where it was like, oh man, a higher than expected number is good for equities and a lower than expected number is good for equities, in that if it's higher, the economy's doing great. If it's lower, then maybe they're going to cut rates sooner rather than later. The equity market feels a little bit more fearful and vulnerable at this point. And so that's why it's increasingly interesting to see what people out there think is going to be a good number, because if it is, you know, another 300K number, then Powell really has a lot of ammunition in his arsenal of no rate cuts and continuing to battle inflation, because employment is other, you know, the Fed has to watch 2 metrics primarily, that's inflation and employment. And so if employment is not a problem whatsoever, then he can really continue to go after inflation. And that maybe means that, and here the unemployment rate has been very healthy. And you might remember last reading came in lower than expected, which really threw people for a loop. Everybody was expecting 3.9 or 4% unemployment. You know, interest rates are so high, that's going to at some point take its toll on the employment market. Absolutely has not. And so if Powell doesn't have to worry about unemployment, then he can really continue to battle inflation with high interest rates. And so a higher than expected number might be bad for equities, given the recent trend of higher interest rates actually starting to put a dent in equities. But on the flip side, I've been playing devil's advocate over here that maybe 150 or 175 is a good number for the stock market, because then Powell has to actually maybe feel some urgency with lowering rates. But at that point, you and I have been talking about this for the last year. You know, by the time you get rate cuts, are you going to want them? Because are you now going to be flipping over this coin from hikes to cuts? And it's because the economy is struggling. And so this is the first one in a while that I really can't tell you better than expected number means this for stocks, worse than expected number means that for stocks. I think it'll likely be a good trading day no matter what. I mean, yesterday, the huge rally and sell-off, great to see both sides of the market, and then the continuation a little bit here today. I I think we might get that same kind of indecisiveness and unknown tomorrow, no matter where the number is. Because, like I say, I really can't pick a trend on either side of this 240,000 expectation.
It certainly hasn't been easy to do that, over the past 6 months even on these non-farm payroll prints. But the past couple, we've really paid attention to around here what the revision of the prior month ends up being, because that's, I think, a little bit more of a indication as to what the underlying conditions actually are. So if they're continuing to, because I think the past, I want to say 2 or 3, they've actually revised the prior month higher, even though the current month has also, blown out expectations. So if we start to see maybe the revision of last month that was still above that 300,000 come back down a little bit, I mean, I'm searching for straws at this point, but maybe something to look at.
No, the revision it's definitely going to be just as interesting as the headline number that comes out. But I mean, I'm with you there in terms of grasping at straws for what it's going to mean for equities. And yeah, I mean, for the day traders out there, I guess that might be a good thing, because there hasn't really been a trend one way or the other. There's been a huge trend for US dollar and interest rates, both to the upside, and obviously a strong number from non-farm tomorrow would mean strong implications for those two markets. But right now, equities, it's hard to get a tell one way or the other what they feel about this potentially higher for longer interest rate environment. So yeah, we'll see. I'm thinking that a weaker number might be the best thing possible, but not so weak. Whereas a number that's in line to higher, I think just gives Powell, buys him more months of no rate cuts. But yeah, we'll see what comes in tomorrow.
Yeah, best part is we don't have to wait too long. 8:30 tomorrow. We'll bring that to you live for anyone watching. Make sure you're here with us for that. Frank Caberna, Director of Strategy over at IG in Chicago. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Brennan.
Frank, there was a point in there when Frank said, and I put this in the chat, but I'm saying it anyways, where Frank said Jerome Powell is good at his job. And I said, Jerome Powell's good at his job, but Frank is great at his job. And we appreciate you coming on there, Frank, and we'll see. I was kind of with you. I mean, the market seems to think one cut, so why go away from that? It's an election year. Maybe they play it in the middle by being, you're not going to get the multiple like everyone expected, but they'll do a little something late in the year. When it happens, does it even matter at this point? But I think sometime in the end of the year, there was the pump that usually happens overall in the NASDAQ, but we're cresting. And then Amazon got to that level, which if you're watching yesterday, you know exactly what we're talking about. 185, it broke to like 15s yesterday. Today, 185.10 is the high. It just ticked 185.07 as the top. So I waited for it. We shorted it. We've had other shorts all day long, and some of them have been bad. Most of them, realistically, if you're looking at the trend, have it put you to some kind of pressure. But Amazon is at that level as we speak. Rivian, I just tried the Rivian long off the $10 level, and it does not hold out. So we didn't get the dip buy at 980, bought the dip into 10, got myself an average price of 6s, but it doesn't hold on at 98. Do not want this retracing all the way into VWAP. So it looks like Rivian's starting to give it up. But there was another new position in there. This is an idea from this morning, but VWAP finally happened on Peloton at $3. So I got Peloton here at exactly $3 at VWAP.
Well, we got a new position. We got Tesla. We're making some cash on this Tesla position right now. So we got two new positions. We got Intel short, and we've got Tesla short, and so far so good. So I mean, the Tesla short was really good, to be honest with you. Just came into play right there, up to that 182 area. I mean, it's higher than that now, or it's lower than that now. But this was a level that we were looking to short. I don't know, against 182, nice move up. Now here comes the retracement back down. Let's see if we can put it on. We are bidding 181.11, so a little bit of a dip down in the rate now. We'll take another 50 cents. We got out of half already. It was already down here once. There it is. Let's go. Oh yeah, we're back, baby. So nice little move downside right now on Tesla. There it is, a reloaded position. We were, well, reloaded. I mean, we were long the first time. Now we're short. Another idea, I guess. There's Intel right now, so we just shorted that one as well. We pick on the week, which is fine in the stock market, not in normal life. And then we come down into there. We'll take a bid there at 38s, 39s, and now we'll see if it pushes back down again. Like, take a dime piece on this. Like, I'm not really, I mean, the 200 period is so exciting down here at $30.33. If you can go from recent highs back down to the 200, that's normally a recipe for success. Okay, Apple right now, we got to sit up a little bit here. Let's punch a little bit out of Apple there at 67. Good hold, good move down. I was waiting for these top wicks. We already got stopped out of a little bit there at 173 the first time. There it is again. We should have reloaded that, but we didn't. We have enough shares to be happy with that move. The one position that we did reload though, yeah, yes you are, is Starbucks. So take a sip down memory lane and you will be able to find past prices for Starbucks that you haven't seen in about 3 years down here at $74. Like so, yeah. And then so we'll see again. I just tweeted it out. I like this position in Starbucks down here in and around $70 for a possible break in that name. Hold on a second. Like, it's already broken, so I was thinking that the break in the name will lead to this. Look at this sales drop on Starbucks. So this is like
that seems bad.
2022, 2022, 2023. They're like, it's go, 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 go. Carnival, by the way.
Or
yeah.
No, there's no
Tesla's
positive spin
tank.
there.
Yeah, we already got. Yeah. Anyways, I don't know. Just bad sales numbers there for Tesla, and I mean we can. Starbucks, sorry, and Tesla.
Well, yeah, actually them too. You're right.
But we just take $1 on Tesla. Tesla's going lower here. Starbucks now coming back in. Did I have a bid? Yes, I did. So right there, face slap again a little bit on the Starbucks. But we still have more to come on this one, hopefully, as the market may just start to give some more back upside right now. We've made back a decent amount of money, guys, on Apple here this afternoon. So we just got to say, we always talk about it. You know, despite us getting turned upside down right there, and we talked about that, you know, we're back with shorting again, and it's starting to pay off just a little bit right now. Starbucks back in the pocket. Intel is low, but we like a little lower than this. And then Tesla's trying to work out as well. We are only in now a third of our Tesla trade.
That's what it's all about. I mean, maybe it has something to do with Frank pumping and dumping it, but really stocks were at resistance levels, and that's what matters. And speaking of that, broken finance with the question, when you're looking for support and resistance, does it matter whether you use wicks or bodies on candles? I would say, like, you want there to be some kind of a body to sink your teeth into. On parabolic movers, I get it. Sometimes you'll see like multiple wicks at the same price. Right. But on a stock like, use Amazon as an example. On Amazon, I would like to see the body at resistance. This is 184.75. The wicks are maybe 30 cents higher. So you know the 85 is your general price area, and as long as you're short, maybe above the 70s, you're in the same pocket. On smaller cap names, you might see like ridiculous wicks, and if it has a triple wick top, you might try to work a trade off that. But on anything that you expect liquidity, I want there to be a body working off of it as well. So that's my 2 cents. Anyone can read a chart how they want to read a chart, because when I see a support level or a resistance level, I want there to actually be trading up there to tell me that there was a little bit of a battle that got lost or won by somebody. In this particular case, like obviously, each battle is either won or lost at a key price by the buyers or sellers. So it goes either way. But we just bounced back up in on Amazon, so I'll zoom it back in. I took some out there, 50s and then 20s. If it does make a lower high, I don't know if I want to reparticipate, but I'm just going to jump over. I have trailed Block. Block reports after market tonight. I'm not going to get more shares into this. It's not going back to VWAP. My trail's now at 69.5, and if we get to 70, I'm looking to take us out if we get to that 70 level. So this is 70, which would be somewhat of a gap fill for Square or Block here at the 70 level. So I'm just going to get out in front of it. We bought it off VWAP, and we've held it till now. The market is trying to press higher. I just feel like at this point, you're going to see, if it's move up, some profit taking can come into this going into earnings. All bets are off after the market for the stock, obviously. But yeah, going into it, it's been a strong rally. Some of this, I think, has to do with the strength you're seeing in Coinbase and Bitcoin. Coin is up 9% and showing zero signs of slowing down going into their report. And I now kind of wish that I had said that the biggest percent mover and exciting mover was going to be Coin and not Block. I think Block's going to do some things, But I had forgotten that Coinbase was also reporting. There's a pretty decent chance Coinbase might move a little bit faster than Block after market tonight, Sean. But they're both going to be fantastic. I think. I mean, I had forgotten about Coin when I said that about Square. I would suggest that Coinbase is probably more volatile after market tonight.
Yeah, I'm going to say could be a big Q here. It's up 9% right now, isn't it?
9, yeah, change, 9
yeah,
change.
today. So right here, I'm going to post this up on Twitter right now. But check out this. I mean, this is the thing about Coinbase. Are they putting that number up again? And if they do, then yeah, I think this name runs again. So there's Coinbase with the short float here. We'll check it out after hours. We'll have this immediately. I do have Coinbase expected time ETA. Oh, it's an early one, I think. 4:15 for Coinbase. Expected time of release, 4:15.
Where do you have the times?
7. Oh, I have it in my notes.
Okay.
76, 7.6% short float right there for Coinbase. So again, just interesting. Looking to turn profit again. I feel like with Ethereum and Bitcoin moving the way, wow, Tesla right now is starting to go for us again. Ethereum and whoopsies, get rid of this. Ethereum and Bitcoin moving the way they have has created a lot of buying and selling opportunities where Coinbase should be able to capture spread, capture that fee, so on and so forth. So I think Coinbase does have a pretty good opportunity here today to take this out. 240 definitely in line for that. Okay. All right. Well, we're in the money on everything right now. So it's just a matter of how deep can some of these plays go. I mean, Tesla just touched $1 in the money. We didn't take it. It's now $1 in the money again. Still not taking it. Market going to the high side right now, Tesla falling down. Maybe we should put a bid down near there just in case. But hey, if this market ever wants to turn around, it's up 1.4% right now and doesn't look like it wants to do that. We already took out 40% of Intel for basically nothing. A couple pennies there, whatever. Starbucks does dip into the 50 period. We take some more out. It's a reloaded position. We almost got it all out down here. We got out 70%. Held it back, put it back on. Let it go up just in case. Our stop was 75 anyways. We didn't really add to it. Not a heavy position here into the close. We were really focused on Apple, and we still have shares in this name, but you saw me react to that move down. I want to be doing that every single time there's a move down in these names. I want to be sitting there and reacting accordingly to that. So that's the play for me on Apple. I was going to say I do have a small sell up here at 173 again because of how it looked. But then we're going to get out if it takes that top. Just wanted to make sure we had that stop, which we do. So, an out above this 173.11, and we'll get out of Apple. But here it comes. Another averaging in spot. But again, to be wrong on this name is a problem because earnings could get bought up. We saw a huge dump yesterday, but that was corresponding with the market. And right now the market doesn't necessarily want to do that. Starbucks still waiting for that. Tesla just came all the way back up. Possible reshort against 182.
Yeah, keep an eye on any chip names. I'm not in any chip names right now, but NVIDIA, which is the leader of the pack, at least for what I'm watching here today, about to take out that 860 level, which, if you remember, we keep talking about these levels from yesterday being like pretty distinct highs that you resisted. I did have a scalp trade in NVIDIA. I actually did trade this because I was in. I shouldn't have reloaded, but I did. I took a buck and then reloaded it, and then ended up with mostly a flat trade, like slightly down because I paid a little fees and a little bit of spread there. It was a dip at that triple top, but it's held on really, really nicely here. And NVIDIA is battling heavy with the 50-period moving average at 860. You can see it right in here. So it's been over under several times, but the big dip has kind of already happened underneath, and you've been putting in higher lows since then. Not going to reload Peloton here. Peloton came back in, it got threes. It came back in at 295. I got filled there, and it's right back up at threes. I feel like if it just takes VWAP, Peloton's short sell restricted. It was down over 10%. If it's going to take out VWAP, I'm going to get out of here because it's exactly the kind of stock they could just start squeezing for no rational reason. So I'm not going to mess around with it. NIO, I have a trailing stop. That's not going anywhere. Amazon came right back up to the top, or close enough to that. Yesterday's high, let's just call it yesterday's high, 185 and change. It just dipped back down in a bit, and kind of like you were saying, it just put in a higher low. So there's a higher low here after the first dip, and then a second higher low at 184.20. So I'm going to take a little bit out, assuming it could put in yet another higher low. It is trending to the upside. So you're playing with a little bit of fire, but the best you can do is, if it comes to your level and you want to reload it, if it's giving you the same move, great. If it's giving you higher lows, then make sure you're reflecting that and you're scalping out of the trade. Otherwise, you're not going to get profits. You're just going to wait for a deeper move that's not there because of the trend. So that's my plan of action. On Amazon here, we're just in that. Peloton, like I said, no reload going to be happening on that name.
I mean, doing as we say is always important, and we don't do that enough on the show because I didn't break any rules, but we did have a couple big trades here that we should still be in. But we're following the rule with Apple. I said we would get out on any dramatic move back in again. So there's another out for us. Look, it's 25 cents, but, you know, I'll put it in the pocket. We've almost, I mean, if there's a move here, we can almost make back everything that we lost right here early from the day. So I think that that's pretty important for my psychology as well, that we've done well, and I don't want to give it back by averaging all the way up and then getting blasted again just by thinking that Apple's a short. We nailed that short yesterday up there at 175. We're nowhere near that. Oh, no, sorry, 172.50. Sorry, it was the futures yesterday. We're nowhere near there. But right there, 172.50. We've already gone past that, which is why we lost into there. Now we're just using 173 as a top. And again, the market pulling back, Apple pulling back. So that's kind of working out for us. I feel like I don't need to trade into the futures. Here comes Tesla again. This is another spot to possibly get some out. I'm going to wait for down here 180.50. I feel like that's a good level for me to put a bid out there. So let's do that right now for Tesla, 180.50. In case, again, you know, you never know. Like sometimes you get down there, it'll wick down and we'll be able to get something. I did put another short offer up here into the 70s. So if that comes up, again, now it has to go another 80 cents. But when I put it there, it was 30 cents. So we'll see if that's working out. Apple falling back in, Starbucks doing nothing, and Intel doing nothing. So trading Intel and some of these names that don't really move that much, you really just got to be happy to scalp them out. And
CGC's breaking low a day.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we talked about, that was $12 before CGC.
It's 10, it just broke a local bottom. CGC just broke a local bottom at $10.70. It just popped in for me on like a volume. Oh, wait a minute, never mind. We don't have free locates on it. I just went to try to grab something if I could get a pullback underneath. I'll double check. It's late in the day to pay for locates, but my guess is they're going to be just dirt cheap, like less than a cent per share. So we'll have to go ahead and do that. If it's flat bottom breaking, hold on a second. Why is that on New York? That should be, there you go, NASDAQ. If it's flat bottom breaking, there is room to yesterday's low still at about 10.20. So it's got some room that it could fall a little bit further before it runs into any support. And yeah, I wasn't really thinking about trading it. That's why I haven't paid for any locates today, but it just broke that low of the day, which is why I'm interested. So it's probably like 1 cent a share. I'm just going to hit OK, and then once I have it, I will look to short back into that triple or quadruple bottom. And as predicted, it is less than 1 cent per share on CGC.
Yeah, it's not too expensive. I didn't realize it was short sale restricted. So, yeah, people talking about Tilray being red there again.
Yeah, well, that would be the same sympathy move probably.
SoFi, we talked about SoFi being above 7. It's not definitely not. Well, it's not definitely not. It's below today, but just barely again right now. And not below by that much.
It just can't hold, yeah, but it can't hold that level, which is so frustrating.
It definitely can't hold any levels. But it looks, I mean, to me, it looks fine. But yeah, SoFi right now in a bit of trouble. We don't, by fine, I mean, it's not like I'm not an active investor in SoFi. I am trying to hold some of this to see if we can get a little bit higher than where we are right now. We had that discussion of SoFi v. Robinhood, and one's worked and one hasn't. We can check back in on Robinhood. That was up to $20. I feel like it's, yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like it's 17 or 18
but
right
it's
now.
still relative to when we had the poll up. I feel as if SoFi is flat and Robinhood's.
No, SoFi is down.
Oh well, Robinhood's at least a double.
Yep.
And SoFi up or down, it doesn't matter. Like versus a double versus down, and that goes. That's my frustration. I don't own a ton of shares of SoFi, but at the time that I got them in, I just look at anything else that I was interested in buying in that moment, and I literally mean anything else I was interested in buying.
Yep.
And I probably picked the worst thing. Like I have a shot play in Moderna. I could have just been like, I'll just add more to my Moderna position, and it's in the same shot play realm where I'm just thinking this is something that I want to hold for a bit, and I think it can be parabolic, but it's not like buying the Qs every single month. I'm looking for like some kind of technical breakout, and man, did it not do that. Let's just leave it at that. So I am into CGC. We paid for the locates. I got some here at 1069. I tried to get some at 70 as well. I did not. You know what? Is this? Wait a minute. It was not. It's SSR. Okay. Right. CGC was down more than 10%, so you can't hit the bid.
Oh.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering because I crossed down, like it got above 70, and I was like, I'm going to add to the position, and I crossed down and didn't get filled, so it's short sell restricted. You cannot hit the bid unless the last print is an uptick, which does make it not as easy to get a short position. It just means you have to get hit on the offer, which is fine. We can post and then try to grab it. So CGC headed to the downside. As I said, 1020 right in here would be the ultimate target. Has to break 50 before it gets there.
I mean, there goes Tesla. We just shorted 181. I mean, this is a trade. So far, the only trades we've put on so far in the afternoon, and we're trying to be better at this. You saw me yesterday. There's the Tesla short 181. What am I in? 181.70. There's the cover at 60s, sorry. And now hopefully a move lower as that's a Dollar Club member as well. And then we've averaged into some Apple, but I haven't really put anything on in that. And then we've averaged in also to Starbucks, which really isn't moving, but still profitable since we've took this trade. And then the Intel trade, which is just hovering around. I was almost thinking about shorting Alibaba here. It's underneath the 50 period, but then it just bounced off to 200, like 50, 50 again. Feel like this is a good break if we can break below $80.50. That could be good, but then again, I'm fighting shorts into a market that's not a short, so there's that as well. I'm probably like, I mean, SMH, where's Microsoft? We had 390. I mean, look at this Microsoft bid that we had, and look where it is now. So again, we like that, Phil. Anything else moving that you guys want me to look at? Because, yeah, we didn't look at Carvana.
I just saw someone mention Beyond Meat. I think there's probably a lot of squeeze names that are going for no reason.
Yeah,
but
well,
that one's not really moving. I don't even know where they're going. Carvana.
It's still not doing anything, like 33%.
Yeah,
which is great, but.
The good thing about Carvana is if it holds 30% up and doesn't really do a massive gap fill that takes out half of that, then anybody that's being squeezed on the stock is still freaking out, right? Like if it doesn't gap fill to like 20% or whatever, close to that $100 level, there's a lot of people offside in Carvana, and then the squeeze can't happen. So remember I was mentioning 1050 on CGC first stop, it just bounced off 1050. I'm gonna reload on a pop, and you've got to sit on the offer to get it. So I'm sitting on the offer just underneath and above the 70 cent level, almost at $70. CGC is not getting to $70. Obviously, that'll be $10.70 on the way back in. Amazon, we were able to get some out there. It didn't quite get down into 184.40, 20, I should say, holding 184.40, seeing another higher low. Not necessarily what I want to see. So it's putting in a higher low. When I saw a better retracement in the overall market, my response to that is I'm going to punch out. So it's again putting in higher lows into Amazon. It's up 3%. I just feel like, CGC is breaking the bottoms and going lower. This might be working, but it's still putting in some higher lows. And I look over at a couple of things that had pulled back and looked a little bit better. I'm going to, again, move the trail a little bit higher on Square. It's either it gets to 70 at this point, I might as well put it at 90s or right in front, or we're just going to hang on. I had it at 40s, I moved to 50s, now moving it up to 65s on Block. They report after the bell, likely to be a highly volatile name, especially given the investigation, or I guess it was more than investigations, it was actually like charges. Or accusations, I should say,
yeah, we'll find
already. And we'll see. I'm sure they're going to comment on it in the call. But it's up 4% now, bit of a relief rally happening on Block.
Yeah, today's expectations for Block, which comes out at 405, 72 cents expected EPS right now, revenue of $5.7 billion with an expected move of 12%. I mean, here's the movers and shakers right now. This is page 2.
Oh,
Fortnite
never mind.
goes. There's so many stocks today, actually, guys. So as you'll go, let me just refresh it. Every time this page always gets stuck. Honestly, you have to refresh it and you go back. Okay, there it is. So
It's terrible.
Apple today, obviously, right there. Very, very minimal move, but should have an impact. I think Apple will be the one that blows like the move out the water. I think it's going to move much more than that, one way or the other. I feel like the options will be off on that one. Conoco, I'm just trying to find out like bigger ones for moving there. Mercado Libre, we always get questions about that. That's a very expensive stock. Parker Hannifin, who cares? Coinbase is right here at 11%. Downside there for Coinbase. Not downside, but that's what they're expected. Monster Beverage, which I know a lot of people own as well. That's coming through. Moderna here. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
TD Bank, Probe. See ya, TD Bank. So there it goes, man. In
Fentanyl.
Canada, they ain't going to play in Canada, I don't think. TD Bank, a nice move back down in here into $58 for TD. But again, nice move from 56, just underneath that 50 period. We saw this was an awesome opportunity to buy a name like Morgan Stanley when they had that drop down for the same reason. This is
Similar.
Sorry, not same reason. Yeah, similar reason, obviously. Wealth management, different, completely different actually. But similar movement, sorry, is what I meant, where we got all the way in. I'll show it to you right here. Boom. And then right into some support and then bought right back up with good earnings. That was the Morgan Stanley trade. This move right there on a probe. And that's apparently what this is. And I remember making jokes about that. But there it is, TD Bank flush there and right back up. So again, you have to be careful with algos and stuff like that because when they start hearing that kind of stuff, they say, oh, they're getting probed into their financial, this and that. And then it was something about fentanyl.
Yeah, it was something about
money is that?
fentanyl profits and
Yeah,
possibly like
I feel like
probably
that's a
money
little
laundering.
bit better than though, like investigating like one of your wealth departments or something.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as bad as Morgan Stanley to be sure. But TD's had a rough time of it. That is the bank. Okay, I actually own shares of 2 banks in Canada, but my bank is CIBC, and I've owned that one a long time. I haven't bought CIBC in over a decade, but I have bought TD several times in the last few years, and it's not been great. The only good sign is that if you've been buying in the low 50s, it's been bouncing there. The unfortunate problem is every bounce has been a little bit more shallow, which actually stinks if you are looking at a longer term chart. But there's support on this stock at 55 and has been for quite some time. But back into what we are involved in, if that had moved more to the downside, I think maybe like a really big move like Morgan Stanley did, I think there'd be a trade there on TD. But that barely even broke VWAP. So I don't think there's necessarily a trade there, and it doesn't seem like it's serious. We reloaded CGC. It didn't break 70, so I didn't really get all of it up there. We'll see what happens. If it breaks 1050, we want to hold on to some. Market is trying to come back, but I just noticed NVIDIA wants 860. And I feel like it was the right decision because Amazon's continuing to creep higher, just higher lows into this. So I think it's the right decision to get out of the way of Amazon. So the only thing I'm now short is CGC, which is pretty much off the lows of the day at this point. What else we got going? You guys tell me what you're watching here, if there's something else that we're not seeing. I know GameStop had some movements. I feel as if we didn't know what the news was, but I did hear Adara say something about Trump possibly commenting on naked short selling in a general sense. And I suppose that could be like GME, AMC adjacent, some logic. But again, I don't really know the story for why GameStop's up 11%. Seems to me, and we'll zoom in here on the daily, you've got a pretty decent double top here that it's already starting to fade. So that was on the daily right at this $12 level. If it were to fail it again, that looks like a nice little retracement opportunity on GameStop. It is a level right in here. Actually, just last week, it was at 1220 and turn around. You got a 1225 lower high as well. So CGC is the only thing that I've reloaded at this point. Trailing stops on Neo and Square, both the longs I'm in.
All right, I'll take a shot here on TD. I'll short it right now. We're just shorted here at 89. I punched it. I'll wait for a little bit more if that's possible to come through. But for right now, yeah, CGC, we'll just wait on it. CGC, TD, and we'll wait to see because there is something about it. We'll just, okay, well, it just went down a little bit there for us. Just a quick little blip right there, downside for TD coming back in. So that's 58.70 was a little bit of a bottom spot
It
there.
was drugs news, so.
Yeah, maybe there was the drugs that got me going there. All right, Tesla still $1. There's TD, so we'll watch out for this again. Money laundering is what they're looking at to illicit fentanyl products.
Yeah, washing that money through the laundromat, sneak attack.
Yeah, I guess when they washed it through the laundromat, some fentanyl came out or something, and they figured that out. So they're caught, and we'll figure out what exactly that means heading into the close with only a half hour left. We're not really putting on too many shares here of anything. Oh, Starbucks just broke, so we'll stay positive on Starbucks today, but there's the break higher, and we said that we weren't going to average into this name. We took one right there at 98 and out at O's, of course, and then as soon as we get out, it drops right back in, putting us into a profit position from that trade, but not anymore. All right, Apple's at its last straw. It's right at that last wick. Look at that trade. We finally go short right here. Decent spot. You can see my average price now is 05. Looks like we're going to take it out. I just wanted to try this up to 173.20 or so. Let's see if it can kick in for us now. It's Apple. We're out of the money 10 cents. We're giving this 20 cents. So my price is 05, yeah, so a break of 20, and we're going to get out. That was basically, if we sort of zoom back out here for Apple. I just wanted to give it some room. I mean, there it is, we're out. There's that wick right there. So unfortunately, takes out the highs, probably falls back in now, but I'm going to be done with Apple. We shorted it enough. We got hit early. We made some back, and then just right there, it took out the highs with the market doing nothing. But again, there goes Apple. We just got stopped out at 20. We got 21s. So, yep, 21. So not bad. A little bit of a pullback, but that was a fail stock for me right there, Apple. You know, we didn't win on it early. We probably should have stayed away, but we liked it in the earnings there. That's Apple. Hopefully we'll get it back, but not on that stock.
NVIDIA just keeps going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. 3.5% to the upside. It's crazy. Like that's the thing that's actually breaking higher. I was looking over myself, like what's breaking the top as the market gets to higher. Oh, no. It was definitely NVIDIA. CGC just tacked 1050 again. And so I'm going to hold it through the break, and then the next consolidation, maybe look for another short. And on my iPad, I actually, just for myself, I just wrote TD, make decision. Because on that news, it's like I've owned that stock for a while. It's not trending all that well.
No.
It could have that money in an ETF or something else, or just put it into the queue. So I'm going to make a decision on TD this week. I haven't looked at that daily chart enough to see that it's even worse than I thought it was doing. And you don't necessarily want to see that in your long-term holdings, but I try not to look daily at a chart. You don't look at charts in your long-term holdings every single day. You'll drive yourself nuts, 100%. So NVIDIA does feel like it is going to be the one. If it could hold 860, I'd say maybe there's like a quick little let's scalp along. But the first thing I see when I pull back to it is it's pulling right back and trying to fail that level. That is not a bullish move. And if we fail 860 here, I am going to take the money and run on Square. It is close enough, and I just saw like what looks like a topping tail candle on NVIDIA. So I'm going to get out of Square, take that money and run. Neil's not doing anything. I'm not really worried about that. Shout out to you, Square. We'll ring the register. I have no idea what's going to happen after market, but it definitely gave you VWAP in there for $1.30 to the upside. AV, TD Ameritrade, the bank. I actually like TD because it was a Canadian bank with U.S. exposure, so I felt like you got a little bit of the best of both worlds. But it has not been the one, is what it is there. Although, I don't know if you haven't been to the Dome yet. When I go to a Blue Jays game, they're certainly not pulling any punches with how much they're sponsoring the Blue Jays and the presence that you get in there.
Yeah.
Like really? Like, am I walking into, it's all green everywhere, and they have like all kinds of TD stuff all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally called Scotiabank Arena.
Oh, what?
I'm saying Scotiabank, like.
No, I'm talking about like.
No, I know you're talking about Rogers Center, but I'm saying like bank sponsoring.
Yeah,
like,
it's a big. Yeah, they all do it.
Yeah, I don't know how many hundreds of millions of dollars it is to name right where the Raptors and Leafs play, which will be playing tonight. Sans Austin Matthews, but
didn't need him last time.
Yeah, hopefully. I think they have a good record without him, so we'll see.
I saw that. It was like 35-19 and something without the best player, which is just. I mean, I get it. Sometimes like they'll rally the troops, they focus and all that stuff. But it does.
I
That's
feel like some of that is random too. But
yeah, like it
it
seems
is.
like it could just maybe it's the opponent. I have no idea.
Who knows?
Let's just hope they win it. Let's go Leafs.
Yeah, let's go Leafs for sure. All right, so just as we go, we are in that TD Bank. We did get more intel up there against 50. We're short 46s. Let's put a bid here at 43. What just happened at 44? What's happening at 44 here? All right, we'll put a bid at 43. 44 is going back and forth here a little bit. I don't know what that was all about. It's 332 right now. I'm not hearing. My earpiece is working completely fine. I'm just not hearing anything news-wise about any kind of moves happening right now. So as this market continues to go, just going back and forth a little bit here. I got back into Apple. We just lost 20 cents. We're short again at 14s. Trying to bid out, taking 10, 15 cents back in here, but not really great news here for Apple today for me. But that's that. TD Bank is going to be a big play if it goes down. We've averaged into it right now. We're short at 91. I have a bid here 77 and change on this name. So let's see if that can do something for a downside push right now. All right, I heard, what's up, Ozan? Hero? Oh, I don't know what you're saying there. Yeah, no, I'm in a good mood. Here comes TD Bank right now. I have just a raging headache. I sleep like 3 or 4 hours a night, it seems like these days. All right, let's see what happens right now. Downside move, 58.92 coming into play. That's where we're short. We just got to fill. I think what price was that at? That was at 83, 84, now whatever. Hopefully we get, okay, Apple, come to the party, baby. I mean, we haven't gotten out enough when this kind of a trade has happened. So let's just do it right now and get some more out here. If the market falls into the close like we did the last couple days, then good for that. But let's just hold out now for Apple. Maybe this is the one that wants to come back in here into close for us. Apple making all that money back, man. Just on this one move. Apple going downside right now, 30 pennies in the money. Remember before, man, we've seen some of these names get cracked going into close, and we'll see if this happens again. Look, we got stopped out right there. We made the high of the day twice on Apple, by the way, just right now, and we made the high of the day back here. So we made it there, and it was the high until 3 hours later, and then we just made the high again. Remember, I have a fill on Apple at 173.21. The high is 173.22. All right, Intel downside. Hopefully we'll get that filled. TD Bank going downside right now, and Tesla now $1 in the money. Let me get some more out here at TD.
That's what you got to do. Take those profits where they lie. Oh, I didn't hear the story on this ATGE. It was kind of hard. Benzing is not loud enough sometimes. But I don't know, volume spike on ATG. I'll see it when it comes across. But it's decent, but the volume's pretty, you know what, 340,000 on the day. CGC continues to make some fresh lows here. It just wicked the 1050 and got down to 1040, so it's continuing to fall. Lower highs all the way through. There hasn't been a big consolidation or anything like that just yet. I jumped out of block, and then it goes higher because why not? It seems to still be squeezing. We're able to get 75s out as that continues to go higher and higher and higher. As mentioned, NEO. If NEO gets underneath 560, I'll just be out of it. I'm going to pull my bid, which was sitting around VWAP. At this time of day, do not need to be getting into a Chinese ADR. You can hold on to it, but you don't want to enter new trades in Chinese ADRs at this time, I don't think. Early look, not much. You have Pfizer, which is a sell of 666,000. No other names. Verizon's always going to pair off. Only in play Pfizer because they just recently had a bit of a move. NS. Again, don't even know what that is, $4 million to sell. We'll let you guys know at 350 if there's any big ones. There have been big imbalances on some big cap tech names the last couple of days. We've seen it on Amazon, we've seen it on Apple. Would not be surprised if we were to see it one more time here. It's the beginning of the month, so you have window dressing at the end of last month, and some of that reverts at the end of the day for the first couple of days of the new month. So we're hanging on to CGC. It's underneath 1050. I'm looking at probably 1020 is the exact level where this bottomed out yesterday. So if it gets there, I'm out of the trade. Bit of a flat bottom break. We had to pay for locates on this, but they were less than 1 cent per share. Thank you, Real Trading. We pretty much always have locates. Sometimes you got to pay a penny or so, or a little bit less than that. Where is Amazon?
I don't know why I was
Muted?
I was muted, but I don't know why. I'm just tweeting this out here because I want to get this out to viewers, like not only do we have, these trades, but we also have, breaking news that hits every once in a while. And I'm here to trade those plays. And we did it right here for you on TD Bank. And again, putting it right into a spot that we like. And it's a good trade now back into the bottom here. This is going to be P&L number like 3 for the show or something like that. And we just put this on. So, I mean, let's just continue. I'll punch some more out there at 62. You can see some trades happening there at 62. Let's get some more out. Here comes Intel. Here comes Intel too, by the way, hopefully. We do have now $1.21 in the money now. Apple is doing, I'd like to say as we thought it would, but just didn't happen early enough. Oh, I know what it was. I was gonna go get a water because we're out of this, and I have, like I was saying, a little bit of a headache. So let's put a bid right there at 91, and hopefully we'll get some out. As we've made a lot back here in the afternoon, things going not just according to plan, but much better than planned, because I did not expect this gift of a short here on TD Bank. Miss Adara.
Part of the show is brought to you by Trade Ideas. You can get real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every single day and see what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. You can check out the link in the description to get 20% off thanks to Trade Ideas.
And thank you, Adara, there. Yeah, watch out. This market is starting to reverse. We've seen it almost every single day this week, where you're dumping into, okay, dumping is a strong word, where you're seeing profit taking when we're strong, or you're just seeing a rollover into the close. The story is the NASDAQ here, making it to those highs, not even sniffing the Powell tops. A few individual names did. NVIDIA got there, Amazon got there, but the overall market did not even get close. The good news for the market held on to that, let's call it the Fed bottom or yesterday's lows, but you are seeing a bit of a pullback. I'd be a little bit curious because right at this open, we held 17.6. So I would think that there should be some buyers in there whenever you have that opening range top, support turning into resistance, resistance turning into support. The last short we put on is going to be CGC with about 20 minutes to go. I don't want this getting back into break even. I had my stop at 75. I have not moved it just yet. I think if it gets above 50, I'm gonna get out. Donnie Zimbabwe, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate you. NVIDIA retraced below 860 and down or continue upside. Well, it didn't, I mean, it already retraced. Let me just pull it up for you here. Thank you for the super chat. Oh yeah, it's really just back and forth. Here, the issue with NVIDIA is, what did we just show you? The NASDAQ pulling back, Amazon pulled back, Tesla pulled back, Apple pulled back. I could probably name a bunch of other things that are actually dipping and putting in lower highs and showing you continuation. NVIDIA's not one of them. My entire mantra is whatever the strongest stock is, that's not the one that I would be looking for the short. So yes, it's at a decision point where it cannot seem to go higher or much higher, but there's much weaker names that are pulling back more. Like I got out of Amazon when it was putting in higher lows, because that's just my trading strategy. If I go to the same level a couple times and it's putting in higher lows, I don't necessarily like trying to fight it that third, fourth time. That pulled back. That's very different from what you see happening in NVIDIA. Let's look at AMD. I don't know if this is true. Look at AMD. AMD much weaker, nowhere near those highs, pulling back and not really showing you strength to even get back into the highs. So it's showing you reasons why it's not really as strong. If you're thinking short back underneath 860, is there potential in NVIDIA? Yes. That said, it seems to me like you'd be trying to short or betting on a retracement in the strongest thing that I'm looking at right now. So like I think you got to be a little bit careful when you're with something like that. Like, there's other trades that you can put on. I think Tesla was probably a better one. There was news on TD. CGC was literally at the low of the day when other stocks are at the highs. So you're going to get some other opportunities out there to be sure. Thomas Briganti, what's up with GameStop? Why is it up 11%? I don't know either. We have kept our ear to the ground. There was some weird speculation. I shouldn't call it weird. We heard that it might have actually been something to do with Trump. I don't know how much sense that makes overall. But a squeeze is a squeeze, and it doesn't matter sometimes the reason why. GameStop is taking out some pretty key levels on the daily. My approach is, generally speaking, if I like a short in the stock, then tomorrow maybe I look at 13.5. somewhere in here, or like 15, 16 bucks. And if you're looking for a squeeze long, it just has to hold 12 quarter. In order to squeeze, I tend to think that stocks have to break out new price areas, right? So something has to actually break to the high side. And when it doesn't happen, or it retraces, you get something like this, which was not that difficult, except loading the stock is on my charts, and that's CGC. It flat bottom broke. We like flat bottom breaks around here. And then it broke again at 1050. It's never really went against you. I was short at the 70 level. It might have gone like 1 or 2 cents at the most. We took some out there at the 50 level. We reloaded it, took some out at 50s again, and held for what our target was going to be, which is 1020. Simple trade. At the end of the day, CGC, SSR again. So that means, today was day 2 SSR. Tomorrow's going to be day 3. It'll be 3 days in a row where it's short sell restricted. Holding the 10 level would be pretty cool, or if it gets down to like $8, it's in play for an SSR bounce for the 3rd day in a row, or for the 2nd day in a row. But I'm imagining all of these have started to give it back up. Tilray back down to like $2. It's down 10% from some highs. So there we go. I'm now flat. I don't see myself putting any new positions on unless something happens with the bounce.
Oh man, I mean, it's crazy. Normally we'll try to go flat as well, but the amount of damage that we put on here in the afternoon has been ridiculous. Look at TD Bank. Boom go, that's SMH. Look at TD Bank. Here we go, baby. Let's go. Let's spin it up, man. This is a double your pleasure trade. I mean, our stop was 59. So here we go, 7 or 8 cents of risk to be banking 65, 70 cents right now. Yes, please. That's been a good one. Look at Intel. We told you we love trading Intel over here. And look what we're trying to do right now. Putting it exactly on the board, man. That's the trade right there for Intel. Like, I'll have like P&L worst stock, P&L Apple, but as far as the top ones, man, like what's been happening this afternoon? TD Bank ripping up there. We now got $1 and change on the money in Tesla. Starbucks was a beaut, but we got stopped out, still positive on it. What can we do about that one? We just talked about Intel. Is Alibaba giving it back up to the upside? No. Or to the downside? Yes. Not going back up to the upside right there for that name. And then here comes Apple, baby. We just take another fill on Apple as we turn all bearish. We don't have any longs on the board right now. Intel, the dime piece. Let's put another bid out here for Intel, see if we can get that fill, and then flip it over immediately over to TD Bank and see what's going on over there. 58.30. Hopefully we get a lot lower on TD Bank. Man, this has been a good afternoon, and I just want to thank everybody for watching. Like, this is, honestly, we put out some risk here this afternoon, and, well traded this afternoon. It's too bad that we will not, like I've already said this already, we've got Sharif and one other positive trader here today. It's been a little difficult, I feel like. Day after Fed, a little bit in up and down. The futures did give you some good opportunities early, and I'm embarrassed to say that I'm red because we did talk about the 17.4. We have stocks, I mean, the sticky note is littered with ideas that you'd look down and say you made your month on. And I know some of you already have in the chat on stocks like Alibaba and Microsoft. But at the same time, that's what trading is, man. It doesn't always go exactly as scripted, but Tesla is. Tesla was a great bottom down there, 178, great top, 181.50. Huge move here for us to the downside now for Tesla, $1.50 in the money, and we are spinning it this afternoon. Thank you so much for watching one more time here. This is Trader TV Live, and I'm doing the best I can to give you guys all of these trades and explain them. Right? I'm not just putting them on because we need to have trades on, because we don't. I'm putting them on because I'm trying to make money. And that's what we've done here this afternoon, live for you guys here on the show, giving you multiple dollars. Look, if you like the little trades, I mean, Intel's a great trade. Like I said, we put it in our pocket and we're making cash on it. But 10, 15 cent trade, that's for you. $1.50, this is for you. News-based trade, this is for you. Apple earnings-based trade, I mean, we're all over the place right now, but it's all making a little bit of cash. We're in 4 positions, and it's working out, man. Keep going. I'm not going anywhere, so that number can go up or down. We'll be here tomorrow.
200. We're close.
Thank you,
We're getting
Judge.
there. I think we have a good chance to get there. I want to shout out, it was Adam DeLuz in the chat. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you, brother, in there. Ready to smash NFP. We didn't even talk about that. One step at a time. We have a number tomorrow morning for NFP, but there's a market to trade this afternoon, and there's big time earnings after market before you get to that, right? Like, let's not sleep on Apple, Coinbase, Square, Block. I mean, you have a whole litany. DraftKings, we didn't even mention DraftKings. I don't think we did, but thank you in the chat for a couple people mentioning that and reminding us. You just got to try to pick your spots, man. Like I came in, I'm not going to pretend. I came in today. I got about half back in this afternoon, but I came in today with two things on my mind as my best stocks, or the best ideas, I should say.
This afternoon, what was the big trade this afternoon?
No. It came in today thinking two things that would be with the best. And they were Alibaba, had the long 3 times, and I'm down on it. Sometimes that happens. And it was Carvana, which flat out didn't do anything insane. So I'm red on both those stocks. At the end of the day, I knew they would be ones that I wanted to trade. It just doesn't always have to be the way it was. But keep in mind, the trend is always going to be your friend. There's some serious. Fortinet's also reporting tonight. You read about that, nice skin. But the trend is always going to be your friend. Key levels are always going to be important. Following your rules is going to be important. Like I could have still been in Amazon. Obviously, it's going to end up working out. I decided to get out of it and go back over to CGC. I did, while all this was happening, get out of NEO. But remember, NIO was from VWAP at like 11 o'clock. And it just didn't hold on to 560. So NEO did pull back, and there was a question earlier, do I think NEO was a good buy? And my only response was, it's at least now putting a roundy face and is going to close above the 50-period moving average. From a technical standpoint, at least it's finally doing something remotely bullish. The last time it did this, it gave you like $8 to almost $10. If it does something similar, maybe you can get back to like 6.5, 7. So I'm at least long biased in the short term for NEO as a day trade. I don't feel remotely any conviction about this the same way I would consider Alibaba. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I'm pretty convicted about Alibaba. Okay, so let's take some more out on Intel. Bang, 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 bang. Honestly, I mean, this has been quite a good trade there for me on this on Intel. So we don't trade Intel often, but when we do, we trade it well, I feel like. So good trade there for Intel. Let's just wait on that one. A very, very green name there. All right. This was the level that I was looking at because I don't really have a stop up here for Apple because we've gotten out of so many shares on the downside. I canceled that stop in case 350 came, but now 350 is here, and we're already just shot. Like, look at that out. Like we just shot right back up into this level, into the imbalances. So I'm gonna just reload a little bit of this right now, and then just see if, we got it, okay. Just to see, I'm gonna give this up to 173.50. With imbalances coming out, I do understand that this is very, very dangerous, and we're not using too many shares. We may even get stopped out before these imbalances come out right now. So let's be careful with that one. As here we go to the upside, comes Apple. Looks like we'll probably have some buy imbalances coming in 10 seconds. Apple trying to get a little spicy up here north side. But we're in it. Let's see what happens here with Apple in just 5 seconds away.
Yeah, imbalances in 5 seconds or so. If you're trading TD, that's dual listed, so there'll be an imbalance in both markets, and I'll let you know. I have it up just in case. TLT is the biggest, 6.4 million to the buy side for the 10-year. RY, that's Royal. Who cares? I was looking for TD. Plug is a sell of $1 million. No big names in here. BAC. Show me Qualcomm is at least there for 500,000. I'm not seeing any of the big cap tech names anywhere. We'll get the overall. The overall number is 131 million to the buy side.
Neil, we just killed this TD trade.
Adara?
Nordstrom here popping up on volume, up about 6%. A couple minutes ago, coming out here, as reported by Reuters, that Sycamore Partners is among one of the private equity firms vying to take Nordstrom private, according to sources and as reported by Reuters. Couple months ago now, it did come out as well that Nordstrom was reportedly looking to go private. So just an update there. Sycamore Partners, one of the companies looking to take this one private, guys.
All right,
Yeah, TD did come out of sell.
I did want to say something. Yeah, TD was, I mean, Neil, that was honestly, that's probably the trade right there for me of the day. Simple trade. We gave this one 10 cents worth of risk to make 90 cents, honestly. I mean, and that was live right here. Look, no matter what happens around here, this is what it means to me. You may be red on your end, but very much green with all the people you've helped trade and take us to the green. So for me, for you, Yoel, thank you so much, because that means a lot. I put that in our chat here, and I just think that that is really what drives the show here, right? To be honest about what we are. That's why we say you can ask us red, green, whatever you want, because I feel like that's the best. Be honest about what your month was, anything like that. We talked about we had 4 or 5 red days last month, and we're going to look to see if we can beat that here. Not a great start, but TD Bank is really helping it out. Let's put it that way. You know, we've made a lot of money back here. We will still be red because I'm not going to take any too crazy trades here. But look what just happened to Apple. Again, you want to talk about real trading? Every single trade that we've put on here this afternoon has been pretty well discussed, pretty well booked out, giving you very, very easy ins and outs for everything here today. Like this TD Bank trade, you're sitting at home, you could put this on. Like why? I hope you guys did. I mean, we talked about what the problem was there. Boom to the downside. Again, if you're going to sit here and trade that trade right there, I haven't traded TD Bank ever. And we all heard the news. And again, fortune favors the bold, and that's why we take that trade. So that's a good one. Intel, like I said, I'm just going to get out. I got to go over to the desk. So hopefully we don't crank too much lower than where we are right now. But hey, Apple, we almost made the majority of that first error back just by being patient and being sitting here and able to take these positions. So I'm really happy with this, man, and also happy with this $1.50 in the money right now on Tesla. So there it is, man. One in, one out. Like one in on TD, one in here on Tesla. A couple, basically 2 ins on Intel.
Those are the best. Those are the best trades of both trades.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
for
the single entrance or like the reaction, and you pick your spot.
Yeah.
It's like grip it and rip it. Look for the fastball or the curve or whatever it is, and then just try to like hit the ball hard.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that respect there. Okay, look at this. Goldcrest Financial right now, $20. You are welcome for that TD news. But again, we are sponsored by Benzinga Pro, and I had it in my ear, and that was that. As soon as we heard that, we crushed that Morgan Stanley trade. Basically, you make the month on a trade like that. So when it happens again, I'm going to do it one more time. And that's what it's all about. So that was it, man. Apple down. I mean, Apple's a monster trade too, guys. This is 50 cents in the money. TD is now $1 in the money and going lower. Let's cover another piece right here and just see. I got to get over to the desk, but I just love trading too much. Tesla, let's just put a bid out. It's now $355. Did we even talk about what that number was? 131 to buy.
It was literally nothing. It was the smallest imbalance we've seen in at least a couple of weeks. So I would say it was like a huge nothing burger. That said, after the bell, and I forget what time you said it was going to be. I know Apple's going to be a little bit later, but Coinbase just went a little bit parabolic there. There was no imbalance here that I saw. Simply Coinbase continued the rally that it was already doing, punching to the top. And this is sort of what I was talking about with NVIDIA. When you're looking at the strongest stock, yeah, is there a resistance level here? Sure there is, but this stock's going higher and higher and higher. At 356,
you like
Toronto
that one,
stocks
boys?
often have a little bit of a pairing event on the imbalance there. It's a little bit different from the New York. So in about 1 minute, you might see a bit of a move on TD because it's dual listed and it's a sell imbalance in Toronto. So that's just going to throw that one out there.
Yeah, you may see just a little bit of a move. We'll see what happens. It just does break $58 right there. It is a brand new dollar club on a loaded up position. We just made our whole afternoon right there, and with Apple and with Tesla. Tesla now $2 in the money, trying to go down. It just went down to one. Like, come on. Let's go. We do have Miss Danielle Shea coming through today. You want to talk about your day getting a hell of a lot better? It's about to get a lot better because you're going to see me. You're going to see not yet. We got me. We got Adara. We've got Miss Danielle Shea coming through tonight on the recap show. And on Apple earnings, let's ramp that up, baby. What's up, eh?
Another earnings name here to watch out for, making a move before the close. Expedia, EXPE, set to report tonight. Not seeing an imbalance on this one, but getting a move here ahead of those earnings tonight. Is worth noting we have about a 5% short flow on EXPE, guys.
There's so much to look at. We already talked about bookings going to be there as well. It wasn't just Coinbase. It looks like it was everything crypto related. Square just went another 60 cents higher. So Square's now 5% up. So this, Coinbase, I'm going to imagine It actually is not Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still at 59.2 as I look over at Sean's screen. But both these are making some power moves late into earnings. And we've seen this before. Just because it's going up into earnings doesn't mean somebody knows something. We've seen the old dipsy-do and the reversal. I'm expecting fireworks on both this and Coinbase. It doesn't mean we're 100% trading them tomorrow. But there's, like the same way I came in today liking Alibaba and liking Carvana. I promise you tomorrow morning I'm going to come in with a lot to think about on Coinbase and Square. It doesn't mean they'll be the best trades, but I know they're the first place I'm going to be looking. And I think as long as you start with that, you should be absolutely fine. You can always execute better. Like I said, we're able to find some things that worked in the afternoon, but the morning could have been a heck of a lot better. I'm staring at you, Alibaba. Coinbase breaks 240 today, and it has some moonshot ability. That's not even a term. Neil, Apple, please. You went over Apple, but I wanted to get to this stock because of the question JP Swade asking about Boeing. Boeing is another name that is absolutely mooning to the upside, and it's about time for Boeing. This is now not one step up, it's 2 steps up, and guess what? It just broke a resistance level for the first time in quite some time. This is now on a bit of a collision course with the 50-period moving average. It is a flat-out breakout trade through 180 potentially tomorrow. All it has to do is hang on for dear life. That said, it's a Friday. We've seen what these stocks can do at the end of the day. But I like you, Boeing. I've been waiting for just no bad news for a while, which they haven't really accomplished that because there was another whistleblower that died. That said, it is still breaking out a top. I did say I wanted no bad news on the stock. And look, maybe it could be anything. I'm not trying to be tinfoil hat about this with Boeing. I don't know the story here or natural causes, who knows. We're not here to speculate. We're here to trade price action. And what I can tell you is this is breaking out on the daily. So I'm with anybody that thinks we should be looking for this to fly tomorrow. As long as it can hold on to this top, I think we've got some serious potential for Boeing to get back on its feet. Or, get back in the air, back on its feet. Get back in the air and actually be what everyone thinks it can be, which is the only game in town. It's not that hard, Boeing. It's you or Airbus.
All right, let's do this.
That's all you got to do is not stink for a little bit, and you're back above $200. Say this is a Boeing shareholder. With 1 minute to go in here, the NASDAQ is trying to hold on to after a bit of a pullback. It's going to end up that 1%. It's going to be Coinbase and Square that I care about. I'll be watching Coin. Obviously, Apple's a big deal, but remember, Apple is one of the later reporting names, so you don't usually get them till 4:15. Expecting we'll see Coinbase and Block report, and now we just saw Coinbase pull back, only 9% now. It just dropped about $3 going into the close, but that was such a monster run. Coinbase, bottom to top, 2 days in a row, $20 going into earnings. In 2 sessions, you had $40 worth of movement on Coinbase. So this is going to be the most volatile name, in my humble opinion. And I don't care up, down, round, or round. This is the first place I'm looking for potential trades tomorrow. But you know what you got to do here? It's almost showtime for those explosive earnings. So let's get the camera off me. Throw it on over the bell. We got less than 10 seconds left. Adair is locked and loaded, and then she's sprinting back to the desk in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. And there we go. Don't want to delay too long here. I want to shout out, of course, every single time Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s doing a fantastic job. You were learning all about gappers and runners all week long on Learn to Trade. Adara and Sharif doing a fantastic job. Sharif doing a great trading job and even testing things out in the pre-market so that he could help you guys with all of your trading journey. You know what's good. Frank did his best to pump the market up. And after, we got the shorts that were able to work. So all the best. Appreciate you, Frank, and appreciate you, Brent. Another fantastic interview. Post-Fed, getting some info. Nothing yet on Coin, but remember, you got Coinbase, you got Square, you got DraftKings, you've got Apple, you've got all the earnings, and you've got them right now at the desk with Sean and Adair. It's your market recap show.
Oh, it's all gone.
All right, hopefully it goes up there. I'm muted. We're ready to go. It's the recap show. Thank you so much for watching as we are now ready to rock and roll. The spiders, everything going. We've got Amgen is already out. We've got Expedia out. Apparently, Ramin has just booked a vacation on Expedia, and I was trying to find out where. EXPE coming through because we heard We saw what happened to Wingstop, right? We said we were going to order some Wingstop.
She has powers.
She does,
She's
a lot of
premiered
them.
it. Yeah.
Expedia right now, nice move all the way up and all the way down, back to 135 right now. What numbers you have for Expedia right now?
Yeah, so I'm seeing they beat adjusted net income, $29 million here. Q1 net income, negative 135 million. Q1 revenue here, 2.88 billion versus expected 2.80 billion. So they did beat on revenue here from what I can see. Adjusted earnings per share coming in higher than expected as well. Surprise profit, 21 cents versus the expected loss of 24 cents. So it seems like these numbers seem pretty positive from what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, okay, good. It looks like it too. Right now, Expedia up 5%. The expected move for Expedia, 9%. So nice move to the upside. We'll have to hold on to see what's going on right now with Expedia. We do have Square coming out very, very soon. 405 expected, EPS of 72 cents. Looking for a 12% move on Square. Nice run into the close for SQ. Flipping it over to the daily stock right there for Square. You're going to see been beat up, man. We talked about some of that laundering issues right there. Look what was up today, man. K-Web, shout out to China. We do have the sector recap right here today for you. There's the triple Qs up a nice 1.28%. The NASDAQ leading the way today. Look at SMH, man, up over 2%, led to you by NVIDIA. Just a quick little heat map before we go. Shout out to Michael Noss building me all this stuff, man. This has been fantastic. This heat map, though, is trading. If you look at Amazon, get my face off there if you can. We'll have to look to see what's over down here because we've got Apple. We've got NVIDIA up 3%. Microsoft, Google, Meta, Amazon. I mean, all the big dogs leading the way. Your favorite, potentially, Eli Lilly down 3, J&J down a little bit as well. Not much else red today, man. ConocoPhillips right there, and PH, not Pfizer. ConocoPhillips to the downside right there. Pfizer, I believe, was down in here. No, Pfizer
it was
up 2% there. Oh, that's right. We got that Josh Brown bump right there. Okay, again, thank you so much for watching. We are going to be hammering all of these earnings as they come out. Over 4,600 of you watching. We do have oh, it says Shannon on there. It is Miss Danielle Shea coming through today. So we got to get that fixed out, and we'll do that in 1 second. Throw it over to Adair, and I'll go fix that.
Yeah, we're waiting for a lot of different earnings here. So just to give everyone a rundown of where things are expected to come, we're expected to get Block here, SQ 405, Coinbase at 415, US Steel X at 415 here, DraftKings coming at 4:25 p.m., Apple coming at 4:30. So there's some of the main ones. We're getting Monster Energy as well. So quite a few names that were worth checking up and keeping an eye on heading into the rest of the night here. Apple at 4:30 being the key one, but we should be getting Block in about, what, like 50 seconds, 40 seconds? So keep an eye on that for sure here. Right now, though, what else is happening? Coin out. People are saying, let me check on
looks like Coinbase is out right now.
We got Square, we got Block.
Okay, so we got Coinbase right now. Let's just look at Coinbase quickly. Coinbase right now, nice move up to 240. Still trying to go as well. It's Coinbase, nice upside move. It is Square with a downside move right now. It looks like Coin is a beat here on revenue. We will get those numbers in a minute. The expected look for Coinbase was an EPS of 1.2 with revenue of 1.2 billion as well. I felt like Coinbase does have a good chance to beat today due to the fact that, hey, I figured revenues would be up with all the transacted moves there in Bitcoin with the halvening, with some up and down moves. But right now it looks like Adara, Coinbase is making that move to the downside right now. I don't see the exact numbers.
I got the numbers
on
for Coinbase.
Benzinga. Okay, what do we have there?
So we do have adjusted EBITDA here, $1 billion versus 618 million expected. So that is a decided beat here. We have Q2 revenue guidance here. Subscription service revenue between $525 to $600 million. They did have Q1 net income here coming in $1 billion versus $302 million expected. So that is quite the beat. So it looks like they beat across the board from what I'm seeing. This came out like 10 minutes before the earnings as well, saying that there was a delay apparently with their services. So that's kind of an ongoing thing here. Yeah. And that's the main numbers we have here. Just waiting to see everything else come in. But nice projection there. It looks like they beat.
Okay, Booking.com is out again as well. Thank you for everybody in the chat. Thank you to Soup right there in the chat. Wow, Booking.com, huge move upside as well. I mean, if anybody's in this name, you are now broken out again. You are at 34. 3,800, breaking out that top right now, booking. Nice move for that. Look at this on the after. Boom. Nice move right back up to previous highs. There's Coinbase. So we nailed that Coinbase, by the way, like that talk of where we thought it was potentially going to report. And there it is right there. Total revenues were huge. I mean, that's all that we talked about. I have no idea where it's going to go, but total revenues 163 versus 134. I mean, that looks good to me. I feel like that is good. GoDaddy out now as well. Apparently, GDDY, a little bit of a reduction in its labor force being announced now as well for GoDaddy, but that's making the move. That's okay, I don't need that. Back down to the downside because Ramin showed me how to set up Zoom.
Okay, never mind.
Apparently, I just click on the icon.
Oh, okay, there you go.
It's really, it's...
I don't even think I set it up right, so.
All right, right here, there is Coinbase. Again, I just want to keep it on here because this is moving around a bit for us here on Coinbase. I thought I logged in. Oh, I did. Let's just see what the Coinbase level 2 looks like right now, just to get a quick look. So it looks like we're about $3 right now or so on Coinbase, 230 to 233, the movement now for a coin. Up 10%, but flat basically on this move, right? I mean, we closed up 9%. Looks like that's right where we are right now for Coinbase. All right, Square still making moves to the downside as well. I'm hearing that. Wow, $68. I mean, this is a big move there for Square. You already went over those numbers, didn't you?
No, I thought we got them. We haven't gotten them quite yet.
Yeah, I don't
so.
see the numbers for
They were
Square.
supposed to come out by now, so that's a bit surprising that we
maybe
don't
they're
have
out,
them quite
maybe
yet.
they're not. Yeah, I don't know if whoever president is going to matter as far as earnings are concerned, but if you're going to look at oil and what was up or down today, we had gold was one of the only sectors down today. GLD down 0.3%. XLB, of course, we've looked this at the other day. The materials sector has been getting hit to the downside right now as well. Another down day for these guys. XLV, the healthcare fund, downside. We saw some misses today with Lilly and J&J. Not misses, they didn't report, but some downside movement right there as well. We will be welcoming very, very soon Ms. Danielle Shea to come through. And the reason why we're excited, not just for her to come out, but we have Apple coming out very, very soon. Hopefully that's going to be 4:30. We will have Apple out for you. And Block. Block is not out.
Block is late, yeah.
So Block is getting blocked right now. But that's generally not a good sign when earnings are going to get delayed. We saw everyone panicked. I don't think you were here yet. Palo Alto, which is PanW, they moved their earnings report to a Friday afternoon.
I was not there.
When's the last time you've seen earnings Friday afternoon?
Major? Never.
Right,
Never major
right.
earnings
Ed,
Friday.
good point there. Sometimes there are some real random ones, but not at PanW, and they absolutely crushed that quarter, so it went the other way. So people were nervous selling into that, thinking there was something
That's
wrong.
Smart.
Is it smart? I don't know. I'm not really sure the reason why they did that.
That's true. Yeah, I thought it
CEO,
was
I think,
strategic,
had a
probably
tea
not.
time or something, and they had to change it. Right there, Fortinet with a downside move today as well. People were looking at Fortinet today. Downside here, down 6%. Again, on a number. Bad guide, it looks like. EPS, 39 cents versus 40 for the guide for Fortinet. Trying to go down into $60 right now. Trying to find a base. FTNT down 7% right here, right now. I'm still looking in the chat to see if there's any other names that are potentially moving around. People talking Tesla, Adara.
Mercado Libre, I know, reported, and they beat across the board.
Okay, we can look at that. This is a very expensive stock.
Yeah, I saw some people mentioning MELI. That was the main reason. I was just thinking of it. But MELI, Mercado Libre, that one is a bit more expensive, but they did report a beat here. You can see we're moving up to that 16,000 level. We did actually apparently we're getting the block numbers. I'm not seeing them now. All I'm seeing is they have released them, but I'm not seeing these numbers. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. I know Mercado Libre though we did beat for revenue and profit above expectations. So revenue 4.3 bill versus 3.9 bill expected. That I know for sure. So nice move from Mercado Libre. Just waiting for those SQ numbers.
Operating out of South
America.
Perfect. All right, good one. All right, we're still waiting for U.S. Steel coming at 4:15. Letter X should be out soon. The name here's Square. So we're hearing that it's out, but I'm not seeing any numbers yet. And Square just doing a dance. It went up to 70, back down into 68. I know we are all patiently waiting for Square. If we can come to my screen here quickly, we'll just show you what. Not yet. There you go, thank you. Square waiting for something to happen. So we'll wait to see if that's going on. Right now, just dancing around. Square was down on some news lately. Again, back and forth with some laundering issues right there. Coinbase does release a first quarter shareholder letter I have no idea what's up with that, but here it is on Benzinga Pro. We could probably read this. Oh, a question and answer session coming Thursday, May 2nd at 2:30 Pacific. So at 5:30, we will get the conference call, or at least a Q&A for that. So we'll hear more about Coinbase as they do have their shareholder letter now out. Starbucks was a decent trade today. Maybe I'll ask Danielle a little bit about Starbucks and what's been going on with them, but there's Coinbase. I'm disappointed with Coinbase. I'm not in this name at all. I just honestly thought that with better revenues coming through, that this name would have been able to beat. If they can't do better with higher revenues, 1.6 versus 1.3 billion, to me that's a decent beat. We were talking a lot about Bitcoin there over the last quarter. We had the halving, we had the huge move, breaking recent and all-time highs up to 73,000. Now a nice pullback into 58. I don't know, Dara. We should be on a double shot here because I'm talking. I want to see. She's looking so nicely and so intently for a conversation. No, but a lot of talk about Bitcoin.
Yeah.
We have the Ethereum Trust possibly switching over and starting to get some ETFs into that. I'm surprised that Coinbase has moved today.
Well, same, but also we had to move down on MicroStrategy, right? So
good
we had, but we had Riot blockchain as well getting a move up. So I think it really does seem to be very dependent. What I'm more interested in, I'm going to be honest with you, for crypto is next Thursday after market close. Marathon Digital, MARA, and CleanSpark. And CleanSpark had a massive earnings beat last quarter, profit versus a loss year over year. So CleanSpark, I'm super excited to see.
So Square, thank you, Adara. Yeah, that's good point there. Let's look at some of the miners. Square is now out again, apparently. But I can't, like,
allegedly,
until we, whoa, okay, there's a nice little move up there for Square. You're gonna see this nowhere else, by the way. Make sure you hit the like, the subscribe, and pass this on to every single person you know. Hey, even your kids, you know, it's better to watch this than some randoms playing video games and like unboxing things. Why do you want your kids to watch unboxing? We are giving education. This is financial literacy.
Yeah.
Happening live.
Right?
In front of you. So let's just keep educating. All right, there's Square again. This is why you got to watch out for those fat fingers, man. I mean, a big move to the upside there, $72, then a move back into 68. And let's just have a quick look at what Square, there's Coin, by the way, a little bit of a downside move. We had a lot of great trades today, especially in the afternoon, including Tesla. Okay, here we go. Reporting 85 cents versus 71 is what I'm hearing. For block. This is what it looks like right now. 70, 71.50, starting to go back up to the upside. There it is. There goes Square. 71, 72, $73. Square starting to go up 9%. Let's go, man. Hey, we don't hit this enough. It's breaking news. All right, that's enough. It's a nice move for Square. Nice move. $75. Wow. Okay, let me call up the chart so it looks a little bit better than what we got on right now. Square is absolutely going up to $74, $75. What does that look like on a daily chart? We still got to get above 76. The expected move. Shout out to Miss Danielle Shea. Let's check out what the expected move is right now on Square. 12%. Only up 7 right now is SQ. So what are those numbers?
Yeah, so I'm not, oddly enough, I'm not seeing the actual numbers. I'm seeing their guidance, but I can read you guys the guidance. So they are seeing adjusted Q2 operating income, $305 million to $325 million, adjusted EBITDA, $670 to $690 million, full year gross profit for 2024, $8.78 billion. They also did see a 6% increase in their first quarter GPV processing there, so 6% increase year over year. Seeing Q2 gross profit $2.165 billion to $2.185 billion. So nice moves there, but still only seeing, guys, I'm only seeing these forecasts and not the actual numbers we had for Q1 2024. So waiting for those actual numbers themselves to come in. Right now, just seeing forecasts, which the market seems to be reacting pretty strongly to. But overall, strange earnings report for Square. We were waiting for the numbers. Now we're mostly actually just getting the guidance. They did apparently see resilient consumer spending. So $542.9 million in adjusted net income, up from $271.2 million a year earlier, so that's like a double in net income. So nice look there.
Good look there. You know what? We just got another report out right now. It's DraftKings, so Mr. Donkey Kong, and not the Super Mario one. We've got a gambling situation here. And if you gambled into earnings, Let's see what winds up happening. We did have an expected move right now of DraftKings of down or 10.8%, looking for an EPS of minus 28 cents. We'll find out what DraftKings has in store, but right now it is a little bit of a push down, not much, just a move down, now a move back up. We'll have to wait to see what's going on with DraftKings right now. And if, yeah, it looks like it's up slightly. Looking at the daily for DraftKings, kind of just a little boring, to be honest with you. We had Penn come out today as well, and, you know, kind of boring move there for DraftKings. We will get those.
We got the numbers for DraftKings, yeah.
Okay,
So,
hold
yeah.
on a second. I just want to look at Coinbase because I've just seen that this is continuing to go down. 221. All right, quickly, DraftKings, and then we're going to Miss Shea.
Okay, so DraftKings revenue here, we did have a beat. Q1 revenue, $1.174 million versus the $1.174 billion versus expected $1.12 billion. So that is a beat. They also had a smaller loss than expected here for Q1 operating income. Loss of $138 million versus expected $142 million. So smaller loss than expected there. Also finding out revenue growth of 53%. So that's quite a nice look there for DraftKings.
All right, U.S. Steel reporting 82 cents and missing, but you know what? We've got Trader Talk. It's Miss Danielle Shea. Let's go. Hey, Danielle, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Busy, but not doing too bad. Thank you for joining us on such a busy time. We just had U.S. Steel come out. We have Square moving around. You're going to be hopefully live with us when we get Apple dropping today as well. What's been the biggest surprise for you so far in this earnings season?
I think the biggest surprise for me has just been that there's been multiple companies that have beat revenue, they beat EPS estimates, and they get completely crushed.
Right.
I mean, you have an executive that says one little itty bitty thing that might be somewhat negative, and the stocks are going down. So, you know, I think that that's what we're seeing right now. I think expectations are really high. And ideally, it'll give us some good opportunity to short some stocks or buy some long-term investments.
Yeah, I was looking to maybe pick up some Microsoft, another one of those calls that you and I have talked about before as well. Microsoft pulling back a little bit here to the downside the last couple of days. All right, Danielle, the big sort of trade that maybe a lot of people are looking for now. Do you have anything on before Apple comes out? Is there anything, any sort of movement you're looking for? The expected move's only 4%. Does that give any opportunities for those of us looking to play options?
So I shorted Apple.
Okay.
I hope that I'm right. I guess we're about to find out here in a few minutes. But I think that Apple, it has the expected move about $6-7. And based off of where it's trading right now, it's up against critical resistance. So, you know, especially with the way that mega cap tech has been beating EPS estimates and selling off. If you look at Apple, Apple's already gapped down 3 quarters in a row anyways. So we're in a bearish trajectory. We're near the lows on the year. So I shorted it, targeting 165. I guess we will see coming up soon if my guess was correct.
Yeah, we're going to get that very, very soon here with Apple. Excited to see what happens. Apple today. Short, eh? Okay. I'm long in around 169, so we'll have a little bit of a battle here at some point. Yeah, fight. All right, Square, nice move again. But Square, to me, bouncing again here off of some of these bottom $65. We just had an 11% move. That's pretty much in line here for Square. A nice beat on the top side for them. Again, trying to make moves here. Anything you're seeing on Square, I mean, it was a good move here, straight to the upside, looking to get 78, looking to break through 80. We get a nice psychological level right there of $80. Maybe it's not moving enough, but 16% does beat the expected move here on SQ. Is this maybe a continuation play for you tomorrow if we hold above 16%?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're onto something with this one because the expected move was $7 and it's already up 8. And, you know, if it goes another $3 or so, then you could easily see a continuation move tomorrow, especially looking at the daily chart. You have critical resistance at 77.88, which is right about where it's at right now. So if it could just trade higher by another $2-3 and gap up above the 50 simple on the daily chart, that's definitely something that we could trade. Typically for those, what I do is I watch the first 15-minute range in the morning. And then if you get a breakout after the first 15-minute range, that's when I can get long and target the next upside targets, which would be probably around 85.
Okay, yeah, I like that little look there because we never know. Square does have about I think it was about a 7% short float on that one. All right, you and I have talked about Tesla numerous times. Can't Apple do a Tesla, though, where it just got beat up? People are worried about deliveries with Tesla. They were right. People are going to be worried about iPhone sales in China. We've seen a bad demand for Starbucks, which I just actually opened up the app. I noticed even though Starbucks is down 18%, their prices still remain the same. So I was hoping them for a little bit lower than that. You like Starbucks, Danielle, as a consumer for Starbucks? And if so, what is your drink?
Well, I've grown up on Starbucks because I'm from Seattle. So
Okay, there you go.
I
I know that.
have
Wicked.
spent many, many times in a Starbucks, especially in college. But I mean, at this point, I bought an espresso machine.
There
So
we go.
I don't
Yeah,
really
me
have
too.
any reason to go there and spend money except for when my kid begs me. So
Isn't that
I don't really go to Starbucks very often anymore.
You mean you don't make like green tea matcha cold foam at home? I think that's what my kids are looking for here. No, but what I was getting back to Apple just real quick. If China is maybe not as bad as they see, we know that they've had a change in sort of their policy, especially with the government of buying iPhones and supporting that company. But if I look at a chart here of Apple, I mean, I know you just talked about it. I just wonder, and I know you're going short here, but is there, I feel like there's a chance that we could get back up to the upside on Apple. And you've mentioned it before, they're not necessarily performing well on their past reports. So potentially, I guess we're in for a little bit of something here on the report. Is that not a possibility? And maybe that's why trading options is probably one of the best things to do, because you have your sort of binary ins and outs, but you'll scalp out of positions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So I got into my position today, just right before the market closed, and I'll get out most likely tomorrow morning. I mean, I might end up holding it later in the day. It just depends if it's working or not. But I mean, I agree with you. There's always a possibility that the report could be better than feared. And that is typically when you'll see some of these stocks rally. But the thing is when you look at Apple, you're trading at 173 right now. It has a $6.56 expected move. So let's say that it does move just what's expected. All that's going to do is it's going to bring it right up into a critical resistance zone at 180. So I think that even if it does trade higher overnight and maybe into tomorrow, unless it gets up above 180, I still think you could short it again at that price point.
Yeah, I feel like if we get a 180 print, I feel like everyone can win, because I do agree with you. I think you can win on the long and then watch out for a fade, because I look at the NASDAQ and we're still under the 50 period moving average. It still doesn't look super strong to me. If you come over to my screen here, Ramin, this NASDAQ chart is looking like it's breaking even lower now. I mean, we just holding on, it looks like, by a thread. If we can come back in, I feel like the next support, couple handles lower down here into 400 for the NASDAQ. Any thoughts about the market in general? The last time you and I were on, well, not the last time, but another great call that you had was when we talked about the put-call ratio. Are you seeing any of that with maybe the Qs or the SPYs?
Sure, let me check it out. So, the main thing about the put call ratio is it hasn't been high enough for the market to bottom. The put call ratio needs to get up above 1 and stay there for enough people to get short and the sentiment to get bearish enough for the market to actually bottom. We have had like a day here. I mean, yesterday it got up to 0.9, so it was getting close, but then it gapped down again today and it was down at 0.6 and it closed the day at 0.7. So I just think that there's not enough fear in the market yet for this thing to bottom. And I mean, here's the thing. If you look at the NASDAQ, we're just a stone's throw away from the lows in April. And so when you look at that price point and you can see that, that's pretty much the last area of support that we have before we're going to hit the 200 simple on the daily chart. And I mean, at this point, that's another 800 points lower. And today with Apple, that's pretty much the last major catalyst that we have as far as earnings is concerned to potentially bring this higher. And as we talked about, I mean, Apple has beat 3 quarters in a row and they've still traded lower 3 quarters in a row. So
that was the That was the interesting stat that you gave there, just the fact that they'd had a good quarter, but yet traded lower off of that. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the catalysts either coming through. We'll hear about it. They have that Let Loose event in early May. So, wait a minute, it's early May right now. That
Yeah,
must
it's
be
May
coming up.
7th.
May 7th. Thank you, Adara, for that one. Where's the time going? Oh, by the way, anything planted yet or any animals running around outside?
Okay, so I have to tell you this. There's a random turkey that's a feral turkey
you
that
mentioned that, I
comes up
think.
to my house,
Right.
looks in the windows, gobbles at me.
Right.
And so I posted online and I was asking people, what can I do to make the turkey stay here?
Right.
And somebody told me, they said you have to get a female turkey and put her in a pen to where the male turkey, because he's looking for a female.
Right, right, right.
So
Okay, so did you not tell me you got a turkey? Did you get a turkey?
okay, so that's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do is I'm
Okay.
just gonna have to get a female turkey and then I'll have a bunch of turkeys.
Okay, well then call me a turkey, but that sounds like it's going to be a good Thanksgiving, maybe in the Danielle Shea household. Okay, quick channel check. We do this all the time. Like if I want to buy Lululemon stock, I ask my wife, hey, you know, what's Lululemon saying? Because she knows all that kind of stuff. Are people buying it? What are the lineups looking like? So, do you have an iPhone? Yes or no?
I don't. I have a Google Pixel and I love it.
Okay, well. Why do I ask the person that's short Apple if she has an iPhone or not? Okay, so channel check failed right there. But yeah, we've got an iPhone. And Derek, you have an iPhone?
I have an iPhone 8.
Oh,
so
looks
I'm
like you're
behind
the odd one out
times.
there, Danielle. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. We are very minutes away now from getting Apple. That's exciting. Is there any other trade potentially of interest that you might want to talk about? I know you have your YouTube channel. You post up some videos on there. Is there anything at all that maybe you're working on or looking at that you may potentially have before we get these numbers to drop?
Yeah, sure. So if you look at Amazon, I think Amazon looks like a great swing trade. And I think it's probably the only one in mega cap tech that looks this strong. So if you look at Amazon on a daily chart, we had strong earnings. This stock actually held up after strong earnings, which is a little bit unique. And you just have this fantastic pattern. You have this nice trend. You have a bit of a cup and handle pattern here. You have a target at a new all-time high. You got that Fibonacci extension level at 196 and then 204. So, you know, you have all that. You have incoming volume. You have a squeeze. So I threw on some butterflies here. I'm going to try to trade it up into 195 and try to trade this relative strength in Amazon.
All right, yeah, we do like that Amazon play. We had Mercado Libre as well to the upside. We had Alibaba. Did you see, by the way, did you see Alibaba today? I don't know if you ever trade in Chinese ADRs or whatever, but this is a great chart. Alibaba, this is a name that I actually bought in my own account at 71 and change. Great base bottom there. I really like this. Trying to break out now. Alibaba, I want you to put this on your radar, Danielle, because, and thank me later. This breakout through $77, they have a 25 billion share buyback program on. Great report. Alibaba, their next earnings next week, or May 14th, whenever that is, coming out. I really like Alibaba. Anything of interest before we get Apple here on Alibaba? What does this look like to you? Something that interests you by any chance?
Sure. So I'll trade breakouts like this. I mean, especially if it breaks out up above the 200 simple. So that's the major line in the sand for me. You're basically right underneath it right now. So if it could get up above, man, I'd probably say 81 and actually close above there, that's when I'd be a lot more confident in the breakout.
All right, here we go. I mean, it is 4:30, and you're going to be able to be live with us right here, Danielle. So let's get some. We'll get some. What? You're all nervous, Adara?
I'm excited. I'm excited for these Apple earnings.
Okay, Adara's a little excited here, as I think we all are right now. Do you even own Apple shares?
No, but I just, you know, I want to see what it does.
Yeah, no, hey, no, nothing wrong. You can get excited without having skin in the game. I mean, that is for sure. And Danielle, by the way, this is Adara.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right, actually, we don't have a double screen set up. I just hear. Oh, we do have a double screen.
Oh, we got Apple
okay, here we go. Forget about it.
Yeah.
Apple is now out, Danielle, but unfortunately for right now, it is a move to the upside. Apple right now starting to get going here. It's an upside move. I'll put this back in my ear so I can hear it. They had a revenue beat. Okay, that was
90.75 billion versus 90 billion expected.
all right, definitely not expected there on the revenue beat. We talked about that. Is that rabbit coming out of the hat or not? Was the wool pull over people's eyes here about Apple? And here's the number right here live on Benzinga Pro. We've got the Gap EPS beating 153, but Danielle said this before. We've beat before and seen another move. And look at sales, 90.8 versus a beat of 90.01. That is what I was looking for, a beat there in Apple, but right there, oh, they just did 45 billion there, Danielle, in iPhone sales. Like, whatever. That is just a monster number. 7 billion in Mac sales. Looks like we're starting to go to the upside a little bit here with Apple, but it's just, Danielle, looks like trying to get to our levels of 180. So far, so good here for Apple. Let's see what happens on this upside near 180. It is difficult, though, for sure, Danielle, when you're looking at a stock and you're looking at it when the numbers first drop. We've seen a complete reversal in patterns, especially when they get on the call. Looks like wearables now 8 billion as well. Looks like that's a beat. The board, okay, this is not going to be good news, Danielle, unfortunately, in my opinion. Apple board authorizes 110 billion share repurchase program, increases the dividend as well. So I guess, Danielle, one person that's going to get richer off of all of this is Mr. Warren Buffett. He collects $400 million a quarter already, and now we get a dividend raise. But hey, we're right up there to 180. Any initial thoughts on some of the movement?
Yeah, I mean, it looks good so far. They had to pull out all the stops for sure. Dividend raise and share buyback. I mean, that's what they needed to do. So I would say that so far right now, it's within the expected range. For me, it all depends on if it breaks 180. If it breaks 180, absolute long. It's probably going to pull up the NASDAQ tomorrow, which, hey, I'll lose money on my Apple short, but it also wouldn't be the worst thing for the NASDAQ to trade higher, obviously. So we'll see. But I mean, 180 is the line in the sand for me. So we'll just have to see if it gets through there or not.
I mean, this is exactly the honesty and everything that we talk about on the show all the time. It's like we can make calls, we can make plays, and as long as it sets up the way we think it should, we put our money on the line every single day, and that's why we continue to have you back. And real sees real, Danielle. We'll see what happens tomorrow. But did we already show your website, or do you want to show that again? Do you have that ready to go? I do want to make sure that people can go check that out because we always get questions about different strategies, how to put them on, and great educational resource. So let me throw it over to you, Danielle, and then we're going to get out of here.
Yeah, check it out. On my YouTube channel, I go over real trades that I do, the good ones and the bad ones, so that everyone can learn from the good and the bad, like I said. So this is my trade review series. You can check it out right here. I go over iron condors, butterflies, earnings trades, all kinds of stuff. So you can follow me at Trader Danielle to learn more.
All right, well, Trader Danielle, I mean, now Apple's coming back in a little bit, now back to 178. So there's that magical 180 level that we talked about, Apple coming back in just a little bit. All right, Danielle, we will touch base tomorrow and we'll figure out exactly where Apple is going. I will see you on X, and you're still coming to Toronto potentially this summer. Is that still true, or?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to make it this year, but maybe next year.
Okay, I'm out of here. All right, Dara, take over. No, just playing around. All right, thank you so much. We sit back in our seat. I muted myself. That's how upset I was, but I'm back right now. All right, Danielle, I will see you soon then. Maybe we'll come visit you and see that little turkey farm of yours that is brewing. Thank you, Danielle. Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Trader Talk. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Apple, you know?
Yeah.
A little bit of bad news here.
Well, I'm looking at these numbers.
We just broke 180, baby.
Oh, we did. Well, I was going to say, I think part of why we're so strong is we were all really worried about what Apple would do in China. I think that was part of why we had a little bit of weakness last earnings despite a beat. However, we had net sales in China, 16.37 billion versus 15.25 billion expected. That is more than $1 billion above the expectation. Also saying that they had sales growth year over year for Q2 or their fiscal Q2 in China. So for me, that positive China news amidst a lot of worries for China could have buoyed these a little bit. That's my take.
And I like that take as well. But you know what other take we like? We like to see who's still with us because we had over 4,000 people sitting here with us. We still have 3,900 of you. Look at that. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We are 187 subs away. Let's do it on the recap show.
Do it.
You know, because then we'll be like, look, we already have the best show. We have two of the best hosts. You and I think it was Neil yesterday. I'm here today. Sorry about that. We have the best guests. And we need to get those sub numbers going. So let's go hit that subscribe button for us if you can get up to 450. The person who is lucky number 450 gets to be lucky number 450. I mean, that means a lot. I don't have a prize for them, unfortunately. But if we did, I'd get one.
You just know that you were the 450th subscriber, 450,000th. Yeah.
The important thing is who's here right now.
That is what matters.
So let me say hi to everybody. What's up, Mr. Westermeyer? He has his best day in 2 months. Congratulations. 9 for 9 with earnings options plays, says Jeff Goggin. They already hit the roll call? I think I already did, right? I did already. Okay, what's up? Sean Don, I like that. What's up, Trey Only? The Sean Donski's here as well. Rod is here. Rod Parody. What's up, Rod? The best subs. I mean, we do have the best subscribers. I mean, you guys keep on supporting every single thing that we're doing here, and we want to say thank you to that one as well. I mean, that's what it's all about. Oscar Blaze is here. Mike Breeze is here. Shadera, someone just said. Sean and Adara.
Yeah. I mean, you could also say that about Sharif and I too, though, I guess, Shadera, but with a CH.
Don't ever say that to Sharif because he'll never stop saying it.
Okay, never.
Okay, so, no, that's our thing.
It's our thing.
I hear you mention that to Sharif.
I will not remember.
Yeah.
I do, but
Do
Shadera.
not remember this.
I will block it out. Ramin called me on that.
I'm just playing around. Yeah, no, you can say whatever you want, of
that's
course.
funny.
All right, thank you so much to everybody, man. It's been an absolutely fantastic day. Just a quick little look. That was roll call. Let me just hit this again. Apple right now. Let's just go over some of the big earnings plays before we let you go. It's Apple right now. Nicely done. Up 4%. Well, it was expected 4%, now up 6%. Apple's mooning a little bit, up to 180. We'll see about that. Coinbase does pull back, but kind of right where it needs to be. Not much happening for Coinbase there. Square was up, now pulling back. Square, nice move up to 80. We talked about that level with Danielle as well. That name's pushing back pretty much as expected. What was another big name? We had Ramin booking a whole bunch of different trips. Expedia to the downside right now, down to 124, down 4.4. When can I get a vacation? Down 4.4%. I was actually looking at my schedule. It's like, no, this weekend we have a tournament here, tournament there.
So many tournaments.
These kids, man. I want to take the kids. I want to have
They're
a
doing
break.
all the sports.
They're doing all, and chess, and golf.
I forgot about the chess,
Tonight
too.
is hockey again, and golf.
So like winter sport and summer sport, same night.
All right. Thank you so much to everybody for watching. A quick little check back in on Apple to see what's going on there. Square, Expedia, Coinbase, those are all the big ones. Let's just check in on DraftKings, and then we'll get out of here, as that was the last one. DraftKings, $43, not much happening there. Apple, $179. Okay, Adara, thank you so much for joining me one more time. Maybe you're permanent here, maybe you're not, but I hope that you are.
I love being
Miss
here.
Adara on the recap show. Thank you so much for joining. And thank you to our wonderful guest, Miss Danielle Shea. We can still be friends, although you're not coming to visit. Ah, well. Until we see you next time, I'm Sean Katina. That's Adara. Go find me at Trader TV. Sean, see you tomorrow.
Yep.